as opposed to like, a pocket. Like it was just complicated, right?
Yeah.
And it's obviously unrealistic.
And you'd have to assume that the curvature would be the same of the curving of the light would be the same across the the viewing distance, so it would look consistent, but that's not
But
how
yeah, kind of, yeah. Like for it to be clear, as clear as it
right.
was when it was seen, it would have to be either averaged out, right, that fashion, or perfectly that fashion.
Yeah,
And
the
that's a bold claim to
calculation
make.
you'd have to assume for the calculation that it's a perfectly
Yeah,
consistent medium
right.
for the light.
Or even if it's not consistent, right, they could argue it averages out, right? So like from like point A to point B, like let's say a foot, 1 foot across, the light bends this amount, and the other point from point B to point C, it bends a little bit less than the first bend, and then point C to point D, it bends more, or whatever, and you get like an average, right?
Yeah.
That could be argued too, but there might be consequences to that. Like things might spread out a little bit more, and it might not be as clear, shit like that.
It's just a more complicated answer, whereas observing, or I guess accepting no curvature is just way simpler and what we observe already.
It's
What's it
what we
called?
experience already. It looks like
Yeah,
it's flat. We live our lives as if it were. We operate as if it were, I should say. Right? Why would that not be an answer? And then the burden becomes on them to explain or to justify that. It's curving at this much because we know the radius is X, and we got the radius being X this way. Not to like back like the what they do is they backwards engineer all these kind of probable situations, right? To basically
hmm
that basically infer the curvature, right? Using all sorts of complicated shit. And like I don't
hmm
have a problem with things being complicated, but when you have a variable that is assumed, right, and you do anything possible to make it so that that variable seems probable or plausible that it's there, but all the jumping and jiving and all the other ways that you craft your model or whatever um, are also kind of like unverifiable to make it
hmm
so that that thing seems plausible. Like it becomes sketchier and sketchier,
right.
right? So
Yeah, I was thinking of Occam's razor, that principle, where the simpler solution is usually correct. Yeah, they try to make it so complicated to explain the curvature. Yeah, it gets muddied. I
like
guess
I don't
another.
know. Oh,
uh
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna change topics there, but if you want to continue, that's fine.
Oh, I was just gonna add on, like, I don't know if the Occam's razor thing is even necessarily always the case, right? Or even, excuse me, I should say necessarily applicable here, because I'm okay with complexity.
hmm
Complexity can be, the like something complex can be the actual reason why something is so. But if you default to the simplest and then you test it, right? Like that should be like a guide or like a default guide to help you down your sets of pursuits or tests or whatever.
Uh-huh.
You know what? Like you start simple, right?
And then if it is complicated, it is complicated, but
Yeah, and
don't try
it
to
can
make it
build up.
complicated.
Yeah, yeah. It's like they're starting with the complexity because they have like some sort of bias or like like a need for it to be complicated.
hmm
Right? Now, it would like in most cases that I've seen, it would be like you start simple, you test that. Oh, it doesn't work out. Okay, then you build up. But these like the guys that we talk to, they're skipping over that, right? Because if they did test the default simple case and it does turn out to be true, like they can't have that because in this
hmm
context, it means it's just flat, and they don't want that to be the case. It seems.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the Occam's razor thing, it has its place, but for different reasons, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. I
Well,
was gonna
hold on one second. I want to add one thing to this.
Sure.
If you start with like the foundation of science is empiricism, right? So natural science, we look to nature to figure out what's true or not, right? Through experience, observation, experiments, right? That's the foundation of science. It isn't based upon like purely logic or reason. Of course, you have to use logic and reason to evaluate your experience, but the foundation is the natural world, right? That's the foundation. That's what science
Yeah.
is empiricism. So if we go, okay, this is the principle we're going to go by. Okay, empirically, what do we experience? A flat, motionless Earth. Now you can conceptualize and come up with ideas about, you know, Earth's so big, that's why it looks flat, or it's spinning so slow, it's that's why you don't feel motion, or the stars just look like they're moving, but it's actually you moving. None of those are empirical statements. They're actually the opposite of science,
Yeah, they're
right?
all
So
assumptions.
they want us to abandon the empiricism and 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 jump to concepts, right? Ideas about what the world could be in this situation as opposed to what we just directly experience. Now, it's fine, they could be right, but they need the actual evidence to demonstrate that this is the case.
Mhm.
And it should be testable and repeatable and verifiable. Right? If you wrote an experiment down, your exact procedure, you published it, in the 1600s or whatever, people would get a hold of your work and they would, okay, I'll do the exact same thing. And if they could repeat it, then it was considered, scientific fact. But if they
Yeah.
couldn't, then it was just like, okay, garbage. And
Mhm.
now everything is just so crazy. Think of CERN, right? The Large Hadron Collider. No one can repeat those experiments. They could say anything.
Yeah,
We bored another black hole into the 10th dimension. Okay, how can anybody test their claim?
that's a good
No,
point, yeah.
they have a special machine that only they have.
Could be a big tube with nothing in it.
Yo, Indio, that would be circumstantial evidence, right?
What do you mean circumstantial evidence?
Well, from my understanding, there's two different types of evidence. Direct evidence, as you said, testable, repeatable, therefore anybody can do it. Then there's circumstantial evidence where the circumstances have to be set up in order for you to collect said evidence.
Yeah, I don't know if that would classify as circumstantial evidence, but that's not the point. I'm talking about from
My
the
bad.
viewpoint of the philosophy of, from the viewpoint of the philosophy of science. Experiments need to, scientific claims need to be testable, repeatable, verifiable, right? They traditionally, it's only in modern times with that, that's kind of been abandoned, where the equipment's so specialized and so expensive that nobody can actually test or verify that, you know, anybody did anything.
Um,
There's an amount of faith. So that was the whole point of like the natural sciences. That's what differentiated science from faith, is that you could just, someone made a scientific claim, you could just do it yourself. Right. You didn't
mhm.
need any faith in believing in anything, because science is about not trusting. That's the crazy thing, is well, don't you trust the scientist? No, I'm not supposed to. The foundation of science, or in the scientific method, does it say, for step one, trust? No, there's none of that in there. It's not
Yeah.
trust. Absolutely do not trust.
Like, I pulled up this article. I was just looking at the CERN, and it said the headline is "Tiny droplets of primordial soup appear in oxygen collisions." Like, where did they even get that idea? And it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, CERN is it's quite the work of art. This would be being generous. And a lot of the things that can, like the statements they make, they're not based upon anything that's even direct, because they have to apply statistics. They're supposedly detecting things that are so faint, right? Signals that are so faint and random that they can only draw conclusions by doing gazillions of measurements and saying, well, like our prediction was we should get this detection, 0.0001% of the time. So we got this thing at this energy that many times. So we've confirmed that this thing exists because it fits our probabilistic model, which is pretty, mm, I think
You
that's
just,
pretty shaky.
yeah, you have to trust them on it, and you can't.
Well, I mean,
Like you
they're
said.
applying probability. It's not even, they're not even making like, we're confident that our confidence is 6 sigma, that this is not random noise, and it's like we actually got a measurement of this thing. Neutrinos is a good example of this, right? So neutrinos are not detectable directly. Okay. So what they do is, what they claim to do is, there's gazillions of neutrinos everywhere, and they don't touch anything. But every once in a while, they'll get really close to the nucleus of an atom and interact with that atom through the weak force. And that interaction will send off what's called either a tau muon, or a tau muon, an electron muon, or I think it's a pion or something. And then they can't detect that, so they have that in a bunch of water that's been like deionized, and that particle is moving faster than the speed of light in that water, so it shoots off this other light called reverse Cherenkov radiation, and then they detect that, also not exactly directly, but through what's called an avalanche diode, which amplifies the signal that they would have detected. So you're like 4 stages of inference away from an actual direct detection. And then a lot of that's also noise, so they have to apply statistical analysis to even reach the conclusion of whether this was actually a detection that was consistent with the existence of a neutrino or not. So it's almost like esoteric, dude. They're so far removed from, like, I don't have a problem with them doing that. My problem is when they claim the certainty of science as was traditionally believed, or as the way people believe science is, right? People hear, oh, it's scientific fact, it's the truth. Well, when people came to that conclusion, it's because science had a very firm foundation. But it's not on that foundation anymore. It's off the reservation. But they still want to say that there's the same amount of certainty about the results that they did when you got the results of, like, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Like, we know that for a fact, right? There's no doubt about that. Anybody can replicate this.
Yeah.
But they're trying to say claims like that have this, like, are equal in truth value as claims about we detected a neutrino. Like, no, dude, they're just not.
I think there is a certain esoteric quality to that kind of science where, like Pythagoras was saying the Earth was a globe because of his idea that the sphere was a perfect shape, not necessarily any measurement that he made, but it was all a
Philosophy.
philosophy, yeah.
Mm.
And that, I think that continues now, where they're trying to get people to rely on their faith of the quote unquote science rather than like the empirical measurements that they can make themselves.
Yeah, science has become a mess. It's just a mess. It's just like a human endeavor at this point. It's probably why we haven't made any progress in 50 years. I mean, we've made a lot of engineering progress, but that's not science. I mean, what have we learned about the natural world in the last 100 years that we didn't know before?
Right.
Something new. Like, I can't think of anything.
Well, not that they publish, because all the publishing is the special, I guess, quantum stuff, whatever they're doing, like with the colliders.
Superconductors would probably be the last thing they actually discovered.
Oh yeah,
Maybe the Casimir effect.
those are cool.
Maybe. Yeah, it would be hard to think of like stuff that's like, hey, we didn't know this was an actual metamaterials. That's kind of engineering. That's kind of a mix between engineering and science.
Yeah.
That came out of Soviet Union.
I
Imagine
guess.
what's published in the Soviet Union that no one's ever read.
Oh man,
It's a lot of stuff. They did a lot of research, man.
If you don't mind changing topics, I guess one of my
man.
biggest questions right now is about the force of gravity. I mean, I'm calling it gravity for the sake of clarity, because it's not. I understand it's probably not what that force is, but I'm still wondering what it would be. And then
Nobody knows. It's the only honest answer is that nobody knows. Why they're still fighting about it. Still fighting about it even in mainstream science. Dark matter, dark energy, emergent quantum gravity, the inability to marry general relativity to quantum physics. Like they're still fighting about it there.
Yeah, I've heard a couple people say it's just density.
Well, I'm not in that camp.
Not? You said not?
I'm not in that camp. I'm not in the density camp.
Yeah, it didn't make too much sense to me because, air gets less dense as you go up. So the force pushing down would be different depending on your altitude. But is that true?
No, it's relative density. It's that thing like you got the density of an object relative to like when there's a difference. The thing that has greater density falls or goes down. The
Yeah.
thing with less density goes up. Now, I don't think that that's Now, this is the funny thing about that is that you can validate that to a degree as true by what causes this to go up or down. Hey, would this freaking vary its density? Yeah, you can do that, but I don't think density isn't really it's not a proper quantity to be using for this because it's not really phenomenological. I mean, maybe it is, but that just hasn't been fleshed out yet. I think it's
What do you
complicated.
mean?
I don't think anybody's ever going to figure it out. Well, I mean, typically when you deal with this cause and effect experiment, you're dealing with phenomenon, right?
Yeah.
Just the like the geometric configuration of some object. Oh, we have a bunch of atoms that are closer together than some other atoms. That's not really a causal mechanism. That's all density is matter per unit volume. That's not really a causal mechanism. That's why I'm not in that camp. Now, you could say, hey, we observed that the whole density relationship. That's fine, but I don't think that that's the cause.
It also seems like
density can't cause things. I mean, doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. And that's kind of why gravity as an idea was invented, to kind of explain that. I mean, not in relation to density in particular, but why things fall in general. Because it doesn't seem like there's a good explanation.
Well, no one knows the cause. That's the thing. You can't actually, like, the experiment can't be done. So you got your observed natural phenomenon, something falls. What causes that? What experiment can you do that would determine what causes that object to fall? Yeah, exactly. We know that if we take a bowling ball or a rock or a bus or an airplane and drop them, right, they're all falling. Now, it's said they all fall at the same speed, but there's some evidence that this isn't true either. There's experiments that were done in Bremen Drop Tower. There's some experiments done by this physicist named Sky Darnels. There's also like some old experiments done by someone, I think his name is Miles something. So yeah, I think it's going to turn out, if we ever find out, it's going to be something new, something like no one ever thought of, just something completely different. I don't think it's going to be electromagnetism or ether, or it's be something different.
That'd be cool. Or we just never know, and it's a mystery. And then, but yeah. Yeah, I'll have to look more into the forces.
I got a phone call. Be right back.
Sure. The NASA videos are so funny.
Yeah, not to interrupt the flow of your conversation there. While Indio's stepped aside, figured I'd ask if you have anything else on your mind or whatever.
Not right now. I mean,
Shit. Okay.
over the last year, I was kind of discovering a lot of this stuff. I knew about flat Earth, like, all the videos go viral, debunking videos for either side. But I had to accept a lot of mysteries and not take people by their word. So I'm a lot more comfortable with accepting a non-answer, really, because we don't know. I mean, it is an answer, but it's not an explanation,
Yeah, it's not always sufficient, but sometimes you have no choice, right?
Right. I've had to accept a lot of those over the past year, so I think that's all I've got at the moment. Yeah.
Cool. I was just thinking, like, you were asking about the gravity thing. In a way, like I definitely concur with what Indio was saying. At the same time, there's like, what comes to mind is like, you know how when people describe entropy, right? So you have a volume with gas or whatever under a certain degree of pressure.
Yeah.
Then you have another one, let's say, next to it, but closed off or blocked off by like a valve or something like that. That's like a vacuum or lower pressure than the other one, right? The
Mhm.
phenomena of, say, you open up the valve and they equilibrate, right?
Yeah.
Like, the question arises, why is the high pressure going to low pressure? Well, like it's just an observed phenomena that we witness. That tends
Mhm.
to be the case. High pressure goes to low pressure, or in a similar situation where something just undergoing a higher degree of or maybe that's not the right word, but you have something of higher temperature and another thing or whatever of a lower temperature. The temperature, the higher temperature tends to balance out the lower temperature, or go to the lower temperature and balance
Right.
out. You know what I mean? Like the question arises, why high to low and not low to high? Right?
Hmm.
It's kind of like an I don't know. It just happens, right?
It's like a
Like
law.
why? Yeah. Like why is it not the case that a single point, right, absorbs all energy? Like, you know what I mean? Like the lower temperature goes to a single point of higher temperature and everything just gets sucked in like a black hole or something. Like why is
Mhm.
that not happening? Right? Who the fuck knows? So like we kind of just operate on that. Oh well, that's how it works, right? So I kind of see that being appropriately applied to the gravity thing when it comes to higher density versus lower density. The higher density object and the lower density medium, it goes down, and vice versa. I can't
Yeah.
help but see that, like I can't help but see it like that, and it being appropriate to say, hey, that's just one of those laws. Because anyway, when you look at it, you flip it around, it's like, oh, well, why not up or down? Well, like it's just a matter of reorienting. Like, why doesn't it go sideways? Okay, well, if it goes sideways, that becomes the new down at some point. People
Yeah.
reorient, and then that's their down. Like, I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know. I'm kind of content with it being like that, but I do see there being value in perhaps scrutinizing further to see maybe there is a cause. Just like if anyone were to say, oh, well, let's investigate the cause or the real reason why entropy behaves in the way that it does. Go for it. You know?
Mhm. I guess I did have another thought.
Yeah.
Um, um, like would the difference between the density of I guess between the difference between it's weird. So I guess air is the medium for everyday living.
Yeah.
Um, so would an object's density be enough to produce the force that um, gravity is supposed to be? Or is there some other kind of third party that isn't entropy or density that's pushing mass downwards?
I don't know. Right. All I can say that I've come to understand, right, is that it has something to do with the relationship.
Yeah.
That's it. So for all we know, like something going on in the medium, right? There's some subatomic phenomena or whatever that kind of like taps into the fact that, oh, here's a thing that's of higher density, so there's some weird thing going on. I don't know. I
Mhm.
don't know.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm not against the idea of, scrutinizing it or digging further. It's just to
Yeah.
say that there is for sure a third party thing going on that's influencing that. well, that's just, okay, let's investigate that third party. Where is it? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
to claim, for sure, we know that it's this other mass that's already, at this position relative to where these other things are, that's pulling this thing towards it. Okay, where's the pull coming from? The sheer fact that there's a blob of high density thing next to it? Like, what?
You have to assume, yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
And then, yeah. You model your solar system after the assumption of gravity, and then it goes from there. And
yeah, and it all pivots on the assumption that the ground that we stand on is a giant ball in the first place.
Yeah.
Right. That's really the cornerstone of everything.
Yeah, I see that.
So when we talk about when we talk about let's measure it, and it's not it doesn't express the the type of properties that one would expect of a ball of a certain size that we're told. It's like the alarm bells go off, man. It's really as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it really is a ball, dude, I'm pretty sure like everyone in this room, I won't speak for them, but certainly for myself, I have a sense that more often than not, people in these rooms very much welcome someone to come in and present that it is a ball, and this is how we know.
Yeah, because that's,
right.
I mean, the pursuit of it is really truth, and it's
Exactly.
not an allegiance to a particular idea or ideology. It's finding out what's true, and if it's true, that's what you believe.
Yeah, I think most of us.
The evidence.
Well, that's it. Like the truth is leading us to, it's not actually the ball of a certain size. I think everyone in the room now, I don't know, probably everybody, I think, grew up with the ball. Right? We're all taught it at a young age. Right? So it's not like we're not willing to shift sides when presented evidence to the contrary of what we thought. Right? So why would we not shift back if presented the evidence to the contrary of what we think now?
Yeah.
Simple. Anyway, I didn't want to interject too far. I just wanted to maybe fill in some air while India was gone. Is he back?
I haven't seen him. There he is.
Please continue there. I just wanted to,
I don't know where I was, man.
We were talking about gravity and.
Well, I heard the thing about solar system. Now, this is a big myth because this is how we're all taught in school that there's this theory of gravity, and with it we use it to predict orbits and planets moving around the sun and yada yada yada. It's actually not true. What's used is Kepler's laws of planetary motion, which are purely what's called a kinematic model. Yeah. There's no forces. There's none of that stuff. It's really just like period, right? It's just timing. It's like timing of a cycle, right? And that's just the way it works.
Good evening, guys.
Hello.
What's up?
Oh, hey, Indio.
What's up? How's it going?
I'm all good, man. I'm all good.
It's good to hear.
I was hoping you could slap a little flat Earth roll on my profile. I mean, I don't know if you can do that or not. Just to like say that I'm in with the clique now, you know.
Just say it. That's not how it works here.
No, I mean, I really, I mean, you can ask Fences. I'm a real flat earther.
I need over the fences. Can you vouching for this dude?
Kathos can probably vouch for me.
I will very, very reluctantly vouch for him.
Oh, you're horrible.
No, he's cool.
Indio, Fences actually converted me. You know, I was a hardline Glober when I first joined this.
So give you the highly suspect role.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he probably needs that too.
Yeah, that's fine.
What happened to the 3 proofs rule? Give us your 3 flat Earth proofs. If you're a flat earther.
What, my 3 proofs for flat Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You only
What's
need
the
one,
best?
bro. They measured it with lasers, right? I mean, unless lasers refract and bend at exactly 8 inches per mile squared, then there's no way that the laser test can be proven wrong, right? And certainly nobody can prove that lasers are refracting at exactly 8 inches per mile squared every time they do a laser test. Every time, it's nonsense. Crazy talk. That's the real crazy talk, let me tell you.
He's got a point.
The thing about the globe is a lot of it's ad hoc. It's all after the fact.
It's just a religion, bro. These people
Well,
worship these
let me ask
scientists,
you, what is the evidence from observation that light is being refracted in such a way that
There's never been one.
well, I'm just saying is like what
Mhm.
if you just think about it, like what is the evidence that light's being refracted in such a way that it makes a ball look flat? What's the evidence for the refraction that they claim exists at all?
Exactly 8 inches per mile squared, Indio. Exactly. Every
Well,
time
want to
they
know
do
what
a
their
laser
evidence
test.
is? Well, I'll give you what their evidence is.
Mhm.
We know refraction exists because the Earth looks flat. That's their evidence. The flatter the Earth looks, the more refraction there is. That's their evidence. They have no actual evidence of refraction itself. They have Earth looks flat. We know it's a ball, so there must be refraction because that's the only thing that will make the ball stick.
And all of these laser tests, I mean, a good amount of these laser tests that measure the Earth to be flat, also provide side angles, right? And side angles are very useful because they demonstrate that there is no refraction taking, or at least minimal refraction taking place, to obscure the lasers, right? Am I correct?
Their refraction exists, but it doesn't exist the way they say it does.
Yeah.
It doesn't curve around the ball. It isn't curving. It isn't doing that.
Refraction is like whenever you look at a road that's really, really hot and you can and it's like the point in which the road meets whatever is behind the road looks a little bit fuzzy, Like that to me is what refraction is, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
A
yeah,
form of refraction.
that's one explanation for why you see that. Though there's others. There's others that's a reflection that's actual a reflection caused by what's called total internal reflection. So there's a couple. The refraction is the common. If you look in the textbooks, that's what I'll say. But there's other. I don't think there's any actual evidence for that. It's like measurements where someone's gone out and we see that road mirage. It must be refraction. Let's go measure it and see if that's the case. Because there is some stuff where they actually tested it and it doesn't actually work out to be refraction. It's like a combination of refraction and reflection. Because the thing about light is that like if you have two mediums and if the light hits it at a very shallow angle, it'll be reflected. It won't be refracted. It'll bounce off. Right? So I'm sure you've seen this with water, right? Right. At some angles you can see into the water. And as I'm sure you know, is that like if you try to spearfish, right, that where the fish appears to be isn't where it is, right? You'll miss it if you try to you throw the spear right at the fish. But at a small angle, you're not going to get the light refracted through the water. You're going to get the water's going to reflect the sky off the water at a small angle. So these things are like, it's almost like the fallacy of a single cause. The effects are complex. And what's if you look at when they've actually tried to measure and quantify any of this, what you'll find out is that it's the same way stars twinkle, 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 little star. They call it scintillation. That tends to be what happens. Things will move around because of refraction, but they won't be absurdly moved up or down, right? So over time, right, it'll go up and down a little bit or move left and right. It'll bounce around, but it doesn't curve around the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
There's way more complicated than that. It's not it's just silly.
It's silly to suggest that it is always bending at exactly the curvature of the Earth to give us these perfect measurements, right?
Yeah, has to be.
It's just nonsense. It just cannot be the case.
So I said it's ad hoc. It's after the fact.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
ad hoc hypothesis is a hypothesis that's broached to prevent a theory from being falsified. Right? So you just add something onto it to stop it from being falsified. Like dark matter. Dark matter is an ad hoc hypothesis. Oh shit, the gravity doesn't work for the radial speed of galaxies. Radial rotation rate of galaxies is too fast. Oh, there must be dark matter holding it together as matter we can't see. And that's to stop their theory of gravity from being falsified. So
Yeah, and it obviously
they
exists,
add
right?
this other
Because we
piece
can't
on.
see it. We can't see it, so it obviously exists.
Yeah, it's totally ad hoc.
What religion is that? Am I right?
I mean, it is a religion. I mean, quite honestly.
Crazy. Anyway, yeah, you got Fences to thank for converting me. I'm telling you, this lady knows her stuff when it comes to the shape of the Earth. I came in here. I was, me and Fences had a little kerfuffle in the beginning, but I think we've grown to become friends. And I tell you what, um, I think it was the video. It was the FE Core video, and I thought, there's no way that this video is going to convince me that the world is flat. I said, this is bullshit, and I watched the video, and then I came to the conclusion that there's no alternative, right? There's really no alternative. I mean, the only alternative would be that there is some magical refracting force, refracting light at exactly 8 inches per mile squared. That is the only other logical way that could happen is if the laser was bending, and that's illogical, right? So there's no other way.
Bending perfectly.
Perfectly. Every time. Geometrically perfectly.
And that's not even the only laser test. There's Flatlander laser tests. So they went to the Great Salt Lake, Salt Flats, and the longest one I think they did was 36 miles.
Which is a lot of drop, right? I mean, that's hundreds of feet of drop.
Yeah. Several hundred feet.
Yeah. Like, crazy.
And then they also, the day before, they did, it's like the same group of people, though they use different lasers. They increased the distance, so they went 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, and they got out to, I think, 32 miles, right? So they got it just, like you said, it would have to be bending perfectly, right? Perfectly to conform to the spherical Earth. Which is pretty ridiculous.
I'm trying to take it piece by piece at a time, though, Indio, because once you realize that the world isn't round, the whole system falls apart, right? And that's something that I'm really struggling with. Like, someone said to me the other day that the sky feels so close to me. And I was like, that makes me feel very claustrophobic. I don't like that thought. So I'm just trying to, like, contain my curiosity a little bit, because I think this could play with your psyche if you weren't careful, right?
Well, I
For sure.
mean, yeah, because people identity, it's part of their identity for some people.
Yeah. And I mean, it goes to show as well that it's been US domestic policy for decades now to basically just lie to your own citizens.
Well, it's the official policy.
The official policy of the US government, right?
Yeah, it's to lie to the public, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the official policy of
This
pretty
isn't
much every
speculative.
government.
They argued it. The case is called, fuck. What's that guy's name? I don't know. It was some terrorist freaking lawsuit. It's Aqaba versus whoever the freaking Attorney General of the United States was at the time. But Solicitor General Ted Olson argued, they argue when it goes to the Supreme Court, he argued on behalf of the government. And he said that the government, the United States government, has a right to lie to the public. And that is the official policy of the United States, to lie to the public when, you know, they want to.
That's terrifying, really, you know? Like, if they can
Yeah.
lie to you about what the shape of the Earth is, something as mundane as what the shape of the Earth is, something that would have no impact upon our lives, really, when you think about it, right? Or very minimal impact upon the majority of our lives. If they can lie to you about that, then what else can they lie to you about, right? Because they're not just lying to you at that point about the shape of the Earth. They're lying to you about the heliocentric system. They're lying to you about the atmosphere being its own container. They're lying to you about the vacuum of space. They're lying to you about the space station. They're lying to you about low Earth orbit. They're lying to you about Artemis 2. They're lying to you about the Apollo missions, which we all knew anyway. They were lying to you. You know, what the fuck is the reason for this? Like, why are you so bothered about us knowing about
Because they
system?
invent reality.
Yeah, it's like that, and it's
There's
like
reality then, but they invent reality. They invent a whole new reality.
someone
They've
said
been
this
doing
to
it.
me a couple of days back, that it's basically like they want to make you feel so small and insignificant, you know, like you're just a small little human on this big, massive, giant floating spear in the middle of an infinite universe. You know what I mean? Like, it's like to
Well,
make you feel
also,
small.
who's the highest moral authority if there's no God?
Mm-hmm.
That's a serious question. Who's the highest moral authority if there is no God?
Is it the government? I don't know.
You got it.
It has to be, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So why would the
interesting, really.
government produce? Why would the government endorse and promote an ideology which there can be no God, right? The Big Bang, evolution, infinite speck in the middle of nothing. You know, why not promote it? Because it gives them ultimate authority.
Yeah.
Now you're not worried about what's moral. You're worried about doing what's legal, which changes, right? Which can change whatever the authorities say it is. 20 minutes later, they can change their mind and say the exact opposite. It's legal.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas moral restrictions are they're usually based upon principles which are absolute and universal. They don't change. There isn't a line that goes through without shout not murder, and they're like, oh, thou shalt murder. Like, you know, they didn't like rewrite the 10 Commandments by scratching out items in it.
Yeah.
Are you any religious, Indio?
What do you mean? I don't practice a particular I'm Christian in the sense that Jesus is king, but I am not practicing in any church or anything like that.
Well,
Nice.
Jesus did say your body is a temple, right?
Mine, particularly? Yeah, of course.
Just, I
Mine
mean,
is a
everyone's
temple.
body, right? I think that worship comes from within. I don't think it comes from a building or an altar or a specific priest or pastor. Worship comes from within yourself. You are your own church, really, you know. In the end of
Well, the
times, the
Christian
churches
faith
can't be
is
trusted.
Christian faith is unlike any other one.
Mm.
At first glance, like to say someone that's an atheist or maybe uneducated, at first glance, it might just like all the other religions, the flying spaghetti monster. No, it's quite different. Doesn't make like the claims of Christianity make completely different claims than any other religion.
Yeah.
No other religion says God incarnated as a human being and came to earth, died, defeated death, was resurrected.
And was witnessed to have done so, right?
Yeah.
By documented hundreds of eyewitnesses.
More people than claim to have seen the earth from space.
Yeah, yeah, for real. Yeah. That's interesting, right?
That's what I find funny about Cobra's like, what about all the pictures? Like, okay, what pictures wouldn't you believe? NASA don't lie. Like, okay, if NASA showed you Jesus walking on water, would you believe it? No, right? They won't believe that. So, you know, they don't actually have a standard from which you're like evaluating the photographs because they're only skeptical of video when it's video that they don't like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that goes back to it's all an ideology.
But to go to the lying thing, people lying, it's like, I don't happen to believe there's a bunch of people lying. I think the vast majority of the people promoting the globe don't know. They believe it, but they don't actually know. So they're not lying. They believe it 100% that they're telling the truth. They're
Mm-hmm.
just
Yeah,
wrong.
a little bit like Muslims, right?
Yeah.
I
They
don't know
think
about
that the
that.
prophet.
I'm just saying, do you think Donald Trump knows the earth is flat or a globe?
It's like a religion. Uh,
Or the vice president or any member of Congress or any random freaking policeman or scientist, or they don't know, because like this is one of the questions we ask. I've asked physicists, okay, how do you know the earth is a globe? Not how you think somebody else knows it. Tell me how you know it. And it's always comes up tits. They only believe it because they think somebody else believes it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just this endless chain of,
because somebody smarter than them knows it, right? They've proven it.
It's all in a appeal to
magic
authority.
science guy. There's a magic science guy somewhere that proved it. They don't know who he is, what his name is. They don't know how he did it.
This
But
omnibenevolent, all-loving, omniscient, all-knowing, right? Like all-great
yes,
guy, scientist. This
completely ethical character
all-powerful.
that would never lie, that would
Yeah,
never make shit up, that has no human failings or any motivations beyond I'm just finding the truth. Have you ever noticed that that's something that people in modern day, I think less now because of the pandemic, but before the pandemic, they paint scientists as moral characters, right? As if they're beyond just being scientists. They're like priests, right? They're not
Yeah.
just scientists, but because they're scientists, they're moral characters. And they don't lie, they don't cheat, they don't steal, they don't have biases, they don't have agendas, they don't have anything like that. They're just about the truth. That idea, like I said, after the pandemic, it isn't as much, but that idea was very pervasive before the pandemic.
Totally.
Why would they lie? They're not lying. They don't know the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to plenty of, a lot of us in here, we've talked to plenty of scientists, plenty of people in academia.
guys, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna go now.
I have wondered, like how much of NASA really does know the truth and the actual. I mean, they should have pictures.
Who has access to the truth?
Yeah, I guess like as a thought experiment, what percent of NASA would know, and how many, like, because they have to be lying to some people. They're lying to everybody else, but internally, somebody has to know, you know?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know who internally would know. I mean, depends on their compartmentalization level and what their job task is and stuff like that.
Who was the
Mhm.
guy at NASA that Planetae Veritas called? I'm gonna post a link, but I can't remember who it was.
The
I thought that was really
director of Hubble.
yeah.
Deputy mission director of the Hubble program.
Yeah, I'll put
Was
that
he-
link in the side chat.
Was he the guy that said real good engineering?
No, that's Don Pettit.
Okay.
So there's a flat earther, Robert Bizzano. He just went and started just like calling extensions at NASA.
Okay.
And it took him, I don't know, I think he went through like 10, 20 people, extensions. Like nobody was there. Nobody was answering like all these, which is suspicious in and of itself. And you call an organization, you got the extensions, and it's just like nobody's answering the phone.
Yeah.
Like, does anybody even work there? He did eventually get the deputy director for the Hubble Space Program, who'd been working on the Hubble program for 30 years,
Mhm.
and said he had never seen the Hubble telescope.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, who even knows what it looks like? And then,
Apparently working there ain't enough. Working in the program isn't enough.
yeah, the director of the program. So yeah, everybody. I don't know. There's a hierarchy, and not enough
Well,
people
I
are.
mean, I was a kid when they started with the Hubble thing.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't remember that the mirror was broke and that they had to make a whole new mirror. And the first mirror, I don't know, dude, it was like, I could have swore it was like $1 billion or something. So then they had to make a new mirror. And then they sent it up with that. And then that was broken too. And now
Really?
they have, quote unquote, they had to go up in another mission and stick not a corrective computer some type of computer system that would correct the optics so that they could actually see whatever it is they said they were seeing. So basically every Hubble generated image is computer generated.
Ran through a system of whatever.
It's just a blur if they don't. It's just a blur.
And then even then they edit it afterwards. I've seen those too.
Yeah, it's all post-process. Like the Himawari that they talk about, like Himawari, you can't. They have okay, so there's the raw data, and then they have to take that and then run it through some post-processing algorithm. So then you have that's the second order data. Nobody's allowed to see those two. Academics can see the third level, which is another layer of post-processing. But what they show people on their websites is fourth level post-processing. So we're talking computer goop, computer goop, computer goop, computer goop, just piled on top of each other.
There has to be something there, though. I mean, not necessarily with satellites, because they claim deep space pictures, and that all has to be the computer goop. But pictures from Earth into space, there's some pretty cool stuff that you can see. Those are fun.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying there isn't cool stuff in the sky. There certainly is, but they just stuck in their stories, man. That's the Crab Nebula. That was a gaseous supernova that happened, 4 million years ago. Blah blah blah. They have no way to know any of that. Just
Yeah.
storytelling.
It's as good as a comic book at the end of the day.
It's funny, man. Like, because you often hear from Gobers like, explain this, explain that. Okay, for what? Explain anything. I saw a video today. It said, why all space, galactic space civilizations fail in explanation. So this guy, his video, he explains why. Like, we're talking about science fiction,
Yeah.
right? So you have these galactic civilizations in all the science fiction, and they all end up failing for one reason or another. And this guy made a whole video explaining it. So it must be true because he explained it.
It must be true because it's in the video.
Yeah, he had a good explanation for it. So, and unless you come up with an alternate explanation, his explanation's true.
Right.
That's how they act, dude. It's so but that goes to show you the mentality of like some of the people you're dealing with. They're I can only align to religion, right? That they have a story in their head about the way the world is, and you need an alternate story. And the criteria for them to believe that alternate story is like, do the other scientists believe it? Is it in the textbook? Does it align with my, what I already believed in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, one of the things you want to, like, I'm sure you've seen it, right? Atheists on YouTube or wherever, or
Oh yeah.
one of these social media things say, show me evidence of God. Okay. First thing I ask them, what would qualify as evidence of God? What do you accept? And it's always something empirical, right? I want God in a jar. I want God in a test tube. I want God, like, you know what I mean? It would
Mhm.
be some empiricist worldview of how you would prove God. Well, not you can prove things non-empirically. God's supernatural. He's not the natural world. You prove things about the natural world empirically. You don't prove the existence of supernatural with empiricism.
Mhm.
But that's their standard. That's the only thing that they think that's their standard of truth. Empirical evidence.
And there is even that famous atheist, I forget his name now, but he was like, there is no evidence that could convince me God exists. Which at some point that's your allegiance to the belief that there isn't God, rather than your allegiance to a truth, or a truth. When there isn't any evidence, you just have an idea at that point, and nobody can say otherwise.
Yeah, I mean they're just as religious as any other person.
I was
the
kind of
thing,
yeah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, so their standard of empiricism, which yes, I'm only accepting empirical evidence as the standard of evidence which determines truth. But that statement, empirical evidence which determines truth, cannot be proven empirically. Itself, logic cannot be proven empirically. There's a whole bunch of things which can't be proven empirically from looking into nature and seeing some phenomenon. There's lots of things that can't be proven empirically that have to be proven through other methods, like logic or reason. Right? That's the only way they can be proven. They can't be proven because they don't exist in nature. Right? Ideas. 1 + 1 = 2. That can't be proven like empirically. You can't go like, okay, let's travel the world to find where 1 + 1 = 2. No, these are transcendental categories. They exist in minds. They don't exist in nature, right? So like their own standard, what they think is proof, they can't justify with their own standard. It's a snake that eats its own tail every time. But they want that one free one. That's what they, that's the material atheists. They always want their one free miracle.
Yeah, it's how life happens, or how life began, or how the world came together.
Yeah, the Big Bang, something from nothing.
Yep.
Just give me one free miracle.
India, not to sidetrack too much there, but couldn't help but point it out there. Did you see AI's image, or AI Arden's image at 2:39 your time in the voice stream text chat?
2:39. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, what the hell is that?
I think he grabbed mine at 2:15. He's
That
just
is great.
fucking.
I'm gonna turn that into a fatality.
That's funny.
You guys are a freaking trip, bro.
Mhm. That's you mentioned earlier, Indio, about the stories. Like you have to, they live by the story, and that's they're stuck in it. I've also heard somewhere that you have to interpret the world through a story for it to make sense, which I guess I'm grappling with. I'm kind of throwing out the idea there.
Yeah, I mean, you always have a fundamental paradigm about. You always have a foundation, basic principles from which you. It's funny you brought that up too. So it's how do you determine what is the truth in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
Now, how people do that, they have to assume some things. It's unavoidable. You have to assume that knowledge is possible, that things actually exist.
Yeah.
The truth is an actual thing that you can actually find, right? So you have to assume a bunch of things, even start on that journey. Now, like I said, the empiricists, the modern empiricists, though they haven't thought it through very far, is they start with, well, if you can do an experiment and the experiment's replicable over and over again, or by other people, then that's true. Now I agree with that, but they go beyond that. They think their explanation of that empirical event is the truth, not the actual event itself. This is a common thing that they do, where the explanation. I'll give you an example. Eclipse. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
During a solar eclipse, the moon goes in front of the sun. That's what they'll say. That's the explanation, though. That's not an accurate description of what's observed, because you can't see the moon during a solar eclipse. It's a new moon. New moons or solar eclipses only happen during new moons. No one has ever seen the moon go in front of the sun.
Yeah, I think that's pretty
the
interesting.
explanation for what you see. That's their explanation, but it's not an accurate description of what they see.
Mm-hmm.
The moon is missing. So this is what I'm talking about. Yes, there is an empirical event, but they swapped their explanation for the empirical event, how and why it happens, and they think their explanation is the true thing and not the event itself.
Yeah.
And it just like snowballs from there. It just grows and grows and grows and grows, and then you get some, someone in here, calling us retards, talking about like, don't you guys know anything? Gravity pulls everything to the center of the Earth, and the moon orbits and causes tides, and all these stories, right?
Right, they're all made
But
up
all
by
those are
the
explanations, right? They're explanations, supposedly, of phenomenon that was observed. The
Yeah.
phenomenon is the true thing. The explanation is not the true thing. That's the
Yeah, that makes sense.
interpretation of it. They have a very hard time distinguishing that. And that's what I mean by paradigm of how do you figure out what the truth is? They just like I would just say most Globers don't even know how to figure out what truth is in the first place. They don't know how to even delineate it. Because typically, I hate to say this, but their idea of figuring out what the truth is actually magic science guy.
Yeah. They have the
Well,
story spoon fed to them. This is the
I like
explanation for XYZ.
I like the other one they use too is you can't prove anything. There's no way to prove anything.
The brain in the jar. Oh my God. Yeah. They go to the they'll look. It's funny. I call it blowing up reality. If they can't have their globe, they're just gonna blow it all up. Like, I can't prove it's a globe. Well, fuck you. We can't prove anything. I could be a brain in a jar. Yeah, that's where they go. That's when like the cult craziness comes out.
Yeah, it's sort of a big flat Earth, paradigm is okay. I can actually prove something. I can know something. Wow, what a discovery to be able to know something. So I've been living in a world full of lies. Like I didn't know anything, but now I know something.
I kind of mentioned earlier how I was I had to accept a lot of things that didn't necessarily have explanations, but I knew were true. And a lot of that was about Christianity, religion. Like we don't know exactly what life is, but it's observable. I mean, we're alive right now, but you know how God creates life is a mystery to anyone but Himself.
Yeah, I had a guy once say to me, I won't believe in flat Earth until I can see the underside of the Earth. What's under the Earth?
Yeah, that's funny.
Like, but you measured the surface flat, right? Yeah, but I don't know what's underneath it, so I'm not believing.
Yeah. What was I saying? How do you know it's
Christianity.
true? Yeah. A lot of that, I guess I can speak for myself only here, but a lot of that is because I have God as a baseline, That is the thing that is um improvable. Not immovable. Yeah. Um but when you have that as a baseline, you can know that you can know things for certain. You know that God made everything with a purpose, and you can have that certainty as a baseline when you are doing these experiments and trying to figure out what is true. And then if you don't, you do have to assume that you can know things, and that's an assumption as the baseline. An assumption as your baseline of belief isn't too strong, in my opinion. But I'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work to reevaluate all that has been proposed with the idea and what part of it can be proven, what can't, what you can prove. What it's pretty easy to see that they didn't falsify any of their claims, right? Like, yeah, how'd you do that? Oh no, it was just done. Wait, how? Yeah. But yeah, then you get stuck, debunking the lies and finding the truth are two very different pursuits. Some people find it very hard to see through that they're lying. It's like, no, they can't be lying about everything. Well, have you checked everything?
Yeah, the Globers' biggest problem is they don't use the same rigorous demand for evidence for their globe.
Yeah, no rigor for sure. Still hearing about Coriolis effects and pendulums and all this nonsense.
Still hearing about ships disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, I like that one. Ships disappear bottom up. Well, on a ball, they wouldn't disappear bottom up. Why are you using that?
Ships wouldn't disappear bottom up on a globe.
No, they wouldn't. Yeah, there's a geometric aspect to it, right?
Yeah.
Well, put a toy car on a big ball. Understand how that actually works. You know, the butt or the bottom would be up in the air as it's going over the curve, right? The rear of the ship, if it's going, directly away from you.
Yeah. I can. But that'd be a relatively small change, other than how do I want to word it? It would still disappear bottom up, right? I guess that's my point.
No, it wouldn't, because the geometric would affect the way you saw it. The bottom of the boat would be up in the air.
Hey guys, just really quickly, I just want to tell you, I just verified Quispium. He's been here before, and he has some good questions. So when the room opens up, just welcome him in.
Yeah.
I mean, as a form of perspective, how we see everything is going to rise to eye level, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, you could say you're losing information from the bottom, and you're losing information from the top, and you're losing information from the sides, but that doesn't mean that it's disappearing bottom up on a curve. You're changing the angle of the boat.
Right.
That would be
But
evident.
it would still be the curve would still be would be lowering the boat across the drop.
No.
So on
Lift
a globe, it
at the geometric horizon, the boat would be lifted at its highest point.
oh, okay. I think I see what you're saying. And that's the tangent to the viewer. Is that right?
Yeah.
Be
And
lifted.
you see the one test they never do with boats going over the horizon is no one has ever put a retroreflector on the hull of the ship, wait for the hull to disappear, and then shoot a laser at that retroreflector.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think there's enough pictures. Oh, what is it? Like the um, oil rigs. I think those are pretty good pictures that demonstrate the same idea. But I guess you're talking about putting a moving reflector out onto the ocean. It'd be a little different.
Yeah, because to see if it was Earth curvature getting away, the laser would never reach the retroreflector.
Yeah.
See, they can't seem to understand that mirages happen everywhere, and that the hull of the ship is actually being obstructed by a mirage.
Mm-hmm.
Visually, it disappears, but not functionally doesn't disappear.
Not behind the physical curve.
Yeah. And even something as simple as standard ocean conditions, most of the time you can't see further than 12 nautical miles because the ocean conditions prevent it from happening. You're getting too much ocean vapor in the air, and it just won't allow you to see further than 12 nautical miles.
That's cool.
Well, that's really dependent on location, right?
Yeah, it's generally accepted in most places with where it's warm, where you get warmth and you get water evaporating from the oceans.
Yeah, so sort of, closer to the equator, the more dramatic this effect is, and then it lessens as you go north or south.
Because most people, when they take photos and videos of ships, don't do it in the middle of wintertime because it's too cold. They tend to do it in spring, summer, and fall when it's warmer. And I haven't found a video of anybody showing a ship disappearing over the horizon somewhere where the sun is right above them at the zenith. Like the one fellow took he goes, oh look, he shows one boat that was anchored and then another boat behind it that was sailing by. He said, see, it's going over the horizon. But then I looked at the time of the video. He took the video like 10 minutes before sunset. So the sun was extremely low in the sky. It's like, well, of course you're not going to get good reflections if the sun is that low in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of cherry pick the conditions.
Well, it was fun chatting for a little bit, but I think I'll be on my way. Well, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, see you later.
Understood. Yeah, that was a given. Okay, it's a bit of a different. It's a bit of a tangential issue to what I brought up. I'm sorry, I can't speak this morning. Sorry to interject. I thought I'd throw
No,
that in
that's
there.
all right.
It was a recent thing that sounded like it was pertinent, but maybe not. Forgive me.
Testing the periphery, the extreme edges would be really cool. But we're not allowed to, it seems. Well, I have misgivings about all of that stuff as well. Like, there's a lot of breadcrumbs that point us to we look underneath the North Star or under the southern polar point. Just
Oh, and by the way, where are my manners? Good morning, everybody. Continue
evening,
on, sorry.
good night, hello.
And you're so Canadian.
Can't forget my manners, bro.
Good morning, dude.
Like, they're really, it's almost two different questions in the end. It's been a constant battle, understanding of the world where people have tried over and over again to marry what's going on in the sky, how the ground is laid out. That's caused all sorts of problems for everyone. I guess I've been lucky in life that I've spent quite a lot of time both north of the equator and south of the equator. And I've paid attention to how things appear. So some of the worst ideas in flat Earth kind of bounced off me fairly quickly.
Yeah, like the observations that you have south of the equator. When looking south, besides seeing a fixed point in the sky around which things appear to arc, stars, you have the implication of celestial navigation when the Southern Cross is below Sigma Octantis. And when examining that observation due south, whereas somebody in Chile can do the same, as you are in Australia.
You got to turn your own beliefs about the world into a pretzel to kind of accept the tortured dome. Like, the implications of it are that, I heard this early on when I first got into this topic, the idea that the stars must actually be, if I'm looking south, stars aren't going to form an arc, but they're really, moving east to west around me. Linear, like, how to describe it? It's so absurd. But I mean, that would be a consequence. And they have to make these atmospheric foam simulation models to marry these two ideas. Just falling down a long trodden path. It's just absurd. It's not how reality presents itself to us. I don't know. But a lot of pushback and to talk about it. It's Yeah. Fire thumb. Seems QE is doing a treatment on Indio.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah, what the heck? I thought Kiwi and India were cool.
Apparently not. And this is his maybe third treatment of Indio.
Damn. What the heck? Did he ever do one on you?
Yep. Not too aggressively or in depth, but yeah. He's got a raging hate boner for DJ though.
How many has he done on DJ?
I don't know, 5 or 6.
Oh shit!
I mean, yeah, I don't know actually. I'm just throwing numbers out, but he seems to be devoting a lot of individual, unique, one-on-one time. And you know, it's more the same crap. Where you know there might be 5 minutes of a clip, and they take 4 hours to analyze it because they pause every other word to run semantical questions through their panel.
What does he even have on his panel? I mean, I'm guessing it's just what, him and Adam?
Yeah, and Brian's Lodge. No, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I mean, they've all since the split with Nathan. I don't know. I haven't been tracking.
I couldn't imagine Brian going with Kiwi. I thought he was with Nathan. It's interesting. I've been keeping up since the whole book thing, so.
All just turns into drama, doesn't it?
It's like a bunch of high school stuff, yeah.
I basically just see like titles of videos roll past, and every now and again I'll recognize names. It's like just.
Maybe I'll get good enough one of these days so you can make a video about me too.
Like a rite of passage.
Yo, 20 Cups, you made a video on you yet?
Hey, what was that?
Has Kiwi made a video about you yet?
I think so.
Oh shit, actually.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he calls you 20 fuck ups.
Oh, damn.
It was actually pretty funny. But this was a long time ago. I didn't even watch it, dude. I think Yoda, you pointed it out to me like what, a year ago?
Has it been that long? Maybe so.
Fuck. So yeah.
What the hell, dude? I feel left out now.
I'll just say the word refraction a bunch of times and then see what happens.
I don't really talk to anybody about refraction. I normally talk
Yeah,
about space pictures and
that's the trigger word.
Yeah.
it's a topic that's been needlessly overcomplicated, and to really dig into it requires such a level of knowledge. It's abused by everyone, and I don't think it's.
20
such a painful topic.
Sorry, dude, I'm just laughing. 20 fuck ups. That's actually really good. I appreciate DJ taking on that thing there. Talks about the light optical phenomena a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's been mentioned before that it's like a topic that it's like fucking taboo or something. You know, you can't use the word without like digging yourself into a Snell's law hole, according to some people.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, DJ's taking that on, and he's done a great job, I think.
And more power to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I got a call. If anybody is talking to me, I apologize.
Yeah, I'm neither here nor there at the moment too, so.
No problem. Yeah, lads, I was just laughing. Like 20 fuck ups was actually pretty good.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Was refraction calling?
Huh?
You know what's crazy? I bet he doesn't even have one on me.
Who knows, dude? Who's got time to sift through fucking hours of him just ranting and raving?
Yeah, he needs an editor.
Watched him at like 8 times speed or something.
That's even an option.
It's painful to get anything of value out of it. Needs an editor.
You can save his video at 4 times speed and then watch that video at 2 times speed. Oh yeah, dude.
There's something really corrosive discussion that so much of it happens in recorded Discord rooms. Like everyone's, I don't know. When people have an audience, they behave differently. I wonder how far this topic could get if everyone would just like be in the same room, not scream incoherently at each other. Actually just discuss things. Maybe I'm an optimist.
I feel like the conversation is a little bit more calm when there's a YouTube bot in here. Normally when I'm in this room by myself and there's no bots in here, it's crazy.
I mean, we do get those types of conversations from time to time. And, you know, when they happen, they tend to be longer form. And I don't know, man, I can appreciate them too. You know, I don't know. Some people might enjoy the excitement of, you know, the yelling, screaming, and the drama and shit like that.
Oh, that's me.
I'll admit, I mean, yeah, no, I get what you mean, dude. Like, there's a bit of a thrill to it, but it gets tiring, bro. You know, like, lots. You were there yesterday with Dylan. I think most of you guys know Dylan. I don't know, dude. Time flew in that conversation. I think I went like 3.5 hours, 4 hours. Now, granted, I didn't really get anywhere because a lot of it was kind of going in circles, trying to, that the point is made and all that stuff. But it was still more or less a fluid conversation in terms of the actual dialogue, whether or not it was material or not, right? Man, that's up to him. But yeah,
That
they're
was
few
pretty
and far
funny.
between, and it's like, okay, great.
I'm not trying to be that guy, but is this a real flat Earth channel?
Yeah, dude.
This is an
No, you've been
unreal
punked,
flat
bro.
Earth channel.
No, you've been punked, bro.
All
Oh
channels are flat
shit!
Earth
Oh
channels.
shit!
These are
Where's
like
the
the
camera?
realest.
Yeah.
Well, we actually do have YouTube bots in here too, but yeah, these are the realest flat earthers you're ever gonna meet.
Okay, some guy called me a globie the other day.
Yeah, globies. We could be flatties.
The globies and the flatties.
Yeah, dude.
Did it hurt your feelings when you were called a globie?
Yeah, no, I was starting to like get defensive. I was like, no. Or actually I was like, yes, but I was like I don't know. Just not the way you said it, like the way you said it.
Sounds like a slur when some people say it.
It's like a globie, like fuck no. I'm a rationalist.
Wait, are you a glober then?
Yeah, I am.
Is
Why is that?
sea level curved?
Is sea level curved? I guess.
Weird. Do you know of any?
I think the general like the maps we have like don't show the right distribution.
Well, we know what drawings look like, but like drawings tend to not match reality.
Wait, so why are you still a glober?
Why am I still a glober?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
I don't know. I feel ridiculous. Like if I'm sorry to appeal to like that, but I would just feel ridiculous. Like if I found out, you know what I mean? I'd feel ridiculous. But on the other, like if I just switched just because like something in my gut was telling me, I
What
would
the heck?
need like
Does
like
it scare
fucking
you that
I would need like
idea
the
that
president. I would need like Trump to come out and say it or something.
so you need someone authoritative to tell you what to do?
Tell me what to think. Yeah. If my teacher told me that we lived on a flat Earth, yeah, I would probably believe it.
It's
We
scary
have
out there
flat
thinking for
earthers.
yourself.
We have flat earthers that are teachers if you want them to tell you.
Flat Earth teacher. I never had a flat Earth teacher, but I had teachers that didn't believe in global warming.
You need a globe for global warming.
Sure, planar warning. I was talking about this the other day.
You may have had flat Earth teachers. They just probably cared about their career, so they couldn't tell you about it.
I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I feel like they would be sweating all the time. Like a science teacher or something. Like that topic comes up and then they just like start fucking sweating. They're like, I feel like they would fuck up eventually and they would tell you how they really feel.
You get used to it.
I guess, yeah.
Pretty strange for when you first stop believing in the globe. But after that,
How old were you when you switched? So I'm sure you weren't born a flat earther.
Mid 30s.
30s.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
Yeah.
It's never too late.
Okay.
Maybe 80 years old and find out that the Earth is flat. It's all right.
In 80.
And then you can also be 10. It's fine.
10. Yeah, there's like an infinite amount of ages that you could be.
Well, not infinite. We definitely have lifespans.
Yeah, it'd be like
No
infinite divided by 2 because you can't be negative. Does
no
infinite
negative.
count negative?
There's all
Pretty
sorts
sure
of
it does.
There's all sorts of infinities.
Yeah,
Look at this set
that's what
theory.
that's what I was thinking. Like different infinities, you know.
No, our lifespans are finite. That's for sure.
Yeah, man, I don't know what to tell you. It's the only reason that you don't want to look into flat Earth stuff is because you don't want to feel ridiculous. And,
Can't take yourself so seriously.
yeah, you gotta grow some thicker skin.
Yeah,
Be
let go of the
stronger.
ego. The ego is gonna fuck with you, man.
Ego thing, some psychological. I don't know. I don't think. I mean, I get what you're saying. I just doesn't have to be some like, oh, I'm not stout of mind or something. I need to be more, you know.
Accepting that you've been tricked is difficult for a lot of people.
Sorry, I missed what you said.
Just accepting that you've been tricked. You've been led into a belief that there's no basis. It's difficult for people to accept that they could be fooled.
Yeah, I agree.
You want to know something weird? When I first came to Flat Earth and I was just like looking into it, right? Well, I wasn't even a Flat Earther yet. I was like, could they have lied about this? And then it dawned on me, like, if there was one thing that whoever the powers that be could lie about and get away with it, it would be this, because you know the Earth is too big to see curvature. So you know it's flat. You're just choosing to believe what somebody else tells you.
The real red pill is realizing that it wasn't most of the people you would think are tricking you just believe it. There's very little actual trickery going on. It's just like a mass delusion. There's a whole bunch of, let's call them logical, sensible inferences made after a really absurd one. I mean, they started this absurd assumption that the Earth is a sphere, and they built on top of it with a whole bunch of stuff that is, you know, reasonably logical. The base assumption is wrong. It kind of ruins the whole.
When did they start saying that?
Saying what? That the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, when did they start saying that?
In what sense? Like, you can find ancient Greeks talking about spheres being perfect shapes, and that would be the ideal thing.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard they did like some shadow test or something.
That's Eratosthenes. He starts by assuming the ground is curved, then measuring angles. And that would work. It would be a perfectly fine method if the ground was actually curved, but not. So, not really measuring what he thinks he's measuring. If it even actually happened, it's one of those apocryphal kind of stories.
Yeah, yeah.
It enters the history books at some point. There's not really any good evidence that the guy even ever did any of that, or even existed, to be honest. Yeah, you can trace these ideas back to a few places, but Pythagorean schools and...
When was the first like major flat Earth person.
If you look through, like, a lot of this is cosmology and religion. You can go look at any ancient religion, all of them are flat Earth. They all have
Okay.
a flat Earth cosmology. Ancient
Okay.
Hindu, Jewish,
I didn't know that.
Zoroastrian. It's the idea. I mean, really, the Catholic Church, it seems like it was the Catholic Church that really started pushing the idea that the Earth is a sphere. Kind of.
Something worth pointing out. Just wanted to say something worth pointing out about the ancient religions. All these ancient religions and cultures all spoke different languages, yet they all knew.
What the hell happened
Yet
there?
they all knew that the
Yeah,
Earth
it
was
sounded
enclosed
violent.
in flat.
All these ancient religions were not communicating with each other about their cosmologies, but they all managed to land on very similar ideas about the ground being horizontal plane. It is just the base assumption, is what everyone observes. Like, no human has left their cave, looked around and gone, oh, this ground is very curvy. It just doesn't happen. The idea really started getting pushed in earnest, say, some ways by the spreading of celestial navigation as a technology for navigating the Earth. Not that old, really. 300 odd years. You can read through books on it, they're basically manuals on how to do it. And over time, they add more and more globe stuff into the process. It's a long tail. Untangling it all is you could spend years of your life trying to get to grips with the entire story.
Hey, Yoder, I found your message you sent me about the QE thing. It was in October, so not a year.
Okay.
Yeah, feels like it though. Yeah. Anyway, thought to correct the record.
I leave. Who was talking before?
Who dat?
Who was the Globy who was in here? Did he leave?
I think so. The cartoon character guy? Yeah. Oh shit! It's a low tracked. Endless. Get him.
Hmm?
Okay.
It's Lautrec, the guy who was in here before.
No, it's a different guy.
Okay. Is to have been around a fair bit.
Yeah, I think so.
In,
I don't think he's ever mic'd up though. He just chat bad games.
Fair enough.
We got Spanish in the house.
What up, boys?
Good morning. Good morning.
Hola.
Good afternoon, bro. How you doing?
Not too bad.
What are you guys
Endless.
speaking about? What is the topic?
I'm just talking about endless. Talking to endless. Kind of. I guess he's new around here, dude. I don't think
I'm a return person who was around a lot before.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, quasi OG.
I guess
Good shit.
5-6 years. I was in 24/7 a lot.
Yeah. How is in these days? Like, how does it change? Like, your point of view into that, and how you want to know more about it? Because it can be in a toxic way, you know. This can be a hole for a lot of people.
Yeah, I kind of bounced out for a while, but I've chat with Yoda about stuff in the background a fair bit. Just not so much that I lost interest. I lost interest in the discourse, but the topic itself is continuously fascinating.
You guys think like flat Earth theory is the middle of the universe?
I think the ground is the ground. The sky is the sky.
You think the Earth is flat, but you think space is a thing?
No.
Right.
Well, I mean, I know there's lights above me in the sky, in the night sky.
You believe in the firmament?
No, not really.
No.
No real reason to. What would I need that for?
You believe the human beings have left what we believe is the atmosphere or containment?
Containment from what?
Like, do you think the human beings have supposedly been to the space? What is the space called?
They've been straight up off the surface, perpendicular.
We have a problem because I defend that the human beings have never left the containment that we live at. Actually, the human being wants to break it, and I have proofs of those two claims.
Yeah.
Do you want me to show you?
I don't think we've been to the moon. I'll say
I'm
that
not saying
much.
the moon. Obviously, we didn't went to. So you don't believe in our mission, right?
No, not really.
So how can you believe that the human beings have been to the space? You see,
Depends what you mean
it's hard.
by that.
I mean, like, I believe the missions that they send to the space outside of our wall, outside our.
I don't think there's an endless void above us. I don't think there's a giant vacuum.
I don't think it's a space.
Yeah.
I believe I'm a Christian person, but before being Christian again, brother, I was a flat earther. I am a flat earther. But I think flat earths teach you great things. You know, like we are the middle of the universe. The sun and the moon are local. Even the Egyptians, they knew about geometry of sunlight, so they knew the sun was local, even it was their god. So when you see these scientific things, we could say like in an empirical way, you have to check up as well the political and the treatments. Because the political and the treatments, you can check it out, there's events that shows you that they want to break the containment, that we live inside of something. We live inside of a containment. So when I join normally to speak with flat earthers, I don't want to speak about the non-curvature because it's clear that is no curvature. I want to speak what is above, what is outside, as we know.
So my issue with this domes and containment is I don't think there's anything we need to be contained from. The implication
Well,
of a
you haven't.
dome is that there's something outside.
Don't you
I
see
don't know if
the?
there's what the limits are in any direction, or if they even
Don't you
exist.
see the archaeological evidence of, for example, how many domes there is among the history, among the countries, among the lands,
I
with
mean,
symbolism
well,
that those
different
symbols they are used in
religions,
these days in the dollar bill, for example?
cosmologies, there's stories about the sky. There's all the religions try and tell you stories about the heavens.
It's the history about what we live, how are we made, from where we come from. Flat Earth says that we are the middle of the universe, so we are made by a
Like,
creator. So if there's a flat Earth who says that there's no
me,
creator, he's gonna be wrong.
to me, all Flat Earth says is that reality is existing on a horizontal topological plane. I don't know if there's what the limits, if limits even exist in any direction, not up, not down, not out. I can't prove any of that.
Any of a creation, of a creator,
I mean, we
sorry.
definitely live in a creation. I mean, I was agnostic before I became a flat earther. We're definitely living in a creation.
Well,
Trying to
agnosticism
define,
and
trying to
flat
def-
earther. Well, flat Earth and agnosticism makes sense each other, because agnostics they believe that there's a creator, but they don't know.
I mean, there's different varieties of agnosticism. When
Yes, there is.
I was on the stance that the question was unanswerable.
I see.
That was my position.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
The question's interesting but unanswerable. But I'm definitely on the
For example,
theist side now.
do you believe there was a flood, like the Bible says, like a universal flood?
I think there's definitely evidence for it. Scale and scope of it, is, I guess, open to question.
But
like, I'm at this point, I'm more inclined to believe in Nephilim than I am in dinosaurs. I'll say
Nephilim? Biblical texts speaks about Nephilim.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I'm not a Christian at this point.
I know. But before, I'm born as a Roman Catholic, I'm born as a Roman Catholic, but after I was like an agnostic, you feel me?
Yeah.
So I was interested as well about Nephilim. When you are interested into the earth, into flat earth or in general, you are interested into these things as well, because it comes up by like...
These ideas get fed to you like giant trees and all sorts of things.
Yeah, I defend as well. Great point that before they were giant trees, and those giant trees, have been cut off and petrified. The only way to petrify something by nature, all right, is that it is a percent of oxygen, all right, and that there is under the ground. Under the
low
ground.
oxygen environment. Yeah.
So this is outside of the ground. This is on the, it's not in the this means that it was something on like who think that, you know what I mean? Like something who, like the flood, you know what I mean? So giant trees being petrified and in these days being mountains. How do we explain this to the humanity?
It's a fun idea, but again,
It is. There's an island in Portugal.
About it
You know Cristiano Ronaldo, the player, right? He comes from an island called Madeira. I'm Spanish. I'm not Portuguese, but it's not far from my language. Madeira in Portuguese means wood, which in my language is Madeira. Madeira. It's not far. So you go there and you only see like rocks and shit. Those rocks those rocks are wood petrified.
Yeah, it definitely.
And if you go to the Americas, to the States, oh my god, in the States as well, there's hella places like you can check it out. It's like that.
I mean, problem with all of this stuff. Any historical accounts or?
We sent 11 minutes. We sent Katy Perry 11 minutes to the space.
Went up, came back
Why
down.
not?
Yeah, sounds fun. Roller coaster.
Katy Perry, bro. Yeah. What is next, bro? The wife of Charlie Kirk?
She's already
Insane.
in space, that lady.
Insane.
Yeah, it's all a show. All a show.
Any idea what petrified things? What do you mean, Alaska?
Yeah. Any idea what happened to you said the trees got petrified. They turned into
Yep.
a stone,
Yep.
a rock solid stone or something like that. Any idea
Yep.
what's the cause of that happening?
There's a few answers about the cause, but the most strongful one is that there was a flood. The universal flood that biblical text speaks about. But that flood wasn't like normal water. That's the point. Because when the Bible speaks about it, it says like they were the deepest, like from the deepest fountains from the heaven, and the on the sky there were windows open. There were open windows, sorry, that it was water coming out from. So the text says that there wasn't like rain from clouds. You understand? It wasn't like a rain from clouds like we see in these days. That's the point of it. But there's different interpretations, of course.
Have you ever played the video game Portal?
Which one?
Portal?
Maybe you've typed it like this, Portal.
GLaDOS. Portal.
I don't know. Wow,
like,
what up with that game? Portal.
Like you have
Portal.
a gun and you can make different portals and you can step from one
Yes,
side out to
yes.
the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't play, but I know which game is it.
Yeah.
It's been criticized though.
When
that,
they talk
right?
about holes opening up in the firmament, allow the waters above to flow into reality.
Yeah, it's like,
are they literal
I put that
portals
it's
to
like a
another?
groundbreaking first-person puzzle, right? It's like there's puzzles and shit.
Yeah. It's holes in the
Yes.
firmament that allow the waters above to come in.
Yeah, that's interdimensional portals on flat surface.
Are they literal holes in the firmament, or are they? The thing is, I think as you get to the periphery of this, let's call it physical reality we exist in, I think the rules get a bit strange, and so we're using language to describe the heavens doesn't really align with what's actually going on.
First, if you want to speak about into Bible, for example, when we speak about the Bible, the Bible is not written by God, but in the Bible, there's different people who wrote in the Bible and from different
Inspired
times.
word. Yeah. I get that,
So I'm an objective person, I understand that for someone it's hard to believe that someone rose again from the dead. All of it, there's no problem. I understand as the reality that we have in these days. But when we speak about the Bible, bro, like there were different people who wrote it or write about, and the verses that come from different times, like for example, there's the New Testament and the Old Testament, and in the New Testament there's the resurrection of Christ. When you read the New Testament, it makes sense as well the Old Testament. When you read it, like what in the Old Testament is typed and what in the New Testament is typed and into theological and ideas. Of course, there's different interpretations. That's why there is Orthodox, there is Catholics, there is Protestants, Jehovah Witnesses, inside of Christianity. But I think it's important to know about religion. I didn't know when I started in Flat Earth, I wasn't into religion, but more I was into Flat Earth, more I finished by looking at religion, bro.
That happened to many of us. No question.
Yes, I can imagine. Because it's normal. We want to know where we come from, how the earth it is, what is behind death, everything, bro. It's normal. But even the people, the people, endless, we spoke about Jesus, the disciples, the apostles, they weren't getting anything from. It's the opposite. They were taking the lands from the wife, the kids, the money, the work, everything, bro. It wasn't like, for example, like Muslims, or it's different. That's why you have to know about history. You have into this role, you have to be based in history, you have to be based in religion, you have to be based in politics as well, into geopolitics as well, and treatments and shit. You know, because now if a guy comes, a political guy who doesn't know history at all, right, comes and says, yeah, flat Earth, yeah, this is a joke, bro. Look at the NASA recordings. This proves that this, he's gonna be blind into reality. The goal of it, of having that speechless and that debate, is not to convert him or something. It's to show him why I believe on that. And if I show him why I believe on that with a different reality that he have, that is limited, he doesn't agree. He doesn't gonna agree with you, and he doesn't gonna have a great taste after the debate. So he's gonna have some hate against flat earthers, or against Christians, or against whatever. That's why it's important to do it with love, you know, Endless. Religion, flat earth, politics, whatever.
Bible warns of being too much of this world, right? Being worldly.
Yeah.
Caught up in a bunch of craziness. Just saying the way we talk about what's above us.
Yeah, above us, below.
Yeah, right. But
you know,
like,
I study marine biology, bro.
when people
Deeper
talk
you go in
about
the ocean, with these creatures you see.
I talked to an airline pilot the other day, and he said the Earth is round.
Yeah. What do you expect? To tell you the truth, like they study flat Earth physics and shit? What do you expect, bro? It's not like in the 90s or in the 2000s, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane, bro. They are dishonest, but yeah, what you can do?
Everyone's
people
lying.
see what they want to see.
Yep.
Why is everyone lying? That sucks.
Most people aren't lying. Most people believe what they're saying.
Oh, they're like
just wrong.
Yeah, yeah. Useful idiots, I think that's what they call them.
Yeah, just wrong.
Well, don't forget, when you created the education system, how many of you guys agree, you flat earthers, boys? You agree that you think that the world is ruled by families? Or you guys think the world is ruled by governments?
Talking 13 bloodlines?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a flat earther, you know, but I believe the world is ruled by families. So I'm a flat
I think they're a
belief.
fair way up the pyramid, that's for sure.
Well, all of the flat earthers, we don't believe in the same thing, of course, because we have different knowledge. We agree into the model of the earth, but that's not everything. You know what I mean? I think the death, if there's a creator or not, what is after the death, what we should follow, I think it's important. It's very important. I agree that when they manipulate the shape of the earth into thinking how it is, it's important that they do that because you give limitation. When you give limitation, it's like you know everything, so where you wanna go?
The whole heliocentric religion is nihilistic. It's about demoralizing people.
Do you know what is crazy, bro?
In all senses of the word.
Endless. Do you know what is crazy? And I don't want to be hypocrite with this, you know. NASA. I don't believe in NASA.
I wouldn't
you
say
know,
science.
obviously.
Science is not a religion.
No, but
heliocentrism is a cosmology.
heliocentric model
it's
is a
definitely
faith.
got aspects of religion about it.
Aspects of faith, that is true.
You can draw all sorts of parallels.
I wouldn't say religion. I would say faith. And yeah, it's hard to speak about this as empirical if it's a religion or not, but it's faith on it, like the model. Like you need to believe that. But actually, you know, NASA says that this is not concerning you guys, but me, yes, because I'm Christian. But NASA says that the day of the resurrection of Christ, the biblical text says at the hour that Jesus was crucified and that it was an eclipse. And NASA says that at that day, at that time that says the scripture, is true that it was an eclipse. You know? So like Christians who speaks with atheists that believes in NASA, they use these things. But me, you know, I don't want to be hypocrite. I don't gonna use it for example, against you into Christianity if you are a spherical model believer, not you, boys, of course. But it's hard, bro. Like this is sinking in a lot of ways, bro. Why can I see Venus at daytime? Do you know? That contradicts the solar system. Why the American government they send an atomic bomb into the ionosphere, which is the supposedly last atmosphere between our sky and the space?
Hey.
Why there is our project in these days in Alaska?
They actually do that?
I'm telling you, they want to destroy the containment. They want to
Yeah.
create like a flood, brother. Like the flood happened, like from the skies. They want to do that.
This is the point I was trying to make before. This idea that this concept of containment kind of implies that there's something beyond, something physical beyond this area that we're in.
Well, physics proves
there
that
is-
we
if
live
there is-
inside of a containment.
If there is no
The gas
right,
pressure
no, hang
proves
on,
it.
hang on. No. If there is no vacuum to be concerned about, if the vacuum doesn't exist, what are you being contained from? What is
Well,
the
that's the
boundaries?
point. Yes, I
what
agree. I
is-
agree. Don't worry.
What are the
Yeah.
boundaries of reality, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's the point that I told you. What I want to speak with flat earthers, bro. Not the non-curvature. I want to speak what is behind the firmament. I agree with you. If we're inside of something, I agree. Don't worry.
We have access to is the surface. We can do physical tests and measurements of the surface. We can be definitive about curvature. We can't be definitive about
Where's
the bounds of reality.
Where's the curvature
right?
science?
The measurement of the ground.
Where is it?
That's a good question.
I know flat earthers talk a lot of talk, but they never chalk up the evidence.
I mean, we do constantly. Have you ever looked at any of the laser tests?
Oh, yeah, you guys post a YouTube video. That's not evidence.
Who's shaving?
Spanish. Oh, I thought it was Twonger.
What up?
Spanish, what the hell you doing, man? I muted the wrong guy and he left.
Which guy you muted?
Twonger. I thought he was making the buzzing sound. What are you doing? Shaving your balls?
Nope. I'm shaving my beer, bro. What the heck, bro?
Maybe mute while you're doing that.
Yeah, my bad, bro.
Where is the science of the flat? This topic is frustrating because you have to break down people's. you gotta teach them how to think before you can teach them what's going on. So trapped in a cage of language, misunderstanding. It's hard to know where to start. There's the science of the curvature. How do you unpack that sentence in a sensible way? Say laser tests to measure the surface, and he says, "Oh, YouTube videos." Reductive? Oh well. point I was trying to make about talking about containment and permanence being basically, it begs the question of a void that's beyond reality that we're being protected from. What if there just isn't any extra reality? You know, like, what are the boundaries and limits of this creation that we're in? If things are let in to this creation, like flood, for instance, hypothetically, where is that water coming from? What is that water? Like, I really got to confront the question of the supernatural at a certain point, if you want to think about this stuff. We're all very programmed to think about things in a materialistic way. I just don't think it helps you at a certain point. So if you want to start talking about cosmology and what's beyond, you're going to have to get your head around the language. That's why it's probably better just to talk about what's physically in front of us and testable. Like, you know, expanses of water. At least it's concrete. At least it's something you can touch.
Good morning.
Evening.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
I gotta go to work.
Yes.
Once you realize the world is flat, that means you don't have to go to work, right? Isn't that what they keep saying to me?
I wish.
I'm taking Thursday off.
Good for you.
Those days are for the flatties.
Gotta help Globers all day.
Movies are put here by God to test us.
Love is patient, love is kind, love is patient, love is kind.
Good to laugh. take off, everyone. Have a good night or day or whatever.
Have a
Yes.
good one, bro.
What the fuck is everyone muted?
Hello and welcome.
Goodbye.
Got him.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. All of you on the beautiful flat Earth. Jin CBR1 once again in here, just to rock your world. I hope you're all having a good time. Yeah? You're not having a good time then, huh?
An esteemed gentleman, Jin CBR.
Okay. So now, whilst we've got a quiet moment here and we're waiting for the Globers to come in, unless Let's or Lots, whatever his name is, wants to say something, we're going to discuss something that I was talking about yesterday, and there might have been some misconceptions and misunderstandings and confusion, okay? So let me just make one or two notes so I don't make any wrong statements here. Okay, we're going to be talking about Galileo and his memorable gravity dropped experiment that he conducted back in 1859, or was it 1892? Something like that. No, the dates are wrong. 1589 and 1592, between that time, okay? Don't know the exact date because it's not giving it to me here, okay? So 1589 to 1592. Between that time, Galileo was performing this gravity drop test where he drops two objects of different weights and he drops them and they land at the same time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thus proving gravity, exists because gravity is pulling everything to the same rate to the floor. Yeah. Well, the modern version of that would be back in November 2014, and we have Brian Cox and what's his name, the BBC, and they're at the NASA Space Center in Ohio, which has the largest vacuum chamber on Earth, and it can put a vacuum to 10 to the minus 6 torr. Okay, and they dropped the famous bowling ball. It's meant to be a bowling ball and a feather, but what we witnessed was a bowling ball and a bunch of feathers. There's a discrepancy right there. And then and they dropped to the floor at the same time in the vacuum chamber. Okay, what my gripe is, and I'm sure my fellow fat uppers would agree, the gripe is what they're trying to tell us is that objects of different weights basically weigh the same in a vacuum. So they're going to drop at the same rate. But that's not true, is it? Because when we weigh these objects in the atmos, in the air that we breathe, you can clearly see the heavier one heavier than the lighter one. Then you put it in the vacuum chamber and you weigh, and again you see that the heavier one weighs more than the lighter one, even in a vacuum. So how then can they fall at the same rate? We're saying that the heavier object has more inertial mass, more drop potential, fast drop potential. Okay, that's what we mean by inertial mass. Its ability to fall through the air is going to be faster than the lighter one. So our main gripe is that the drop height that Galileo from the top of the Tower of Pisa. So that Tower of Pisa isn't a sufficient enough height to determine whether the objects will land at the same height. It's not high enough because the objects, especially the heavier one, isn't able to reach its maximum drop velocity. Okay? So what we're saying is that if you shorten the drop height, then the objects will appear to land at the same time. Okay?
Yeah.
And that's what they did in the BBC. Yeah, go ahead. Any comments?
I was just going to say that their mechanism for causation is a baseless assertion to begin with.
Thank you. There we are. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. It is. Gravity has never been proven in this sense. So it is a baseless assertion. Thank you. But this is what Galileo demonstrated and performed. Objects of different weights landing at the same time. They still do that today in the Tower of Pisa, by the way. Still doing that today. They're doing that still. Conducting that and saying that gravity exists. But it's not true, ladies and gentlemen, because the heavier object will always land on the floor first, hit the ground first, whether in the air that we breathe, the Earth's atmo, or in a vacuum. Okay, it's been proven. If you go to the channel called Peter and Pete, and look up for the gravity drop test, objects falling tests, falling objects test. Yeah, they've got about 7 of those videos that they've done for themselves to demonstrate that, you know, objects of different weights drop at different rates, and then objects of similar shape and size and weight land at the same time. Okay, yeah, in a vacuum or in the Earth's air. They proved all that. Okay, so Galileo did not prove gravity, and objects of different weights will always land at different rates. They will never land at the same time unless they're similar in weight and in shape. Yeah. Right. That's the misconception that people might have got from me yesterday, because I was trying to get that out. But because of all the chaos and the noise and the silly buffoonery that goes on, my explanation gets tangled up with a lot of mess. And then I end up looking like I don't know what I'm talking about, but I know exactly what I'm talking about. And I have the material to back it up. Okay. Now, I did mention the Twin Towers. I would like to see a vacuum chamber the size of the Twin Towers. Okay, 110-story high. Then my opponent was asking me why that high. Well, because when you have a tower a vacuum tower that large, it's clear for everybody to see and witness which one is going to drop down first. You know, because you can see it and you can video it for yourself and watch that beautiful phenomena, the spectacle of the heavy object leaving the lighter one behind. You know, obviously I haven't seen that because I've only seen that in a 2-meter tube scaled down, but I'd like to scale that up. And then there's a tower, I think, in Germany called the Bremer Tower or something like this in Germany. Okay. And it fires up the objects up into the air, and then they start to measure it when it's coming back down. Fine, but I think it's over-engineered, is what I think. There's a lot of faff going on. I just want to see 2 objects drop. That's it. I don't want all this engineering that we don't need, you know. And it's easier to make a tube that tall, 110 floors. It'd be easier than constructing the Ohio State vacuum chamber for all the money that costs. I'm just talking of a simple tube, big enough to hold certain objects like a bowling ball and a feather. Let's construct that tube made of the thickest plastic we can get it, because we're going to pull a vacuum, you see. And then you have the vacuum pump at the bottom, under the ground, pull it and drop the objects. Simple, right? Very
Yeah, I've
simple
got a lot to
engineering.
say about that.
Go ahead.
I got a whole bunch to say about it, but
go ahead.
I won't say anything for now.
Okay. Mike is yours. I mean, you're here. Why not? Huh. Well, you know, the mic is here, so you may speak if you want.
I appreciate it, but I'll hold off for now.
Okay, well, that's fine. You can hold up. I shall carry on, and you know, that's my request, because we can definitely make engineer the tube, because here in Japan they have the world's largest aquarium, and what the Japanese have done, they've reclaimed the sea. They built the aquarium into the ocean, so when you're actually in the aquarium, you're actually walking in the ocean, but you're in a glass shielding. So that technology exists. So we can use that same technology to create this tower. Okay, right? And then we can begin to measure, pull a vacuum and see what happens, right? It's easy to do. This should have been done a long time ago. The reason why it's not being done is because they're hiding the fact they're protecting their version of gravity. Because what I put forward would dispel the idea of gravity like this, you know, because it's natural law that the heavier object will always land first because it has the most inertial mass. It wants to push through the atmosphere quickly. It wants to drop down as fast as it possibly can. The lighter objects don't have that oomph. Okay, they don't have that inertial mass. That's why the heavy object always lands first in Earth's air or in a vacuum chamber. And of course, the difference between the two would be the duration of time it takes to drop to the ground. Obviously, it's going to be quicker in the vacuum because there's no air there. So the object's going to be able to fall faster. That little bit more. Negligible, but it's going to be there. Measurable. Okay? All right. So, yeah, objects of different weights do not land at the same time unless you have shortened the drop height. Then you can fool everybody in objects dropping the same rate. But when you allow for the maximum drop velocity of both objects, then we're at the initial release stage, they're going to look level pegging at first, and then eventually the heavier one is going to leave it behind. That's what always happens. Much the same as a young high school student sprinter versus a fully grown Olympic champion sprinter. You'll have them at the line. The gun will be fired. Pow! They'll start off together, won't they? A few paces together, and then suddenly the Olympic champion will begin to leave the high school student behind. One, this high school student is not fully grown. The Olympic champion is fully grown and well trained and at its peak, at his peak. You see, same thing. That's what happens with the objects. You drop them, they look level pegging, and then suddenly the bigger one starts to leave it behind the heavier one. That's what always happens. Okay, so the Galileo gravity drop experiment was a piece of deception, okay, because the height of the Tower of Pisa isn't high enough to determine which one's going to land first. It's not high enough. The objects they seem to have land at the same time because the height isn't sufficient to allow the objects to reach their maximum drop velocity. Okay, that's it. That's all I've got to say there. I hope everybody understands. Doesn't prove gravity. Okay, but objects of different weights will always land at different rates. Objects of similar weight and dimensions will land at the same time, equally, in a vacuum and in Earth's air. Okay, and yeah, I'll put my results that I found in here. Side chat, and then that's that. Thank you very much, everybody. Any questions? Please fire away. Surely someone's got a question. Surely. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat of Discord on politics. If you have any questions related to the topic matter, please don't hesitate to ask your questions. My colleagues and I are here to answer your questions. Go ahead, and welcome to you.
Well, if gravity's a thing, how come the Leaning Tower of Pisa hasn't fallen over?
Yeah, you know why it hasn't fallen over? They've got a counterbalancing weight at the other, that underneath, haven't they? Yeah, a little bit of clever engineering going on there.
Yeah, they spent a lot of money trying to keep that thing from falling.
Yeah,
They had the
yeah,
counterbalance weights. They had cables. They did
yeah.
some underground digging to let it settle back the opposite way. I'm just surprised they haven't pumped like concrete underneath the other side to shore it up.
Yeah, yeah. Why don't they do that? Exactly. That'd be too obvious, you know, because they've got to keep that mystery of the Leaning Tower going, haven't they?
Well, yeah, they want the classical tilt to remain.
Yeah. Yeah, and 1589/1592, you know, all part of the Renaissance period, which I call the period of deception. So it's all there. Lots of secret knowledge there being kept and people being duped. Yeah, and removing of all the good knowledge. That's what was going on in the Renaissance. Yeah. Yeah, if you look in the side chat, I posted one from Pete and Pete, and you can always go to their channel from there and select more of their drop tests. They did about seven of those videos, 7 or 8. And the reason why was because in the comments, I think 1 or 2 characters were saying, well, this is not quite right. This is not quite right. Okay, we'll do it again just to be sure. They went the extra length to please those who were making certain comments. And yeah, that's why there were a few of them, to leave no one in any doubt. So their integrity is there being displayed. Pete and Pete. They're always worth a look because they do bring up, and they always say it's just our opinions, but you know, we let the facts speak for themselves. You know, have a look, and you can always replicate this for yourself if you want as well. You know, don't just take our word for it. I do like that approach. Yeah, I'll put this other one in there. It's called Falling Objects, Sealing the Deal. So that sounds like a final video, but it wasn't. But at the end of the day, that's what it was at the time. This is a good one as well. So I've given you 2 to get you started. Okay, there it is. And there you are. There you go. Uh-oh. This is the one that was always playing up. Okay, hang on. I've got to copy the link in this case. Okay, I shall copy the link instead then. All right. Copy the link. How boring. Yeah, no, it seems to not want to load. Yeah, I can't post this one. I don't know. Maybe they took it off. I can't post that one. I'll post the next one down then. It's okay. Bear that in mind. Can't use that one. Don't know why. Okay. Right, so in the side chat, there's two little videos from Peter and Pete. One's 38 minutes and so seconds. The other one is, I think, 12 minutes. Let me double check that quickly. There we go. Hang on. Sorry, yeah, 15 minutes, 16 minutes, yeah. 16 minutes video there for you to watch too. There you go. Good luck. And Peter made a statement that the Galileo experiment is suggesting that a feather and a bowling ball weighs the same, right? And then they said you'd have to be deranged to think that a bowling ball and a feather weigh the same. So the fact that they don't weigh the same, cannot then they fall through the air at the same rate in a vacuum? No, that wouldn't be possible. Of course, at the initial drop, they're going to be level pegging. But like I said, once you've allowed for the maximum drop velocity, especially for the heavier object, you're going to see the heavier object hit the ground first. Because a feather and a bowling ball have different inertial mass. That's it. And there has to be a positive and a negative advantage to being heavy and being light. Otherwise, what's the point then? What's the point of having something heavy when they fall through the air at the same rate? They weigh the same. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Right. So there has to be an advantage of having something heavy and a disadvantage at the same time, and then an advantage of having something light and a disadvantage of having something light. So yeah, they made a correct evaluation there. Objects of different weights do not weigh the same. So that stands to reason that they're going to fall through the air at a different rate, of course. And I've yet to see a very honest and legit, proper vacuum test. The ones that Peter and Pete do are good, but they're only 2 meters, but it's still sufficient enough because you scale it down and you do see it. What I want to see is a scaled up version that is not over engineered, just simple. Keep it simple. The less going on, the more that can be seen. So, massive tube made of the latest plastics, material that we can have. Let's get that done. Right. And that can be there forever because it's there as a, what's the word I'm looking for? As an exhibit for all people to see it whenever they want. And if children want to do their own experiments, they can. So it can be forever there. Much the same as all the observatories that are out there that publics can go and use whenever they want, provided the booking time is available, of course. But there you are. Okay? Yeah. They should have these vacuum tubes all over the place. Yeah. And the reason they don't have them because they're going to expose that we can't prove gravity and whatever Galileo said wasn't true and things like that. You see? That's why they don't have them. Yep. Hello and welcome to the server. You've reached the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on politics. Welcome to you. If you have any questions relating to the topic matter, the globe ball that doesn't exist, or the flat Earth truth, please ask your questions. And again, a warm welcome to you. You've made it this far. You may as well make your visit count. One question is all we're asking. If not, can you give us your best proof that the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid? Yeah. Or your best proof for its rotation, for example. Yeah. What proof do you have? Welcome to the individual that's just come in. You have reached the 24/7 Flat Earther discourse on politics. And if you do have any questions relating to the flat Earth or the heliocentric model that doesn't exist, or you have proof of curvature, please fire away. My colleagues and I are here to answer your questions. So if you have any questions or any queries, don't hesitate, and welcome to you again. I'm Jin CBR1, by the way.
Slow day, huh?
Hello, anyone in here think the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? Go ahead. Looks like that answer from the panel right now with the silence is a resounding no. Earth is not a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. Thank you.
Is it just me, or are the Globers on Reddit just ignorant fools?
Definitely not just you.
This guy's saying, well, GPS doesn't come from cell towers. He goes, get an SDR, which is a software-defined radio. Cheap USB ones sell for about $20. Use the software to tune the SDR to the main frequency used by GPS receivers. 1575.42 megahertz. Bring it near a cell tower to detect a very strong cell tower-based GPS signal. Fail. That's because cell towers don't use GPS frequencies.
Unbelievable.
This is the intelligence of Globers these days.
It's, you know, so much about this and other cases like it don't make sense. Like for you to get to the level of even knowing what a software defined radio is, and then to pretend to know about how to use it, and then fail so badly on everything else, it's just like, I don't know. How many people on the internet are just so full of shit? You know, posers.
Like a 2-minute search online would show you how tower triangulation works.
Yeah, I'm sure you can find like tables of frequencies of cell towers. There are entire cell tower maps that you can go visit.
Yeah, they even have apps on your phone that let you see what kind of signal you're getting from that tower, what your GPS signal is, and what the tower's location is, what it thinks you are located. It triangulates your position as well. It's like magic.
Speaking of which, for some reason, I just saw something that looked like an E3 Hawkeye with the radar dish on top just fly overhead, make a pass. I'm in South Central PA. What are they doing?
Yeah, and even if you look up A-GPS, which is assisted GPS, cell towers also actively speed up your phone's internal GPS through assisted GPS. Towers broadcast satellite orbital data directly to the phone via the cellular network. This allows your smartphone to acquire a precise satellite lock in seconds rather than minutes.
I wonder if that lock just constitutes taking the ephemeris data that is being rebroadcasted, because then you'll have the positioning data both now and into the future. So it's not doing an actual like direction finding acquisition. It's just doing a table lookup. It's like, you know, people using GPS think that, you know, when you first turn them on, and it takes like 20 minutes. I mean, some ungodly amount to get the thing synchronized. It's downloading and processing the ephemeris into the local receiver. This tells the receiver at what time where the satellites are expected to be. Without that, your GPS won't work. It's all very circular. And furthermore, the GPS signal is said to be enriched using ground tower data. Without it, your GPS is only as good as 1940s era LORAN. It's like, what, 60 meters resolution? 30 meters, something like that. And there are well over 1,000 towers all around the world that are used for the purpose of enriching GPS data.
They don't understand that GPS uses multiple signal paths, minimum of like 3 or 4 satellites. A single tower would be useless.
Yeah, there it goes again. Looks like an E3 Hawkeye. What the hell? Flying pretty slow. Probably just testing, but I guess if you want to go do something like that, you go to some semi-rural place. Do it either at night or in the middle of the day when nobody's around, because they're all in their offices. There's another plane too that is in the vicinity I see. Looks like a Beach King Air.
Yeah, the King Airs are nice airplanes.
Sure are.
Not your run-of-the-mill, Cessnas.
Yeah, the Army and the Navy like them too.
Yeah, they come pressurized and everything like that, so they can do up to 35,000 feet. Yeah, there was that movie that they did where the family goes on this trip and the pilot's flying a Beach King Air, and the pilot dies mid-flight. So the father there he was already in the second seat, and so he has to take over. And they try to make it look like he's having trouble controlling this aircraft. But if you look at the actual details, he's had over 50 hours in a Cessna, so he knows the basics of flight. He just needs to figure out where the controls are for this beach, you know.
Sounds like plug and play.
Yep. And so he did finally figure, with help from other people, figure out how to get it landed properly. Yeah, the King Air, because it only weighs 12,500 pounds maximum. You don't actually have to get any kind of type rating on it. You just need a multi-engine land certificate.
Don't tell me you grown men actually believe in this conspiracy, childish conspiracy theory. It's very sad.
What conspiracy is that? Oh, he's gone.
Why is a flat Earth VC even needed here? We all
Well,
know
they
the Earth
invited
isn't
us to
flat.
come here, so we came.
We all know the Earth isn't flat.
Oh, really? Really? How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, there's a special thing called common sense.
Really? So the common sense behind Earth's ancient civilizations that thought it was flat.
I think his stupidities are matched, mate. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, if it was common sense, why wasn't it so commonly understood to be a globe by basically all of Earth's history?
Well, it was.
Oh, really? Can you provide any information on that? I'd be curious.
My information is that you're knobhead.
And he's gone. Left on his own accord.
He used his common sense and left.
The previous guy thought flat Earth was a conspiracy theory. This guy thought it was just common sense the Earth was a globe. So, I mean, they're almost diametrically opposed, right? Because in one sense, he's saying that you need a conspiracy theory to convince people otherwise. Something so elaborate, right? Something that wouldn't rely on your common sense to debunk. Next guy comes in and says, oh, it's just common sense.
Yep. I look out across the ocean and I immediately think globe.
I look across the ocean and I immediately think, I'll be an astronaut someday.
Swimming is one of the requirements for being an astronaut.
As are building shelter in the woods and starting fires.
Couldn't they just do that as Boy Scouts?
Hey, you're back.
I'm gonna lick your testicles.
Why'd you do that, huh?
They taste like beans.
Oh, happy Pride Month.
My theory still stands, Dr. Yoder. I'm batting perfect.
How are you guys gonna feel when the first flat earther lands on the moon? That's what the fuck I thought. Just defeat. Nothing but defeat.
And he's gone. It's like 4 or 5 people just came by, started squawking and running.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, and welcome.
I'm a I'm a conspiracy theorist, and I've been joining some flat Earth calls and just listening to people, and it's something I'd like to hear more about. Could you convince me that the Earth is flat?
Nobody can convince you of anything but yourself. And for us, this topic, for 24/7 Flat Earth community, this topic is not a conspiracy theory. And we avoid conspiracy theory ideation.
Well, it is. It is a conspiracy theory.
Well, what's the conspiracy exactly? What are you alleging?
I don't know if it's flat or not. You believe it's flat.
No, the idea that the Earth is flat comes from observation and measurement.
But all of the measurements aren't done far enough for the curvature that is claimed to be shown.
How much curvature is there then?
I don't know. I've not done enough research, but I know for a fact that you haven't made the correct measurements according to what is stated for the curvature to be shown.
So you have no idea what the measurements entail, but you know
But
for
I can
sure that
Google
they
it. I
can't
can
be
Google it right
proper
now and tell
measurements.
you. I can Google it right now and tell you.
Yeah, you go ahead and do that.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Okay.
So is any flat earther here gonna actually no? No, didn't fucking think so. Didn't fucking think so.
Oh, it's my friend.
Well,
Hello.
well, naughty goo. Wait,
Naughty Jew.
you're from Doug's server?
Not long now.
All right, since it's quiet in here, I'm going to read an article. Title of the article is Why Gravity Cannot Compress a Gas, Kinetic and Thermodynamic Proof. So this section is on the reification fallacy of hydrostatics. In mainstream atmospheric physics, gas behavior is routinely misrepresented by a fundamental ontological error. The atmosphere is frequently described using the stack of blankets analogy, the assertion that the bottom layer of gas is compressed by the physical weight of the layers above it. This is a formal reification fallacy. It treats gas, a chaotic expansive system of elastic collisions moving at thousands of miles per hour, as if it were one solid structural load undergoing a continuum of mechanics. A gas is not a solid, nor does it behave like a liquid. Standard textbook physics conflates the static weight distributed over an area with the actual mechanism of gas pressure. If gas pressure were truly the result of gravitational weight, a column of heavy gas would exert significantly more pressure than a column of light gas. Empirical physics, however, demonstrates the exact opposite. To understand why the weight argument collapses, we have to look at Avogadro's law and kinetic molecular theory of ideal gases. Avogadro's law dictates that equal volumes of different gases at the same temperature, same pressure, contain the identical number of molecules. For example, a sealed container of hydrogen with an atomic mass of 1, a sealed container of argon with an atomic mass of 40, under identical thermal and volumetric conditions, will exert the same exact pressure. If gravitational weight were the driver of pressure, the argon system should exert 40 times the pressure of hydrogen. It does not. The reason lies in the true definition of gas pressure. It's not a downward mechanical force, but rather the isotropic, that means omnidirectional, bombardment of particles against a physical boundary. Pressure is proportional to the mass of the particles multiplied by their velocity squared. The great equalizer in this equation is not gravitational force, but temperature. Temperature is strictly a measure of average kinetic energy of a system. If two gases share the same temperature, their kinetic energies are equal. Consequently, a heavier particle must travel at a slower velocity. The velocity of a gas particle scales inversely with the square root of its mass. By substituting the velocity distribution back into our pressure proportionality, the mainstream gravity assumption mathematically vanishes. So insert some equations where the mass cancels out. The mass cancels out entirely as shown. The physical heaviness of the argon atom is mathematically perfectly negated by its kinetic sluggishness, just as the lightness of the hydrogen atom is perfectly compensated by its immense speed. Therefore, pressure has nothing to do with the physical weight of a particle in a gravitational field. Gas pressure is exclusively an emergent property of kinetic theory, kinetic energy, and physical containment, that is to say, temperature and volume. A common mainstream objection is to point to the barometric formula, noting that mass and gravity are present in the exponent. However, citing this equation as proof of downward weight is an epistemological misstep. The barometric formula is structurally derived from the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution. It therefore doesn't calculate a mechanical weight pressing down. It only describes a statistical probability gradient. The exponent is a ratio. The top term, mgh, represents gravitational potential energy, while the bottom term, RT or KT, represents thermokinetic energy. The equation merely describes the statistical balancing act between the energy of position and the energy of motion. Because we have already proven that the kinetic energy term inherently accounts for mass in the velocity distribution, gravity in this equation is not a compressive mechanical force. It merely describes the gradient of where gas molecules are most statistically probable to originate. Furthermore, empirical observation of the atmosphere falsifies the claim that gravity dictates molecular separation. From the surface up to roughly 100 kilometers, the region called the turbopause, the atmosphere exists as the homosphere, and in this region, turbulent mixing completely overpowers any theoretical gravitational separation, ensuring that the heavy gases and light gases are perfectly mixed. Gravity fails to structurally sort the gas. The ultimate thermodynamic test of gas pressure is free expansion. If you remove the physical boundaries of a container, the gas expands indefinitely. Mainstream cosmology posits that a pressurized atmospheric system exists adjacent to the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space without a physical lid, held back only by a gravitational potential well. However, thermodynamics strictly forbids this as a stable equilibrium. Even standard astrophysical models concede that without a physical boundary, the atmosphere perpetually bleeds into the vacuum via Jean's escape and hydrodynamic free expansion. A potential well merely slows the rate of expansion. It cannot act as a closed thermodynamic barrier. Gravity does not compress gas. Containers compress gas. Without a physical lid, a pressure gradient inevitably dissolves into the void. Therefore, atmospheric pressure is an undeniable hallmark of physical containment, not the crushing weight of gravity. Well, looks like our friend left. He said he was going to go Google Earth curvature measurements, and he stuck around and then left. I guess I can't say I'm surprised.
How's everybody doing today?
Chilling. How you doing?
Why is nobody talking?
Been pretty quiet all day, man. I mean, we've had Globers come in and squawk and run like they're prone to do.
Yep. Looks like Charmhole did that. But yeah, I noticed it's very dead today. Going to go live on TikTok shortly, just setting up a few more things. I figured since, you know, on Discord you can if it goes quiet, you can just sit here quiet and it's okay. But on TikTok, with me hosting and that kind of thing, I guess if it goes quiet, I need to have some stuff prepared. Putting together some in between stuff. I want to end up making it a little bit like a radio show. I like the way Mark Sargent does his Strange World, where he has a lot of I don't know what the right word is, interludes or something like that. A lot of intermissions with content, gives you a chance to reset, you know, get the next segment ready, that kind of thing, rather than just going live and just winging it. I'm going to try to make it a bit more structured if possible.
Yeah, and to that note, I think a regular schedule to keep up with allows people to start to predict when it's going to be on and even start to schedule their lives around it if they want to tune in live. So
yeah, that's a great idea. That's something I'll definitely do. I'll make it like a regular time schedule approximately. Great idea. But I tested the audio out, and I think I can cross or bridge the audio from Discord to TikTok, and then I can have the audio. What if I play a video through YouTube or Media Player or something like that? I can have it so the people on Discord can also hear it through my mic, plus the people on TikTok, and then try to work out so I can so they can I can bring up the Discord side chat. So basically, if we're talking to them and we want to post something, we're talking about, say, a particular observation, and we want to post it in our side chat, they'll be able to see it, and that kind of thing. And if they post something, then we'll be able to see it. Brother, who's this? Gabriel.
What's going on there?
And not much, man. Just chilling at the moment. A quiet day.
You're
You?
a flat earther. You're a flat earther.
Yeah, so are you, bro. So are you.
No, fuck no.
Yeah, you are. Nobody has a choice about that. It's where you live.
No. Nope.
Yeah. It's a fact.
Nope.
Right? You just believe. You're a flat earther that believes that they live on a globe because that's what they got taught when they were little kids.
Why'd they teach us that then?
Well, that's what they got taught. That's what they got told to teach, right?
Why is that the standard?
Because that's what the standard became about 500 or 600 years ago when the Jesuits went around the world and indoctrinated everyone with their heliocentric propaganda.
Yeah, but you see, a globe Earth is more believable than a flat Earth.
Wow, this is how
You know
deep
that?
the indoctrination. No. It's actually the opposite of that, because everything that you experience is exactly what the flat earthers claim, and they've managed to trick you that everything that you experience is actually the opposite. When you see the flat water, they tell you it's curving. When you feel no motion, they tell you it's spinning at millions of miles per hour. All of these things, they've replaced your common sense with nonsense. and now you're desensitized to how ridiculous the globe is.
Yeah, and now because of the globe, we believe in space and black holes and all this stuff, huh?
Yeah, man, it rains diamonds on Uranus up there. That's what they
Yeah,
say. And people are just like, oh my God, it rains
crazy,
diamonds
right?
on my
Crazy.
anus. It's so amazing.
You believe in dinos?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I don't think that the whole story is correct, but I think there was some
Well, that doesn't
dinosaurs,
make
some
sense.
kind of. Yeah, so when they tell you like all of the details, they generally making a bunch of guesses, right? Like they'll find some mammoth bones or something like that, and they'll tell everyone they're mammoth bones, and they'll put them in these museums, and then 50 years later they'll be like, oh shit, well these were actually whale bones. Sorry guys. Or they'll find a fossil and they'll say, oh, this is this fish. This fish lived 50 million years ago and it says extinct now. And then someone will just find the fish in the ocean. It hasn't even changed at all. It's and they'll be like, oh, whoops. It's just kind of crazy, man. Like you should look into the history of whales. It's a freaking it's the greatest unintentional comedy satire that you've ever heard. Like whales were once in the water, and then they left the water and they became these like crocodile, fox, fish, wolf things, and they walked around for millions of years on the land, and then they went back into the water and became whales again at some stage. It's absolutely ridiculous when you actually go over it. And yeah, and nothing exploded and created everything.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty
All right, all right.
pretty interesting, bro. Well, all I'm saying, this is all I'm saying.
I respect your opinion, dude. That's fine.
You too, bro. You too, man. No hate whatsoever. You know, I'm just is sometimes we can't just blindly believe everything we get told. You know, I'm sure a lot of things are true that we get taught at school, and then when it comes to history, there's also a lot of guesswork and that kind of thing. And I just think it's important that people check things if they can check and think critically, just in case we're being misled, um, and that kind of thing. And when it comes to flat Earth, we can actually go out and test for the curvature pretty easily. And when we do that, it's not there.
Well, I'll get back to you on that one.
No worries, brother. I'm going to go on mute anyway. I appreciate the convo.
Yep, you take care, bro.
Yo, someone told me that dude was PD. Is that true?
No, didn't sound like him.
Yeah, that guy was yeah, that guy wasn't PD. He sounded similar.
Oh, okay, for sure.
Catho says it's Pride Month. That's why our detractors are busy.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
it's odd. It's completely normal going like on VC here, but I'm nervous about going on TikTok live for some reason. I guess because I'll be on video. But yeah, I don't know. Random.
I get it.
Your
Like
audience is going to be way bigger on there too.
sometimes for work, I have to talk to like a few hundred people on a call,
Oh
and I'm
shit.
like, yeah, why am I getting a little nervous? Like I do this every day on Discord and YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird. I don't know why. I guess after I go on a few times, it'll be normal. It'll seem normal. Have you got TikTok lats or what?
Yeah, you can send a link over whenever you go live. I'll hop on.
Yeah, first one's just going to be like a test run, make sure all the audio and everything works well. And I think I got it all set up properly now. Wow, so apparently I just got a tag in Earth Awakenings, and someone just tagged me and said QE just said you should be hung at 39 minutes 30 or so. Interesting. Just tell him I already am hung. Doesn't have to worry about that.
I love the Earth. What do y'all think about the Earth?
It's flat.
The Okay. Do you love the Earth though? That's why I'm asking. Not ask.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right.
Looks like Brian Cox is on a tour or something, on a rampage against flat earthers. Here's how to debunk flat Earth. One of the comments is pretty funny. Like, why are you teaching people how to debunk a flat Earth when you should just present your globe evidence? The tide is turning.
Exactly. It's the same reason why no one has won the Nobel Prize in Physics for their proof of gravity. I guess they just don't need that $1 million prize. Just being in physics makes you independently wealthy.
This is my first time doing a cloud backup with Synology's Hyper Backup. I got about 1.5 terabytes of data, and I am 5% done after 18 hours. Oh man, everything I've read online said to prepare for this, it could take a couple weeks for your first backup run. I'm like, what the hell? Are you serious? Basically writing to its own custom database, I guess. So
What's your upstream?
upstream is pretty good. I think it's about 800 megabits up because I got symmetrical up and down 800 both ways. So I think it's just the reading and writing that's difficult.
Yep. Yeah, because even when I want to upload a video to YouTube, I don't get more than 250 megabits. I think you have to be one of the bigger YouTube channels in order to get faster than that uploads.
My first few uploads with my channel were very slow, but it got faster. And I have to think it's because of that, because you get a bit more established. So you're probably right.
Because remember, people are uploading like a billion videos a day or something. You know, some ridiculous amount of videos.
Shout out to our YouTube streamers, Helio and Flatloid Wright. Guys are doing 12-hour chunks. I wonder how long it takes you guys to upload. On that note, I just wondered, I wonder if my Synology is capable of doing this. Setting up a live stream bot here and having it pass on to YouTube. I don't know. Never done anything like that before.
Right. Who joined?
Hi.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, have you heard that if you climb up to the Mount Everest, it gets actually colder when you're up there?
Yes. People freeze to death
So
up there.
if you climb even higher, it will get even colder, right?
Yes.
even though you're coming closer to the sun. So I think it proves that the sun is just an illusion. It has no effect really.
That's cute.
Yeah, what do you think?
The atmosphere matters.
The atmosphere, have you seen the atmosphere?
You know what I have seen with the telescope? Like all the celestial bodies that we can see are round.
They look round, yeah, maybe.
Like all the planets in our solar system, the sun, the moon, the stars. There's no like flat objects out there.
Doesn't
Yeah, flat
dictate what
objects,
this
but
kind of want.
You guys
yeah.
talk at the same time again? Would be nice.
Yes, we can. 3, 2, 1. They are flat.
It
No,
doesn't dictate what you're standing on.
What?
I was just saying, flat objects exist. Like more or less flat, but they exist, like a pancake.
Yeah, but like not in space.
That you know of, maybe.
We've observed a lot. You got like fucking space telescopes and shit. It's all around.
I mean, I've seen SpongeBob. Does it exist now?
No, like you can observe these things with a telescope in your backyard.
Can observe SpongeBob with just my eyes. In both cases, you're looking at an image, right?
Do you like assign no difference to looking at your window and looking at a painting?
Well, I mean, you say looking, it sounds as if you're like reaching out, and looking, but you
No,
just
no. Oh, it's a
receiving an
simple
image.
question. This is a
It's
simple
like upside
question.
down for your
If on your
telescope.
wall you have a painting and then next to your painting there's a window, do you think that those things have equal like epistemic value of like truth?
Depends on the paint and the window, I guess. What kind of window is it? Is it like a portal to another dimension?
No, it's an open window.
Yeah. Now, what is it you're asking? The epistemic value in me assessing their truth?
Yeah, like what's
Or what
the
are you asking?
like do you assign like the same level of truth to like a poster that's on your wall as to like what you see through an open window?
Yeah, they're like both physical objects made out of material stuff.
So if you were driving
Basically
in
the
your
same.
car, if you're driving in your car and there's like a picture of a truck on your phone that you looked at, but through your windshield is this open road, you'd slam on the brakes?
Would I? I mean, it can cause me to scare and then do that, of course. You're asking weird questions, man. Where is this leading? I don't really see the connection. What I told you is that when you look in your telescope, the one you mentioned yourself, you will see an image, sometimes upside down,
Yeah.
You're looking at
But
the
like
SpongeBob, it's also an image we're observing.
this isn't the room where you guys go, nothing is real and these observations don't matter. You guys are saying, hey, like the earth is flat. You're not saying we can't tell if the earth is flat or round. You're saying like the earth is flat. Right?
I haven't heard someone say that in a long time, actually.
Oh, so you guys don't actually think the earth is flat. You're just saying that you can't tell whether it's round or flat.
Well, I'm not a flat earther, but they just, hey, what's up? You want to chime in?
Yeah, they just say they know it because of measurements, because they measure long distances.
Hold on, bro. I can barely hear you. Let me like turn you up.
Yeah, he's a flat earther, man.
You hear me?
Only a little. The
Maybe
audio
I'm
quality is really bad.
weird. I don't know. Sound good in like private calls. Maybe I got turned down on serving.
Yeah, it sounds a bit off, man. Did you put it in your in the right place?
No, it's in the wrong place.
No, it's better.
And you see, they know is long distance measurements.
I guess my basic question was like, do you guys think that the Earth is flat, or are you guys just saying that we can't tell whether the Earth is round or flat?
Most flat earthers they don't like to play defense, so they will ask you about your worldview.
Yeah,
They
I'm
won't
just trying to
concede too
understand like
much
who
of
I'm
their own
talking to.
worldview.
Am I talking to people that are like,
Sure.
hey, the world is flat? Or am I talking to people that are like, we can't tell? And you saying round is wrong because we can't tell. And I can't say flat because you can't say round.
It's like
They're searching a
they
flat.
saying there is no curvature, you know.
So they're saying there
There is
is
no
no
physical curve.
curvature. They're saying, okay, so they're saying we can use these observations to prove there is no curvature. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Correct.
Yeah, they're saying
Correct.
all the observations we have to show like
Okay.
flatness.
So then, I mean, observations are important then.
No, that's what they conclude after assessing the observations.
Right.
So they will
So
look at
then
fake
the
pictures.
observation that when you go in your backyard with a telescope and everything in the sky, all the celestial objects we can see around, like that observation has some value, right?
But it doesn't prove anything. Just looking up.
Well, we are a celestial body. Like we are living on a rock that is in the same space as those celestial bodies, right?
That's your belief system. That's your ideology. But it's unproven.
Well,
yeah, bro.
I'm simply observing the sky.
Yeah, but you've only seen one side of the moon, man, right? And why is that? Because it only has one side. Can't be a sphere.
Ooh, wait. We see the effects of the other side of the moon, though. Like,
No,
and
it has only
also
one
there are
side, man.
images, right? I know you guys know images are just a fucking NASA, whatever, lies and all that kind of shit. But like, we do have images of the other side of the moon. I do believe there's another side of the moon. It makes sense that the moon is tidally locked, so that we observe only one side of it. But it is a round object. I mean, those things track.
I mean, this is from the school books, right? And you know who was responsible for publishing all the school books? Epstein's father-in-law.
Oh, wait, I can see the side chat now. Okay, hold on. Who is this clown?
Yeah.
Hi. The sky is
No,
not
bro.
the Earth, right? But the sky is space, right?
Yeah,
Beyond our
that's right.
atmosphere is space, and we see celestial objects in the sky, right, with telescopes. Yes.
Well, we've only seen one side of the moon. There may be, like, would you at least concede that it is possible that it only has one side?
Space is fake. So you think space is like a screen? We can and we do go there.
No, it's an object with only one side.
Are you saying that you can't?
You know, the moon is an object.
And
Yeah, well, I mean,
the
that's
sky is not like a screen, like
obvious.
the movie The Truman Show?
We objectify it.
Is that the question?
Yes. I got the flat earthers to actually concede that they don't believe in the flat earth, you know?
That's correct. It's not belief.
based off
So
of measurements. You're
we
right.
can use like focal length on telescopes to focus on different objects at different distances in the sky,
How do you know the
which
moon
would
is an object?
we can focus on it with a different focal length that we focus on other objects celestially in the sky, meaning that they are at different distances and it's not a screen.
Yeah, if you've never gone up there to verify what it is, how can you say
Stop
it's an
trying to look at the
object?
sky for evidence of the shape of the ground. It's foolish. How is it foolish? Categorically,
is
to
it
look at
foolish?
things that exist
Well,
within a
he's correct.
space and make assumptions about them, like in an equal manner. We do that all the time, you know? Like, you don't
Yeah,
expect
it
there to
doesn't
be
mean
a
that it's right.
full-size cow in your box of cereal, but, like, there could be an ant in there. That doesn't mean that the fucking box
The
isn't
hell kind of
filled with
analogy is
cereal.
That's a good analogy, actually.
no, dude? The analogy he's trying to make is everything he sees in the sky may or may not be balls. So then, therefore, the ground underneath his feet is a.
Yeah, that's
saying
basically his argument.
I'm saying it's less logical to draw the conclusion that it's flat than it is to draw that
Do you
it's
not
curved.
experience
It
the
looks flat.
Earth as flat and
Yeah,
motionless?
it is flat.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So do you not experience it as flat and motion?
Yeah, until I fly in a plane, and when I fly
And then
one
what?
direction, it's longer. Like there's time zone
What?
change. There's time zone change when you go from one
Yeah, because the
direction to the
light
other.
moves. Yeah, okay. So what does any of that have to do with the ball or a curve underneath your feet?
Ball spins.
Okay, how do you know that's not the sky moving?
Well, that's just perspective, I guess.
Yeah, it could be either or,
One
right?
could say that the sky moves.
Well, that's what you observe, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that observation with like a billion more observation, and they all make sense, together in like one worldview.
Cathos, when you say you have to prove curvature in the first instance, do you mean that you have to prove that something you see in the sky that appears curved is curved?
When you're talking about the ground underneath your feet, you can look up, right? Like if there's an ant living on a pool table, every time the ant looks,
The
does
globe
that mean
is
that the pool table
faith-based.
is
The globe
also
is
a
faith-based is
ball?
interesting because I think like flat requires more faith when you're able to observe other objects in the space that
Bro,
are
did
curved.
you hear my analogy?
No, sorry, what was it?
What's an ant on a pool table?
What about
That
an
every
ant
time
on
that
a
the
pool
ant looks
table?
up, yeah, every time the ant looks up, he sees balls. Does that mean that the table underneath the ant's feet is a ball?
I mean, if the ant were to travel around the entire object he lived on, he would realize that it is flat. And we, as humans, we've traveled all over this globe,
Okay, so
and
check
we
this
can
out. Can
reach
we
one
measure?
end from the other.
Can we measure the pool
Circumnavigation is
table?
like one of those things, right? You guys think the ice wall is what, around the entire edge of the flat disk? Something like that?
Wait, who said that?
I don't know. Like, I've seen models of flat Earth that are an ice wall around the edge of a flat disk. Is that what you guys believe?
No.
Oh, okay. Because I mean, I've seen like people say circumnavigation is bullshit because it's just like a
No,
circle
it's
that's
not bullshit.
essentially concentric with the.
It is just a circle. That's all it is. It's a circle around a center point, traveling east or west, getting back in the same spot that you once were at.
How about
You
this?
can do this on a flat surface.
Oh yeah, that's
Crazy, I
right. So
know.
I did ask Kathos. I did ask. I said I've seen that model. Is that what you guys? I did say that. But okay, another quick example or like question, I guess. When you are in the northern hemisphere, as I can I say latitude longitude without triggering you guys, or can I say hemisphere without triggering you guys? Basically, I'm talking about
Oh, that's
the
fine. Go
geological
ahead.
area that's like
It's okay.
designated
Go
that way,
ahead, dude.
not necessarily assuming your belief or conformity with
No, we're
that.
not babies, dude. It's okay.
Okay, so if you're in the northern hemisphere, you see the star Polaris, right?
Okay.
And then as you go further south,
what we globers call south. Polaris appears like lower in the sky until you get
Okay.
to the equator, as we call it, and then once you're below the equator, Polaris is no longer visible.
So are you saying this can only occur on a curving surface?
I am saying that tracks for a globe.
So can this only happen on a curving surface? Because
Cathos,
if
we're
not,
talking about
then
things. We're
does
we're
it be
talking
pretty
about
dumb to
things that
bring up to, right?
involve like celestial scale. Why are you not saying we can't use things like the stars to inform our observations?
All right, so I guess I'll ask for a third time. Can this phenomena only occur on a curving surface?
Yes.
Okay, so with perspective, if you were to place a sticker on your ceiling right above your head at your zenith, you can walk away from it on your flat floor and you're going to notice that it's dropping towards your apparent horizon.
Okay. But it
Yeah,
won't
that's on a
disappear.
flat
It won't
surface.
disappear and not to be visible.
It will disappear. If you walk far enough away from it, the angle's going to be too small for your eye to resolve.
Sorry, maybe a sticker, right? Like doesn't really track with the. Maybe we'll talk about a laser that's pointing at your eyes, perhaps stuck to my
Well,
ceiling.
laser's not going to pass through all that gas anyway, but I mean,
Well,
you would agree that
okay,
Polaris isn't a
an
laser
infinitely
either,
bright
right?
light.
Well, is Polaris an infinitely bright light?
It's bright enough. Sure, we could just say a light as bright as Polaris. We could just say that. I'm fine with that.
Okay, so do you not think that it can get lower in the sky, a bright light, when
Yeah,
you
yeah,
move
but
away from
it
it?
would get lower in the sky, but it wouldn't disappear. It wouldn't be invisible.
Yeah, the sun disappears over the flat surface measured.
I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about Polaris.
Yeah, the sun, like Polaris, is the same thing.
No, they are
Stars in the
totally
sky.
separate things. They're
Are they both
separate
not
distance.
stars?
There's totally separate distances from the Earth, which we can measure.
Okay, yeah, sure. Polaris will also disappear as well over the flat Earth that's been measured flat. So this
How is that
phenomena
possible?
obviously occurs
How
over
is
a
that
flat
possible?
surface.
How is it possible that a sticker in the ceiling or whatever would disappear if the Earth is flat and facing Polaris?
Yeah, so we'll have gas, right, between your eyes and a star for one, right?
Well, there's like let me do this Polaris time lapse. Maybe there's a GIF. Well, this is good enough. Boom. This is like a time lapse image, like a long shutter image with Polaris in the center.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you attribute the arcs to
The
when you
sky's
look at that
moving.
image? Okay. Well, I mean, you would say it was spinning? You would say it was spinning in a direction, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, right, Polaris then appears to be at the center of the spin, if you will, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, find another image, perhaps. Anyways, this sort of time lapse image, as you go further towards the equator, Polaris appears lower in the sky. So you see, like a smaller percentage of the lower half of the circle. And eventually, when you're below the equator, you don't see Polaris at all. And you can see the arcs meet the horizon, above the center point, which would be Polaris. With me?
Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, keep going, dude. Everyone's listening.
So Kathos, Polaris disappearing when you cross the equator is an observation that we could mathematically
Sorry,
describe
the equator's
as an
not a.
observer passing.
Hello,
Oh,
can you guys hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. I was just talking, so
Yeah, so
interrupted
you're
me.
the equator's not a line.
So what
The
I'm talking
equator is
about is
determined
latitude.
by.
Earlier I was saying, like,
Is
if I can
determined by
say northern
Polaris.
hemisphere, southern hemisphere, like in the globe model, and you guys understand like what geographic location I'm talking about, that's cool.
Yeah, but you don't
I'm
just
not trying to
cross the
trigger you
line.
guys by saying the words.
Yeah,
I would like to
you don't
refer
just.
to those particular areas, latitudes,
Oh,
longitudes, though.
Okay, so the equator is determined by Polaris, right? So it's not a line that you cross over and then Polaris disappears. You do realize that, right?
But those are actually equivalent statements, I think.
So you reckon you cross over a line and then it disappears? So it can, because, are you serious, dude?
It's no longer visible. I mean, disappears like it doesn't exist anymore.
All the time at the exact same place?
Depending on your altitude, sure. I'm talking about, I guess, at sea level.
So you're saying if you moved across the land south and then it disappeared, it would disappear at the same place every single time, right? Is that what you're saying?
At sea level, right? At the same tidal, or like sea level at the same tidal height kind of thing. Yeah.
You can just answer the question if you want to.
It's a little more complex than just yes. I wouldn't want to say yes and have you be like, ha ha ha, gotcha. If you're on a fucking mountain, then it's still going to be visible, which obviously is correct. So I'll be more, say like sea level.
Okay, all the time, at the same time.
Well, obviously you couldn't really see Polaris if it's daytime. I could go on, but you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, so mathematically, and I mean, if I just like cook this up in Blender, right, with a little object that was our observer, like an eye, we could recreate this phenomena very easily by putting the observer at the horizon of a globe. Just because, that is a very concise explanation and model that fits this, I think, is why it has a lot of gravity for me. Again, not trying to trigger you guys. Gravitas.
Why would that trigger people?
You guys don't like gravity, I hear.
Don't like gravity? Why not?
That its description. I've heard that like there's a lot of flat earthers that think that the disk is simply moving at a speed of 9.8 meters per second.
Who in here said that there was a disk?
I've seen a lot of flat earth models that are at disk.
Okay, I'll ask you again, who in here said that the Earth's a disk?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not strawmanning. Or I'd like not to be. I'd like not to be. I've seen all these things. They're very popular in flat earth arguments. So,
Yeah, okay. So I asked you a question. Who in here said that the Earth was a disk?
Well, here's what I said earlier. I was asking the question earlier.
Okay, who in here said that the Earth's a disk?
They said there's no curvature, which would mean that it is flat. And earlier I was saying...
So who in here said that it was a disk? Did anyone?
I think it was
you can
Lats.
say no one.
I think it was Lats, yeah.
Lats never said it was a disk.
He said it was flat. He said there was no curvature.
Yeah. Yeah. So why does flat have to be a disc?
Okay, so right. I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth. I
And no
apologize
one
if I
said.
said
No
disc when
one
I
said
meant
it.
flat. But what I was trying to
No
say
one said it was
earlier,
a
and I
disc,
was
right?
actually asking here, am I talking to people that think the Earth is flat, has no curvature, or am I talking to people that think there's no way to determine whether the Earth is round or flat? And you guys have basically said we think it's flat. We think there's no curvature.
No, not
So
think.
to
It
me,
measures. It measures flat. So,
okay. So you
yeah.
guys
So
are
when you measure over distance, there's no drop over that distance. So i.e. no curvature. So what they show you from space, claim space, can't be the case, right? Because otherwise you'd be able to measure it from down here on the ground.
That's an
You agree
interesting
with
GIF
that?
you posted, Quiet Noobs.
Hello, are you listening to me, or are you just
Yeah, you
one
guys
of
you
those?
said.
Are you a gamer or what?
Why does that change the conversation?
Because it means you can't concentrate
Really, you don't think gamers can
on
concentrate?
a conversation.
Well, I'm actually having a conversation with multiple people, and not all of them are just
No,
you.
you're
There's a
not. You're
bunch in
talking
the
to a.
there's a bunch in
Yeah,
the
you're
side
talking
chat
to
here.
text. Yeah, that's not talking.
Oh,
That's
your
text
friends here
chat.
aren't part of the conversation? Is that what you'd like to
Yes,
say?
but
Because they
that's
were
a
actually a little
text
upset I
chat.
wasn't looking at them earlier.
All right. So you would agree that if you measure something to have no drop over distance, i.e., no curvature, that it wouldn't be a sphere, right?
No, not at all. I would say that that is
No.
a
Okay.
small example on a much
So how many
larger object.
flat spots are on a sphere?
On a perfect sphere, none. But I would never say the Earth is a perfect sphere. My God, we have
Well,
hills, we have valleys, we have mountains, we have.
that's what your guy says though. He says, in comparison to the size of the Earth would be smoother than a cue ball.
Oh
Do you
yeah.
agree
Well, I
with
mean,
that
when you look
comment?
at like the average, yeah,
Well,
you're
now
talking
you
about Neil
agree
deGrasse
with it.
Tyson. I've heard that. Yeah. Basically, he's saying the variations in height when compared to the actual size of the Earth are relatively small.
Yeah, like plus or minus 8 miles, right?
Something like that. I don't know the exact numbers.
Yeah. So we're going to use it as a perfect sphere then, right? Can we?
No. I wouldn't say that because it's not.
No.
It's just like earlier when you were saying, like, are you sure at the exact same time you'd cross the equator and not see Polaris? No, there's a lot of minutia there. There's a lot of context there. It's like it's a little deeper than
now
that,
we're
right?
talking about. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree with that. But,
Yeah. Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said it was smoother than a cue ball. So is a cue ball smooth? Like, can we use that as a sphere? Is a cue ball a sphere? Perfect sphere? Like,
No, it's
close
not
to it, right?
perfect. The only thing that's
Yeah, I
perfectly
know.
a sphere is a fucking mathematical sphere.
Okay, awesome. So do you think it's close enough to a sphere that you can use a mathematical equation on it?
What was it, like fucking spheroid, right? Because we have spin on the axis, so it's a little bit fatter
Oh
in the
no, we're talking
center.
about sorry dude, we're talking about a cue ball.
Yeah. Oh, we're talking about just a cue ball. Okay. Well, I don't think this will really
I just
apply
wanna,
perfectly to the Earth, but
yeah,
it's closer than saying flat.
I just want to get some common ground here, right?
Sure.
So, yeah. So can you use a mathematical equation on a cue ball?
Can you use a math equation? I mean, we can use it on a mathematical sphere, or we could look at a cue ball and pretend it's a mathematical sphere.
Yeah, we can work out an arc, right? So you get the radius, and you can work out an arc distance. So over the distance of that ball, it's got a certain drop over distance, right?
Drop over distance. Are you saying like,
yeah, like
if you put it on a
slope-intercept
flat
formula.
surface,
Hello.
that there would be some
slope
height?
intercept formula. Don't pretend to be silly, right?
I'm not pretending to be silly. I just want to make sure I'm precise with my language.
Yeah, we're talking about an equation on a sphere, right? So you
What do
can
you mean
get
by
an
an
arc.
equation on a sphere?
Hey, I just told you. You can determine an arc from the size of that sphere, can't you?
Determine an arc from the size of the sphere. I mean, there's an infinite amount of arcs on a sphere.
Oh my god. Have you been putting up with this guy, Lats?
It might be easier if you draw what you were saying.
Draw. Can you picture a cue ball sitting on a billiard table, a pool table? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's a sphere, right?
Close enough.
All right. So you could, from that sphere, you could work out a radius.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So from that radius, can you work out how much that sphere is curving? Like an arc?
Well,
Can't you?
a sphere is perfectly curved, so any sphere would have the same curvature.
We're talking about the cue ball, right? What do you mean any
Right.
sphere would have the same curvature? You change the size of the sphere, it's got a different arc length. So it can't be. Are you okay, man?
What I'm saying is, a sphere is a
You're not
sphere.
saying anything. I'm talking. You're not saying anything. You're just
I'm
saying
answering your
things
questions, I
that
thought.
don't
You seem
mean
a little
anything.
standoffish. Are you doing all right, man?
Yeah, I am, because
Let's
you're
just
not
calm
answering my
down, man. We're just
questions.
having a
You're just
conversation. I'm not trying to
no,
be
I'm
heated.
fine, dude. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm on my way to work. I'm just
Okay,
trying to get
man.
a normal conversation out of you. Like, people don't talk like you in normal life.
If I was
They
talking about
answer
this sort of thing to someone, I
and they
absolutely
answer
would.
they answer directly, or they say, I don't know. You know what I
Oh,
mean? Like, if you're having a conversation with a mate or someone you just met, like, you don't speak like you're speaking now. Because he'd
no,
go, fuck, I'm not speaking to this retard. This is fucking hard work.
this seems like an attack, dude, and I'm not trying to be
It's not an
attacked. I'll be
attack.
honest
Just
with you.
talk to me like a normal person.
I'm talking to you like a person that's
You
trying to
don't
approach this
speak,
logically. That's all I'm
you don't
doing.
speak like this in normal life, do
I
you?
absolutely do. I talk to my friends this
You
way when we're
do?
talking
Do
about
you have
things
any
like
friends?
this.
Do you have any friends?
Yeah, they're coming over for fucking Dungeons and Dragons later, bro. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's tough to have a conversation with you,
Oh,
it
so
seems.
you all speak like that then?
Are you just like trying to attack me further? I don't know. Can we get back to the
Yes.
subject, maybe?
Okay. So the sphere, right? You can do a mathematical equation on that sphere to work out an arc length and get a drop over distance, correct?
So here's what I think you're saying. I think you're saying I can measure the diameter of the sphere, I could get a radius, and then from that
Yeah.
radius, I could determine what the distance from the equator of the cue ball to the table is.
Yeah, or the top of the sphere. Yeah, whichever one you like. They both work the same, right?
Sure.
Yeah. And then you could measure a section of that arc length and say, okay, over this distance, that cue ball curves this amount, right? You just
Sure.
divide it by 300. You divide whatever section you want, because the cue ball's going to be 360 degrees. You take an arc length and you take whatever section, you work out how many degrees it is, and that's your equation,
Sure,
right?
yeah, I see the image posted by Cathos as
Yeah.
well. Is that kind of a
Okay.
reference to what you're
So
talking about?
if you change that cue ball to the Earth, because Neil deGrasse Tyson said the Earth is as smooth as a cue ball in comparison to its size. So now we're going to relate that back to the Earth, and you're going to
Yeah.
go, okay,
Hold
well,
on, but
we could do
you
exactly,
realize that
sorry,
he
but we
only
can do
simply
exactly,
said that it's as smooth as a cue ball, right? Because
yeah,
he's not
yeah, the
saying it's
surface, right?
equivalent to a mathematical sphere.
Yeah, okay. So the Earth, he said, the Earth at its size is equivalent to the smoothness of a cue ball. Are we agreeing with this or not?
I'm agreeing with you that he said it. I'm not sure
Yeah.
if it's like the language I would use to have this sort of conversation, though. I feel like that's more of a
Okay, so
colloquial thing.
can we use Earth as a sphere?
It's not exactly a sphere, but
Okay,
maybe
in what
you could
way?
help me understand, like,
So
in
what
reference to the arc
out
length
of what?
thing, where are you trying to take
Okay,
me
what out
here?
of out of what? So what are we going to use the Earth as to measure it? Are we going to use it as a sphere or something else, or
An
can
oblique
you explain?
spheroid, if I remember correctly. I think it's called an
Okay, so
oblique
how much?
spheroid.
All right, so how much bigger at the equator is it than at the poles?
Oblate. I looked it up. It's oblate.
Yep.
How
So how
much
much
bigger?
bigger? Yep.
Hold on. Earth shape.
If he had to look it up to figure out if he lived on a ball, didn't you guys tell him the Earth is flat first? And then he said he didn't have to look
Yeah.
up anything.
Is it 28 miles? Would that be close enough?
Equatorial radius. The distance between the equatorial radius and the polar radius is what you're talking about, right?
No. So they say it's a little chubbier in the middle, right?
Yeah.
So if you measured around east to west and you got that radius, and then you measured south to north to south, what would that radius
Yeah.
difference be?
The difference between the equatorial radius and the polar radius. So that's what is it
Yep.
here? Like
28.
22,000 miles or something like. Oh, sorry, 22,000 kilometers difference.
No.
At least that's this measurement I'm seeing here,
No.
referenced by a couple papers.
Yeah, but nobody measured that, so they're just playing. I'm gonna guess game.
All right. So the we're going to use a diameter, the diameter difference, right? Because you need the diameter or the radius for the equation. So what's the diameter difference?
The diameter difference.
Yeah. Straight across, right? Pole to pole, and then straight through the guts. You can work it out, but
Are you talking
driving.
about
Don't
points
ask
on an
me a question, just
idealized
do it.
sphere, or are you talking about real points on the Earth?
Well, you can't do it with real points. It's an equation. It's not a real equation. It's not reality. It's just what they use. Right, for the size
periods,
of the Earth.
Kathos, the periods in that are commas. It's like notated weird.
Hey, dude, can you just stick to the subject? So the difference is 28 miles, right? So in our radius, we're going to use. That's what they say. So in our radius,
Oh,
we're going to
yeah.
use
Sorry, it's 28 kilometers difference.
28 kilometers. So it's even less, right? So So what we'll do is we'll take the biggest part of the Earth, if you like, and we'll use that for the whole Earth. That would be better for the globe, right?
Why would it be better for the globe?
Are you serious, dude?
Are you saying that like the fucking the volume being bigger makes it like?
Well, we're just going to average it out, all right?
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to use for the radius. So we're making the Earth a little bit bigger, right?
Those are used for the for the radius, yeah.
For the equation, we're turning it into a sphere, all right?
Why don't we just say 100, like 100 fucking meters?
Yeah, do whatever you
Wait,
want, man.
Why? Okay.
All right. So your radius is now what?
100 meter. We're talking about a 100 meter idealized mathematical sphere.
100 meters.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, let's just talk about 100 meters. Why does it matter if we say 100 meters or 100,000 meters?
Why would you talk about 100 meters for the radius? We're talking about the Earth, right? Because we related it. First of all, we started with a cue ball. I'm trying to show you that you can measure drop over distance because you can use Earth as a sphere and a cue ball, right?
Yeah,
We're
I'm
turning
looking up. I
Earth.
went quiet because I'm looking up a source for
up.
fences. By the way, this guy really hates when I look at side chat, so I apologize. I know you guys like asking questions.
I don't know how much
I
longer
was
I can
talking to
put
the
up
other
with.
side. I was talking to the other chatters. Whatever I type, you don't have to read mine.
I don't know how much longer I can put up with this guy.
Anyways, when you have a 100 meter sphere or a 1 meter sphere, 1 meter
We don't
radius
have
sphere,
a meter sphere. We're talking about the Earth, you idiot.
what's the difference if we're talking about like an idealized mathematical sphere?
Okay, on the Earth, you should
Yeah.
be able to measure drop over distance, correct?
Yeah, and I'm taking drop over distance to mean what Kathos posted in his image.
Yes, so they give us the size of the Earth, correct?
I thought we
Hello?
were giving the Earth the size.
They give us the size of the Earth, correct?
They give us the. What do you mean by that?
Okay. They give us the size of the Earth of a radius of 3,959 miles. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I don't know if it refers to equatorial or polar, but go on.
It's an average, right, dude? All right. So we're going to use that 3,959 miles to work out drop over distance. What you come up with is 10 miles. Drop over distance is 66 feet. Agree with that?
Ah, so you're saying if I were to set up a laser that is totally tangential, like on a tangential plane to the Earth,
Yep.
that over a distance of 10 miles,
Yep.
there would be a 66.68 based on this chart difference in the height
From
of
the laser
the
to the
ground to
ground.
the laser
Yes.
from okay.
Oh, we got
Yeah,
there.
that's
Ah.
very easy to understand. Very
Yeah,
easy to
great.
understand.
Thank you. Yeah. So, can you show in any instance where they've measured this drop over distance?
Can I show in any instance where they have measured this?
Yeah.
Well, okay. I don't know of anything in specific, but
Okay, so what convinced
feel free
you
to
the Earth
send
was a
them.
globe?
But again, what I would say is that when we were
What
talking about
convinced you the Earth
small
was a globe?
distances, when we're talking about small distances like 10 miles, I would
Yeah.
hope that you would
Over
understand that
water,
there's
right?
so much variation in the
Hello,
surface, even
over
though it's
water, right?
akin to a cue ball.
Hello, over water, right?
Oh yeah. Over water's a little better.
Yeah, because water conforms to the shape of the globe, right?
What do you mean a little better? Have you never been in front of a lake when there's no wind and it looks like a sheet of glass?
Absolutely, I have been.
Okay, so we can measure over that, and there's no 66 foot of drop, and that's perfectly flat water. So now what?
You're saying over a 10-mile period, there's
Yes.
absolutely zero curvature.
More than
Correct.
that. 10 miles is to make math easy for you guys. We got more than that. Easy.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
could
'cause
show me
it
some,
took you 10
if you
minutes
could
to
show me a
agree that the
link
Earth was a sphere.
to where, yeah, there's absolutely no curvature over a 100-mile period on a fucking
So now
Earth.
you needed 100 miles?
Honestly, I'd need it as big as we can get it. I actually think that's very important because we're
So
talking
you don't
about a
get any curve.
huge.
So if you don't have any curve, what's the difference?
What about 28 miles? Is that good enough?
That's a quarter of what he wants. So yeah,
28 miles is an
do
interesting.
that
28 miles is
multiply it
an
by 4.
interesting number. Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, let's see it.
Where's
28 miles
So that
does
should
not
be
an
around
entire
300
Earth
feet. Is that
represent,
like
right?
300 feet a drop or something?
Yeah, I think it's 100, almost 100 meters. I'm just trying to convert it. So I'm a silly Australian, you know.
28 is close to 600 feet, at least based on this table. If I'm taking
Yeah,
this table as gospel.
is that enough?
Oh, it's an example. It's
A
an
60
example.
story building?
Well, buildings, we're talking about all sorts of different variables, and I actually kind of like the water.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, we only use water because it's nice and flat. And we don't have to worry about trees and shit getting in the way. It's just water.
Oh, which one of these am I supposed to look at?
Plenty of videos there if you want them.
Which one of these am I supposed to look at?
Well, look for one over water, preferably.
Yeah, why don't you find me the one that you think is the most compelling?
Okay, I'll be back. I've got to go to the other server. Or does someone have it on hand? The FE core, field engineer core video. It's an hour. There's a shortened version.
I can grab it for you real quick.
FE core over water? Is that what I'm looking for?
Look up FE core. I can give you a PDF file to go with it. PDF. I can give you a PDF to go with it if you want. So you
Greatest
can actually.
laser experiment in
This
history.
would. Are you actually interested in this subject, or would you take time, like 40 minutes, to watch a video and then go over the PDF? Would you do
Yeah,
that?
sure.
All right. Would you go and watch that video? That I'll put the short one in. Or have you done it, Flatlander? Did you put it in there?
Yeah, you guys seem to be referencing the same video.
Yeah, there you go.
So I didn't see the other
Yeah.
guy posted it. My bad.
No, you're good.
Decimal Z,
Oh,
right?
yeah, I'm going to put the PDF in there as well, I think. Give me a second.
This is not. Was he on a boat?
No, there's 7 different
He's on
observations.
land. I'm sorry, I was looking for
Yeah,
something
they're
that was
over a
over
lake.
water.
Yeah, they're over a lake. They're doing it over a lake.
Let Linda put the PDF in.
Oh, perfect. So if you save those, McMuffin or whatever your name is,
Close enough.
right? So click on them and
Bruno did.
Yeah, I got your video. Okay, I got your video here. This is like the most compelling thing you guys have in the chamber, right?
all right. So Jager Bruno also posted. Oh no, wait 1 sec. I'll get the PDF. Sorry. Give me a sec.
Drive.google. Ba-da-da-da.
Is there a
I
Google
can't believe
Drive on there?
Laser level experiments measuring curvature over water surface.
Yeah. Google Drive is on the Yaga Bruno post.
Cool.
All right, so go to page 100, I think it is. Scroll down to page 100. It's observation 7, I think.
Measurement 7.
You got it? Let me just. I'm on my phone.
Historical weather report is limited. What am I looking at here?
Let me just
Vacuum
get there.
wavelength, air temperature.
Okay, so a 99, right? So laser beam hidden height calculation measurement. So do you see our diagram there?
I see 2 graphs.
Yeah. So height of laser, you got that?
Temperature, relative humidity, mean sea pressure, total precipitation, wind speed.
No, we're just going to look at the moment, right?
This is
like
look
at this
percentages and shit.
Okay, are you on the same bit that I'm on? Can you see that?
100. Curvature and correction, WGS 84 and MSM.
Hello, are you listening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You took me to measurement 7, right? I'm looking at 2
Yeah,
graphs.
the one above that. So the page above that says laser beam hidden height calculation measurement 7.
Page 100 of the PDF. I
Yeah.
don't see any pagination on the actual document.
Okay. So go.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's page 99. Okay.
Okay, close enough. All right, can you see that little diagram there?
Kind of laser point of tangents. Wait. Oh, I see.
Yep. So height of
the
laser.
laser, point of tangency. Where is the Earth's surface on this?
It's that curving bit. This is predicted, right?
Was the laser? I'm confused because wasn't it supposed to be perfectly on? This appears to be perfectly on the surface of the Earth, but they were on like the ground next to water.
So if you look, okay, so the laser is 2.92 meters in the air.
Oh yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah, and then they leveled it with an instrument called a stallard, right?
I don't know what that
is.
Very. I guess I would have to learn all about that and how that level
Yeah, I know.
works.
It's in the video, like I said, it's in the video. Okay. But it's like it's an accurate. So with the dials that they've got for leveling the laser, they're really small screw threads, so they can get it really, really accurate, right?
Remember when you were in school and they taught you about the ball and you didn't question anything? You didn't say you got to go learn about instruments, but now you seem to. But anyway, yeah, you don't need to learn about instruments.
So now go
That
to
was like the
distance.
least useful bit of commentary I've ever heard. Thank you so much.
So distance of the laser, 40 kilometers. Right? So it's about 28 miles.
So you don't remember when you were little and they told you about the globe and you didn't question it? You just think, well, I live on a ball, so let's move on. But we tell you it's flat and you're like, well, I got to learn about instruments
Bro,
now
I'm
and I'm going to have to
literally
learn
just
up
muting
this
you.
shit.
It's like
So
the
that was
least useful thing
irrelevant.
you are actually talking about looking at math as we are now as adults.
Actually, what he's
So can you
pointing out
concentrate?
is if you were quite happy to accept information as a kid with because I said so, why have you got so much scrutiny when Timbo's telling you something?
I have
don't think
scrutiny
he's-
with
I
all
don't think
things in my age now.
So why
But
do
you
you
didn't,
believe you live
not
on a
the
ball?
globe, not the globe or rockets, right?
Well, there's a lot to
Okay.
it, but I was talking earlier about how when you look up in the sky and you see all the celestial objects, they're all around.
That's
you.
awesome.
Dude. So now we're talking about the surface of the
Yeah.
Earth.
We've
Can you
like 20
concentrate?
minutes past that.
All
Anyways,
right, can you concentrate, dude?
yeah.
All right. So can you see the distance there? You've got 40 kilometers. So the hidden height from that height where the laser comes, right? There should be a hidden height. So the laser, like you said before, should be 90 meters in the air.
And that's based on the table from before. Let me look at that again. What was the
That's
height
based
there?
on the radius of the Earth.
The distance that they're calculating with is like some sort of triangular distance calculated 40.14 kilometers.
Yeah,
They're
in
not
a straight line.
using wait, are they not using the distance on the ground?
So right
Wait,
there is
wait, hold on. That's
another
interesting,
example
actually.
of we're
Oh my
going to
God.
question everything Timbo says, but when mommy says earth ball, we agree.
Hey guys,
40.14 kilometers.
I don't
Oh, geez, kilometers like a feet in the other table. Anyways,
Yeah, 28 miles. Dude, 28 miles.
okay. So you're saying that the laser is observed at 2.92 meters above,
No, that's
as
when it
opposed
left.
to like what height is it observed at in the experiment?
It's here somewhere, but I'm just trying to
Oh,
find it. Sorry.
90.81 meters. Okay, when it should
No,
have been.
No, that's not what it was observed at. That's what it should be on a globe.
Okay.
It was detected at 1 point. Let me just find it. Sorry, man. I'm on my phone.
Is it accounting for atmospheric refractions?
Yeah, it's accounting in there. We're just going to go over the equation of it first, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So this is the white paper that the
Yep. So it's detected at 1 point.
The video
so
is based off of, right?
So, yeah, one of them. Yeah. So it's detected at 1.6 meters on the other side, 40 kilometers away. The laser should be at 90 meters in the air.
Cool. Yeah, it's interesting actually. Now that I'm thinking about the whole, you just accepted the model as told to you when you were a kid kind of thing.
Can we just talk about this?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think at this point you've given me what I need to go watch the video, right? Or is there more?
Awesome. Yeah, that's what I. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good,
So
man.
I know I was just gonna say like whether the Earth is like round or flat. I guess you can talk about a grand conspiracy, but it wouldn't actually change.
No, we're not talking about a grand conspiracy. We're just talking about simple measurements.
Oh no. I'm just speaking generally now.
Who said a grand
I'm just
conspiracy?
speaking generally now.
Where did
What I
you
was
get that
gonna say
term
is
up
like
from?
basically understanding the globe model versus the flat model doesn't really change how I live my
Don't
life,
have a
other
globe model
than
to
perhaps
understand,
understanding
though,
that there is some
dude.
sort of global conspiracy
No,
about
that's
globe
your
Earth.
conspiracy. Water cannot be a conspiracy. You understand that, right? Water can't be lying to you. It's flat, right? Or is it a conspiracy against you now?
Well, there are waves in water. Or what do you mean by flat?
It's a lake, dude.
Is this talk about waves?
Is he saying waves are flat?
It's a lake, dude. That's why they did
So
it at two.
a lake with no
No, they did
wind
like
blowing over it, and there's no waves. So what is it? Is it usually flat when there's no waves blowing over a lake, wind blowing over a lake? You guys, are you gonna
Are
make
you
me
saying
prove it to you with a picture?
are you saying when
Hold
all
on.
the atoms of the surface of the water stand
No,
still?
there's no such thing. I'm gonna boot you out of here. All the atoms of the surface of the water, dude.
All right. So the laser was shot at 2.9 meters, right? Have you got 2.9 meter waves in the lake?
No, wait, hold on. Were you guys talking to Triangle? Because I had him muted, and I was actually talking about something he said earlier.
I tell you one thing: don't mute people because you can only not hear them, which confuses the conversation.
Right.
Everyone else can hear them, and you can't.
Anyways, I get what this is saying, right? It was measured like 0.1 inches different than expected.
No, not 0.1 inches.
There might be something wrong with him. Does he even know what 0.1 inch looks like? It's
The calculated
approximately an
difference in
eighth of an
curvature
inch,
drop on
dude. A little bit,
WGS 8
almost
force,
half
the
of an
spherical
eighth of
model
an
from
inch.
laser to target 4 was plus 2.56 millimeters. The height
Yes,
of
that's
That's what you're talking about,
about,
right? That's the important
no.
result.
Hello, that's talking about a sphere. It's talking about a difference in a sphere, the error, right?
Okay.
Hidden height on a sphere should be 90 meters. If the Earth was a sphere and the laser was level, the laser should be 90 meters in the air, right? You agree with that?
I do, and I understand you perfectly. If he doesn't, there's something wrong. Like maybe
I
I
do
don't know.
understand the argument.
Oh, good, you do understand then, and it's not happening. So what does that mean?
Triangle, you're like the most off-putting person possible. I'm trying to have a
I know,
one-on-one with
because we're trying to
Timbo.
get you to hurry up and not just go along some other
Hey,
wild path
give
of
time, homie.
nonsense.
I said that I have enough information to go watch the video. Timbo wanted to dig into this a little further. I wanted to make a comment about how, the globe model versus the flat model. In the actuality, they don't influence a lot about our lives. And I think
Yeah, I
that
know,
it's
but
Really?
it's
How come every
almost
commercial has
negligible.
commercial has a rocket or a planet in it or somebody in outer space? Every other commercial on TV or anywhere. How come it's like that? If
So
it
that's
doesn't
actually
matter at
kind of
all.
what I was saying. You shut me down because you didn't like I used the word grand conspiracy, but that is what I would define as some sort of grand conspiracy, right? That would be
Well,
the only
that's not
difference
us.
between actually
We're not walking around
understanding that
making
the
Earth
flat
flat
model
Earth
is the
things
truth versus
everywhere, dude.
the
We
globe
are not
model.
walking around putting flat Earth shit everywhere, are we?
yeah,
So who's
and
got
the
the
difference.
conspiracy?
Yeah, and the difference is, right, that you don't use the Earth as a globe ever.
I'm actually talking about globe model as a grand
No,
conspiracy, right? I was actually
no,
you're
but
kind of saying what I was trying to say,
stop,
which is like the only difference
dude.
between understanding that the flat model is the truth is like knowing that the globe
Dude.
model was a conspiracy, right?
Okay,
That's kind
dude,
of the
just
only
stop.
difference.
Just stop for a second, right? You said it doesn't affect my life in any way. I agree with you because every day we use the Earth as a flat surface. Every day, you never use it as a sphere.
I mean, I use it
So
as
of
a
course
curved
it's
surface.
Okay, how? How do you use it as a curved surface?
I mean, all the technology
How?
that's built on that
Okay,
sort of
which one?
measurement,
Which ones?
right? I treat it as curved because when I look in the
not
sky
how
and
you
I
treat it.
see,
No, you don't treat it curved. If you treat it as curved, you crash
McCrugger.
into shit.
I treat it as curved because I
which
see
part
the
of technology?
horizon. I see,
No,
these are things that you guys
said
have explanations
technology.
for.
Clown, you said technology. What
Clown.
technology necessitates a sphere? Like when you're driving your car, you'll run into walls and shit if it's not a sphere. What
Well, you guys heard him
necessitates
just make a claim
technology-wise?
that when he sees the horizon, that's the curve of the Earth, right? You guys heard that claim, right?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. I mean, these are things that I make assumptions about, right? But if I was
Okay,
to make
so
an
when that-
assumption that the Earth
we
was
already
flat,
debunked
it
you.
wouldn't actually
We
change how I live my
debunked
life.
you, and
The
you
fact that
keep
I just
using
like
it.
think of it as curved and think of it as flat doesn't really change how I do anything in
Yeah,
my
but
real
you
life.
don't use it that way. In practicality, it's used as a flat surface. So, of course, it's not going to change your life because you're already using it as a flat surface.
Over small distances, it makes sense to use it as a
Well,
flat
over
surface.
all distances.
Over a large distance, you're not going to use it either.
Over
All
large distances, I
distances.
pay more. I pay more like well, sorry, actually I think I would pay less if I was flying from, like the US to Europe, because you
You
can
don't
take
use
an
it.
arc.
Hey, dude, what is wrong with you?
It would be
You
wait, hold
don't
on.
use it.
Hold on
Even if
now.
you
I
go
just
on,
think I've
even
never
if
thought about this
hang on.
math. It would be
Even if
more
you go on a
if it
even
was
if you go on a
curved.
plane,
Yeah, it
you
would be
are not
more.
using it. Even if you go on a plane, you are not using it as a round surface, a curved surface.
Well, you can't land a plane on a spinning ball anyway. That's why it says right in dynamics, flight dynamics, page 1, flight dynamics 101. Treat the Earth as flat and stationary, because otherwise you're just going to crash into shit. It says that. I've added the crash into shit part, but that's what it says.
Sure, and it probably makes sense to use that model in a lot of circumstances.
Yes, because the Earth doesn't spin, so it wouldn't be moving underneath an airplane. So why would you lie to them and say it really is, but you can't tell?
We were talking about Polaris earlier, and that's an interesting. How
Oh,
can
so
you say
now
the
you
world
want to
doesn't
now you want
spin?
to avoid the surface, right?
I don't want to avoid the surface, but if we're saying it doesn't spin, I'd like to talk about observation of spinning things in the sky.
That's the sky, dude.
I'm glad he said the sky at the end of that. You're looking
So
up
we're
in the
coming
sky, you're
from
watching
the
things spin
sky.
around.
Dude,
Awesome.
hold on. Just wait. You're coming from the sky in a plane. So if the sky is spinning, the Earth should be spinning under the sky, right?
Well,
It's silly.
I'm thinking about the atmosphere, right? But I'd like to
No,
look
so
beyond
what? Now the
that.
atmosphere is like magnetic or something?
Gravitational. Oh God, I know.
No, you
There's all
can't
these
just keep
words.
stacking shit, dude. You just keep adding more to your nightmare.
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't use any of these words, but can we talk about Polaris and the sky, or no?
Why?
Yeah, the sky moves.
What's it going to prove?
Well, when I was talking about Polaris,
proves
and I
the
was talking about
stars
an
move from
observer
east to
going
west.
past the equator, Polaris disappears as you go past the equator south.
Not every time.
Well, if you're at sea level.
Sorry, sometimes you can see Polaris past the equator.
Can you give me an example of
Yeah,
that?
mine
Of
is
Polaris
26 degrees.
observed
I think it
from
was
past the
26
equator?
degrees past the equator. They were able to see it one time. Logged in a ship book.
Okay, but you're saying it's harder when you're further south from the equator?
Of course.
Hey, when a plane flies away
When
from
you say
you,
of course, hold on. You said of course. Why did you say of course?
Of course.
Because
getting
it's further away
from it.
yeah, when your plane gets farther away from you, is it harder to see, or do you just keep seeing it the same size the whole time and it's at the same height the whole time to your eyes? Or does it look like it's going down when it's flying away from you? What's it look like?
Wouldn't
Looks like it's
disappear
going
from
down,
view.
right? Can you answer? Does it look like it's going down? If a plane flies away from you, does it look like it's going down?
Well, hold on. I posted
He's
this
got to
picture
Google that.
earlier.
Oh my
I
god,
posted
we are
this picture
we are
earlier in the
screwed, you
side
guys.
chat because I
We
thought it
are
was an
completely
interesting
screwed.
thing.
The future. That's why I'm putting robots everywhere. Else you guys will just starve to death.
This is a time lapse, like long shutter image of Polaris stationary in the sky with other stars
Who
spinning
cares?
around it.
What are you proving there?
So what
that the sky moves,
right. So you see the circular shape of this
That doesn't
right?
prove
Yeah,
anything,
great.
bro.
What I would say is that this, when you look north and you do the
You're
same
making an
thing
inference.
from south of the equator, you don't see the
Yeah,
center of this circle. You see further
you're-
up on the
You're too far away from it. We've told you that already.
But no.
Yeah.
Like literally,
Yes. You're
it's
too far away from it. Literally, you're too far away from it to
Too
see it.
far
That's why you can't
away?
see it.
Too far
Look
away is
stupid.
one thing.
There's
but the
Australians in this
center
fucking
of
call.
the-
Why don't you listen to them? What can't we see in Australia? Polaris. Why? We're too fucking far away. Start listening, kid. Jesus.
I hear you. But the center of the circle would be so far below any perceived vanishing point that it could not be explained by a flat surface, is what I'm saying.
Why not?
because the flat surface simply would not be flat. There would be
Okay,
curvature.
so at what distance on a flat surface does the vanishing point take into account? When do things disappear? What distance is that? Can you give me that distance?
On a flat surface?
Yep.
It would be infinite, right?
Infinite, really?
I'm actually
So
not
if
sure.
you-
I've never really looked at this science, but I'm guessing.
Science is not anything to do with infinity. That's a math symbol.
Well, lucky you, I'm saying I haven't looked at it. I'm not referencing it.
Lucky you, science has nothing to do with making a ball or not.
What?
Because you're making
a mathematical sphere is not a mathematical object.
You just
Yes,
made
mathematics
a claim, right?
is not science, weirdo.
What is science?
Just made a claim that you would be able to see something forever on a flat surface, right? You made that claim.
No, I honestly don't think that. I don't think
Okay,
you'd
so
be able to
you
see something
wouldn't be able-
forever.
okay,
I'm
so
saying
things
maybe if
would-
there's an infinitely bright light
Okay, so
at some
you're
point on a
saying-
flat surface infinitely away, that maybe that would be visible. I don't know. I really don't know.
So as you move away, things become harder to see, right?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, they become.
And then things go down in the horizon. They go down. They appear to go down, right?
I'd say they appear to go towards like one point, a vanishing point. I wouldn't say they go down.
Okay, so on a flat surface that would work too, right?
Yes, but they go towards a vanishing point, right? What I'm saying in
things-
reference to
so
the
things
image of
going
Polaris and
down,
the arcs in the
things that-
sky is that
Okay,
when you
so
guys in
things-
Australia look up and you do a time lapse image of this, when you look for this central, star, Polaris, it's going to be so far below any sort of flat
You
vanishing
can't prove
point
anything like that.
or
There's nothing below anything. You can't just say things like that and expect it to be true.
yeah. Let me find an image. I guess you're right.
No, you're saying it's below something. It's too far away. Now, I still never heard the answer. What happens when a plane flies away from you? Does it get smaller and look like it's going down?
Into a vanishing point.
He's not going to answer that.
It certainly gets smaller. I don't know about the word
He will
down.
not answer
It's
it.
too
He won't answer
subjective.
my questions for some reason. It's going to come down to me asking him if he knows what a triangle is soon.
Sir, you're just like the most off-putting. It's not very fun to talk with you.
Do you know what a
not gonna
triangle
lie.
is? I think he needs to find out. Actually, it's for our benefit.
This will be interesting.
Polaris time lapse from Australia.
You can't see it from Australia.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. But you
Because
didn't
of
make
perspective.
No one made that claim, right?
Well, what I'm saying is that
Well, we don't want to hear you saying for a second. We want you to look in the side chat. See the street lights that Brother DJ has posted up? Above your post.
yeah, I see.
Excellent. Imagine Polaris was the very last one, or better still, was an extra 5 past the last one. Do you think you'd be able to see it?
No, which is why I'm talking about the
Excellent.
arcs.
Now you understand because that's a flat surface.
No, I'm actually building a little bit more, going a little bit deeper than that, because the image I
Well,
posted
that's
originally
it.
and then the image
That's what
that-
we're listen. Wait, that's what we're trying to tell you. Polaris is just the light that's 5 past that one.
And
That's
I
it.
realized that. And
Excellent.
that's actually
If you
why I
understand that,
didn't.
why are you trying? If you understand that, why are you trying to sell us stupidity?
What I'm actually looking at in the image that I posted is the arcs. It has nothing to do with Polaris.
Excellent.
Because I
Excellent.
realized
The arcs. Oh yeah, that's great. That's great. Those arcs represent me shaking the fuck out of the camera in Brother DJ's image there. So those arcs are just those street lights being blurred because I can't hold my camera still. Polaris is still beyond your ability to see it.
Right, but I'm not talking about Polaris. I'm talking about
You are
other
talking about
stars in the
Polaris. You're
sky.
talking about why we can't see them. The arcs are because the sky moves, not because the ground moves.
As the sky moves. I actually.
You said so earlier. The stars spin above us. Where did you lose that
That's
bit?
all perspective, right? We actually, in reference to some sort of
well,
like
excellent.
universal.
Tell me when you've had the perspective. Tell me when you've had the perspective, other than standing on the surface of the Earth, able to prove that the sky is not moving.
Well, I trust a little bit more in my daily life than just my own perspective. Like I trust my
Oh,
doctor.
so you
You
trust
trust a
somebody
little
else
bit more.
to tell you?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so listen, I'm telling you, the Earth is flat and the sky moves. So now you have to believe me.
I don't have to believe anything.
Well, you do it though.
So what do you believe? You live on a ball
somebody
tub.
told you the Earth is a ball inside a vacuum with water and air around it, inside a vacuum chamber.
The only
Yet
reason
when
I'm in this,
when
the
I
only
go to my
reason I'm in
vacuum
this
chamber, you're
room
going to
talking to
talk
you guys
over
right
me.
now
I'm just
is
going to
because
keep
I'm
talking the whole
interested enough
time
to
too.
possibly challenge my
So
perception.
how this works is if I go outside and get my vacuum chamber and turn it on and put a rock in there with some water and it already has air and I turn on the vacuum pump, a planet doesn't form. Can you explain why?
I feel like that's a trap, and I feel like it doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
Well, that's what you believe in. You believe
Perhaps.
we're on a little spinning ball flying through the vacuum of space. We try
With
to
water and
recreate
air
that,
on it.
and what happens?
With water and air around it.
I do. And
so it sounds silly when I say it, but when you say it, it sounds normal. That's fucking weird, dude.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about different scales, right?
How do you know? What if I was super, super tiny and I did that?
Well, scale still matters.
Then a planet should have formed,
Atoms have
right?
a specific size.
A planet should have formed, right?
So when we talk about the arcs and the Polaris image,
No, we're not talking about arcs.
I'd
Nobody's
like to.
talking about them.
I'd like to.
There's nothing
It
to
doesn't
talk
prove
about.
anything.
But I
Arcs
right. So
doesn't
you guys
explain
think it doesn't
anything.
prove anything. You guys think it doesn't prove anything, and that's
Okay,
fine.
let's just
It
take
means
this
some
step by
sky's
step.
moving. It proves the sky moves, dude. Is that what you
Why
want to
do
prove?
you believe that the little arcs in the sky from a long exposure shot or multiple shots linked together? Why do you have this idea in your head that it proves something? Number one, what does it prove? And number two, why do you believe it proves it? Floor's yours.
Got it. So the arcs in the sky showing without the central point Polaris when you're below, when the observer is however far below the equator on the globe model, necessarily means that that center point, to draw a straight line to it, you'd have to point through the Earth, which would indicate curvature.
No. So you got it. So now the street lights are now curved. The road is curved now because to follow the rest of the lights, you'd have to draw a line through your feet through the road to pick up the lights that are hidden because they're too far away, right?
Which is why I'm talking about the arcs and not Polaris itself.
I know you're talking about something else because you don't want to talk about reality.
I'm
So
actually
what you're
just talking about the arcs that are observed.
what you're
in the
talking
same
about,
image.
listen,
These are both
hey,
real
McBuggin,
images.
what you're talking about is in the streetlights. There's another one posted directly below yours. You're talking about the arcs, quote unquote. So that is streetlight number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. That's what you're talking about.
Oh, no.
can't
That's not what I'm
see-
talking about.
Yes,
That's not
yes,
what I'm
yes.
talking about.
That's the arcs
It's
in the
actually
sky.
very
Yes,
different
yes.
than what I'm
Hey,
talking
why are
about.
you sidestepping? It's exactly
Because you're
the
putting
same
words
thing.
in my mouth and they're
You
not
two, I
correct.
haven't put anything in your mouth. Oh,
You're
you
telling
wish
me
I
what
did.
I'm talking
Listen
about,
carefully.
Copatine,
The
but you're
arcs in the
not.
you're not listening. The
You're
arcs
not
in the
listening to
sky
me if you think
are
that's my argument here.
indicative. The arcs in the sky are indicative of the first 10 street lamps.
I disagree.
The next
That's not what
10,
I'm talking
well,
about.
the next 10, listen carefully to the important bit. The next 10 you can't see because of perspective.
I'm not talking about that, though. It's just like not analogous.
So
to
why
what
do
I'm
you
saying.
keep talking about Polaris? Polaris must be below the line of the Earth. You keep telling that and saying that the arcs in the sky prove this. The arcs in the sky are the first street lamps you can see.
No,
Polaris
they're
can't be
not.
seen due to perspective because it's out of your visual range. Like Polaris is in your image. I can see the first lot of stars, but I can't see Polaris due to perspective and it's out of my range.
Oof. Okay. If I could talk now. the arcs in the sky, right? You can make a circle from those arcs, right? Just as you can with
listen,
the
repeating
image.
the same shit is not
If you're
going
just
to
going to
prove
interrupt
anything.
me, it's incredibly rude. I'm just going to leave.
That's great. You're going to repeat yourself, which is not going to bring anything forward to the conversation.
No one has ever taken a picture of a 24-hour circle, dude.
No one's ever taken a picture of a 24-hour circle. What do you mean by that?
No, they've never had a time lapse for 24 hours and took pictures of any stars. All you see is an arc.
24-hour time lapses that, don't account the daylight hours? Are you saying aren't valid because they don't include the daylight hours?
Well, you don't have one to do. It's impossible.
Well, you could do it on the poles when, they're in
No.
darkness for 24 hours.
What are you going to do?
Do a time lapse for 24 hours when there's
Do you think
no
you
sun?
can stand under the North Pole and do that?
Why wouldn't you be able to?
Because you're not allowed to go there, number one.
So if I
know,
can
is
find an
that
example of someone, you're saying that breaks your whole worldview? If I find like a real person that's gone and done a 24-hour time
Nobody's done
lapse
it
in the
yet.
North
It's not going to
Pole?
break my worldview. Nobody's done it. And Earth is flat anyway. It's already measured that way. You agreed planes need to have a flat and stationary Earth to land.
Planes need a flat and stationary Earth to land. Oh, well, they could
See,
just be
this is
landing
the
on a
problem
small
with you
part
looking in the
of the
sky.
Earth.
This is the problem with you looking in the sky. Because you're looking away from the subject you're supposed to be discussing, we've already established with you that number one, water, flat, level, horizontal. Planes need a flat surface to fly on. Spinning things don't really do good for planes.
We're talking
And
about things on a celestial
pointing,
scale. It's silly to talk about things that aren't on a celestial scale.
Here's you pointing back to the sky. Listen, people pointing to the sky whilst discussing the ground is very much akin to a mental disorder.
Wow. I think not.
So think about it. I want you to walk out to the front of your house, and I want you to describe your house by telling me how good the house across the road is. If you saw someone doing that, you would say that they have got a broken brain. You would say that they have something wrong with them. That's what you would say if you saw that. Okay, let's ask the question. If you went out to the front of your if you went out the front of your house and you saw your neighbor pointing, if you saw your neighbor pointing to the house across the road, you're going to, but you're not helping yourself. I want you to answer the question. If you went out the front of your house and your neighbor was pointing to the house across the road and saying the house across the road is made of brick, so mine is too, you would say, you're a fucking idiot. That's what you're doing to us. You're pointing to the sky saying the earth is a globe, and we're telling you you're a fucking idiot, but you can't see that.
Well, now, probably 20 or 30 minutes ago when I was in here, Dr. Copatine, and I will say that if you pipe up and you just yell, I'm going to just leave.
Oh, do you think I'm yelling?
You don't.
This is my normal volume.
Well, you were also slamming on your table, man. It's obviously you're getting getting a little.
That was me using my little tin cup. That's tapping the table. That's tapping the microphone.
I'd prefer maybe you just let me talk for a moment here, and then.
But you're talking shit. That's the problem. You're not bringing anything to the table. You've repeated the sky arc thing 4 times.
Say what you need to say. Nobody's gonna hurt your feelings.
I don't know. My feelings aren't getting hurt. It's just like very hard to have a conversation when someone's yelling at you. It's like it's
not even meaningful, conversation.
And it really detracts from the experience of trying to talk about these things meaningfully. So
yeah, I know you're talking about shit in the sky meaningfully, and you can't prove any of it meaningfully.
Well, I gave you guys a pretty solid example that I don't really think you have an answer for.
No, you didn't. I gave you an example, and you can't explain why I have to point through the earth to see the street lights.
Okay, your question, Dr. Copatine. If my neighbor walked out of their house, pointed, and said, that person across the street,
the house across the street?
Therefore,
no, not lives in a brick house.
Oh, that house is brick, therefore my house is brick, right?
They're using before you fuck it up, your steelman abilities are fucking useless. Seriously, that's probably half the problem. Because you're yapping through people, you're not hearing the entire sentence, therefore you can't answer the question correctly. You just go off on some left field tangent. You walk out of your house. Your neighbor, your next door neighbor, is pointing to the house across the street. Oh my God, the house across the street is made of brick. Mine must be made of brick.
Okay.
Does
Now,
that follow?
it does not. And I agree
Excellent,
with you.
because
that it
that's
does
what
not.
you're doing to
now,
us.
Dr. Kopatine, that is not what I'm doing. Probably 20
You're
or 30
pointing to the
minutes
sky.
ago, 20 or
Did
30
you not
minutes ago,
did you not
20 or
post the
30
sky
minutes ago,
picture?
Dr. Kopatine,
Did you
when
not
I
post the
came in
sky
here,
picture?
I was
Did you
talking
not
about
post the
celestial
sky
objects as
picture?
observed through a telescope.
Did you not
And I
post
said,
the sky
if you
picture?
observe
Yes or no?
only curvature
McClown?
in objects,
McClown, did you not post the sky picture?
assume that you are standing on an object with no curvature.
He's one of these idiots that'll just keep talking. Did you not post the sky picture?
Okay, so I see you guys muted me for a second there.
Excellent. Did you not post the sky picture?
All right, so we were talking about your analogy with the
Did
the
you
house.
or did you not post the sky picture?
Can I talk about your analogy?
I don't give a fuck about my analogy. I asked you a very simple question. Did you or did you not post the sky picture?
I'll only answer that if you're allow me to talk after.
The problem is you're not putting anything towards the conversation.
I
You're
will if you
repeating
give me a
shit.
moment.
Excellent. So we know you posted the sky picture because I'm looking at it inside chat. Why are you pointing away from what you're supposed to be talking about?
Because if your neighbor stepped out of their house and pointed at every single house that they could see, every single one, and every single house that they could see was brick, and you verified that with your own eyes, then it would
Does that mean
be a
theirs is
pretty
brick?
solid. It would be a pretty solid assumption that your
Yeah, but he
house
lives in
is
a
brick
tent.
too. Now,
No, it's not.
Your own house.
if your house
dude.
is
Why
not
why doesn't he
brick,
just turn
Check
around?
Your own house.
Why wouldn't he
can't you
just turn
check
around
your
and
own
check
house,
it?
dude?
maybe
That's
it's a
the
little
dumbest
harder.
fucking shit ever. Why would
It
you
would
not
be-
turn
it
around
would be
and point? Why wouldn't you?
unusual.
No,
It
no.
would be
You are a fucking idiot.
unusual.
If you're going to use someone else's house to describe yours, why wouldn't you turn around and go, I have bricks, I have a brick house. Mine's bloody timber, I have a timber house. But you are going to agree with looking away from it in order to justify your stupid sky pictures. That's how broken in the head you are, son. Seriously.
All I'm saying is it would be unusual for their house to not be brick.
Why would it be unusual? Houses are made of all different shit.
But every house that they observed, every single one was brick.
So let me try something. If you go for a walk into the forest, there's trees everywhere. You look around, trees to the left, trees to the right, trees in front of you, trees behind you. Are you a tree?
If you knew nothing else about the universe and yourself, yeah, that's a pretty safe
yes.
assumption.
So he's one of these sophist
That's a
fucking
pretty.
idiots.
That's
Yeah.
a pretty fucking safe assumption if you know nothing else.
Yeah,
about
so you
your
look
own
at your
existence.
hands and you look at leaves on a tree and you go, look, they look exactly the same.
Yeah, as soon as you
I'm
look
a
down and
tree.
see your
Hey, Mum,
hands,
I'm a tree.
as soon as you look down and see your hands, then you know you're not a tree. But if
So
all
as
you
soon as
have
you
is a
look down and see
stationary
that the Earth is
perspective,
flat, you know you don't live on a ball.
Well, he just admitted that he doesn't know anything then, because he said that would be a safe assumption if you don't know anything.
now
So you don't
see,
know anything then.
one of the first things I asked when I came
you're
into this
making-
room
'cause
is
you're
I
making
asked,
that
"Hey, is this a
assumption,
room
right?
where you guys say that the Earth definitively is flat, or do you say, hey, we
Yes.
can't make it? You guys that are saying it's round aren't correct, and you know what? The people that are saying it's flat aren't correct. We actually can't tell." But that's not the room this is. This is a room where you guys
No,
say
this
there
is a
is
flat Earth
no
room. It's
curvature.
100% flat and stationary room. And to you, it's called the coping. I'm going to cope forever room.
Listen, I have a video to watch. I have a 50-minute video. I'm gonna watch that, and I'm gonna come
Yeah,
back and I'm
good.
gonna talk to you guys.
Awesome.
I am. I really am.
Good. That's all we want, dude. When you come back, just then tell us you've watched it, and then we can go through it as well. All right?
I'm going to put my guess out right now. He's going to come back with, I'm just going to say some initial WS. I'm just going to say that. Don't give it away.
Oh, fuck, that's gonna be funny.
I'm a fucking. Did you leave yet? I just want to point one thing out before you go. Just real quick. Is he gone?
No, I'm here.
Oh, Well, yeah, they gave you that example with the tree thing, and you actually did say exactly what they were trying to explain to you. You said, yeah, it's a safe assumption that I'm a tree, but then you even said when I look down, I notice I have hands, and oh, maybe I'm not a tree. That's literally what they're talking about. I don't know if anyone else caught that. I didn't hear, but
Yeah, but again, like that makes
Yes,
such a
he caught
small
it because
sample
I
size of
said it to him.
observation. It's not
Yeah.
something you can use to extrapolate to a
Okay.
celestial body.
I said, now I
No,
look down, I see the Earth is not curved, so it must be flat.
Yeah,
Those are
that's
my
he
hands.
makes
Those are
a
my hands.
he makes a really good point because then you'd have to point out what similarities the Earth has to the things in the sky, right?
So much.
Correct.
Like what? What similarities does the Earth have to the things in the sky?
Yeah, like what?
Landforms.
Like what?
Whoa. Wait, really?
Well,
Yeah,
your feet are lit up like they're on fire every
Now, if
night.
I mention things
Is there
like
water? Is there life? Is there air?
composition
Is there
and soil and the fact that meteors have hit them and atmosphere, like, are you guys going to say that like those are just
you don't
observations
know.
based
Atmosphere.
on
Do you know what
science and
atmosphere
science isn't
means?
real, or can we
Hey,
actually
let's
talk
say
about that?
Mr. Science. Mr. Science. Atmo means air and sphere means ball, Mr. Science. So you're claiming air ball again in a vacuum.
That's a low blow.
Yeah, but what's the similarities?
They literally have landforms.
Where? Can you show that?
Are you denying
Land
that
in the
they're
sky?
composed of
Land
things? What are you saying?
ho!
There's mountains on the moon. Well, kind of on the moon. There's certainly craters on the moon. There's mountains on Mars. Mountains on Venus.
Okay, so what are the? Okay, so is there a similarity to the
mountains in
shape?
Uranus?
Or,
No, the fact that there are mountains on Earth and there's mountains on Mars, that's a
well,
similarity. Most
okay,
places
where have you?
there
Where
aren't
have
any
you?
mountains.
Or where have you seen the mountains on Mars?
What do you mean?
It was a pretty simple question.
No, it's a weird
What do you
question.
mean? What do you mean?
The mountains
Holy
covered
shit!
with trees or snow.
I've never
Or
seen
Humanity, good
mountains
luck,
on
man.
Mars.
I wish you the
Are
best,
asking where on
bro.
the surface there are
I've never
mountains?
seen
What are you
mountains on
asking?
Mars.
What about Uranus?
Where have you seen the mountains on Mars?
You didn't clarify your question.
Is that not clear?
No, it's not clear.
Okay, where did you see the mountains on Mars?
Again, you didn't clarify your question. You're just repeating yourself.
Oh my
How
god!
did you
Can
not
I make that?
understand
How do
that?
I make that clearer?
He's
Because
speaking
I
English.
told you there's two potential things he could be meaning, and he didn't specify which one.
Okay, which
Actually,
one?
if you
Okay,
were
give me the
speaking
two.
through
Sure.
that
Two
Where
audio
was
different
chaos,
I when I observed it, and where on the Martian surface are the mountains?
excellent, both.
No, how? Okay, how did you see the mountains on Mars?
I've seen them by a photograph, certainly.
Okay, who took that photograph?
Different people, many different institutions.
Okay, can you show? Can you show that and verify that it's a real photo?
What do you mean by verify that it's a real photo? It's certainly a photo.
Well, what does do we need to now go into the meaning of verification?
It sounds like you're pointing to something.
Yeah. So can you post the picture that you're talking about?
No, just pull up
And
the
then-
Olympus Mons
And then grab
Wikipedia
a
page.
grab a source for it.
Yeah, but just pull up the Olympus Mons Wikipedia page.
No, it's your claim, dude. Just post
Yeah,
it.
and I'm telling you the source. Are you not listening?
Post it in the side chat. We are listening. Do some
You
work.
can just
Post it
type
in the
it in.
side
Just
chat.
type it in. Just type it in.
Excellent. Just type it in. Chuck it in the side chat for us, so we can all look at your claim. So we're all on the same page.
You can type Olympus Mons. It's not that hard to
So
spell.
can you. Type it in.
Not at
Post
the
it in the
moment.
side chat.
Got Dr. Copatane while he's grabbing that source. Can you explain why you
Cannot grab
offered
the
to
source.
suck my dick for crack cocaine in the DMs?
Hey guys, sorry to butt in. Can one of you guys quickly remind me of the name of the guy that covers celestial navigation? He's the guy from UK on YouTube. What's his name again?
I don't know.
And he
All
debates
of
about it.
us? All of us?
No, I know all of you, but you're not all from the UK, and you don't all run a
Okay,
YouTube channel.
okay, half of us? Okay, wait, 1/3 of us?
I just want to know his name. That's all.
Which one?
I don't know if it's standing out. He's Shit.
Was it the guy that did the presentation? Was he not from Denmark or Finland or something like that?
No, he's definitely from the UK, and there's like a video where he like yells at his daughter or something. There was
I don't
some
know.
drama.
Don't know.
Mm.
Not from here.
No. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who
No,
you're
not
talking
from
about,
here.
dude.
He's just in the flat Earth community.
The only one that gets
Yeah.
accused of yelling at people is me, and I don't have a daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All
not
good.
from here. So I don't know.
And I'm not from the
Yeah,
UK, so
You'll have to find him somewhere else.
No,
No, you sound very Aussie to me.
I think he's talking. I think he's talking about
No, he's probably not talking about him because we're not talking
No?
about him. Yeah.
Okay, all right, sweet.
Right, you could have been right, but you didn't get the answer. Oh well.
You wouldn't know anyway. You don't know who you're looking for.
I'll find it and I'll tell you. How about that?
Anyways, what is your
That
mate?
proves the Earth is a ball
you know-
anyway. If that happened.
Yeah, that's what I was just wondering. What if you find this person? Is he like the golden key to sphericity or something, or?
I have no idea.
Well, what is your purpose for seeking him?
I guess he wants to talk to him.
I wanted
Probably.
to
Is
just
your brother or something?
revise his videos. Basically, I just wanted to recap what his concept was.
I recognise your voice, Rick. Where have we met you before?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I haven't been in it for about 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I come in peace.
He's got the
Yeah,
Jedi
no.
tag.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got a Jedi tag. Yes.
You were on our original server as well, right?
Oh yeah. This is okay. I'm trying to think of the
Yeah.
date. It was like 2024.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember you did.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I remember you.
So these mountains you seen on the moon, dude, did they have like trees or snow or was there any water up there? Or
No one's ever seen mountains on a moon.
I'm just asking, bro. I want to hear from him, right? I want to hear his cope.
Seems
Moon
like he's still looking, right?
He was looking for moon mountains.
Martian mountains. I think he was looking
Oh,
for.
Martian mountains. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was on fucking Mars, eh?
Wow. So there's people on Mars now? Man, they just do this shit so fast they don't even tell me about it.
Yeah, they're taking photos of mountains too.
Why would you need people on Mars?
Are they
to observe
climbing
Mars?
the mountains also?
We don't have to climb a mountain to know it's a mountain. That's absurd.
Have you found it yet?
So what do you mean? Why would you need people to climb a mountain? How else are you going to climb?
You don't need to climb mountains in the first place.
Then why are you bringing it up?
I wasn't talking about climbing them. I was saying
you
because
find
there
that-
are land features on other planets. That's all.
Have you found them yet?
There's no
I
such
told
thing as
you the
other
source.
planets. There's no such thing as other planets because you haven't proved you live on a planet. There's planets in the
giving you the
sky
evidence
above
for it.
Earth. Above Earth.
I'm giving you the evidence for it.
No, you're
Nathan
not.
Oakley. Sorry to
There are
interject
mountains
real
on
quick.
Earth. There's
Oh
mountains
yeah,
on Mars.
yeah. I don't
that
know. I don't
suggest
know
that
anything
they're of a
about Nathan
similar
Oakley. He
character.
doesn't come in here.
Nathan Oakley. Okay. Yeah. He got invited to Antarctica but declined or something. That guy.
I guess I don't know. He doesn't come in
Yeah.
here, so we don't know about that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. You got to go.
Yeah, that's cool.
Go to his channel.
Yeah, I will. I will go. I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
there with stuff? Did he leave?
I think everyone's
No,
busy
still
watching Nathan Oakley videos now.
I was gonna say I have two pictures of
not
a
really.
forest. I posted 2 pictures of the forest in chat. I wanted to see if you could verify which one's real, or if they're both real.
That's a picture from the Mars forest, right?
Yeah, exactly. One of them is, and one of them's on Earth.
Okay.
Well, I'm
Both
going
look
with the one on the
strange.
right. I'd say the one on the right's real.
Yeah, they're both AI generated. I just did it real quick just now.
Okay, I was gonna say.
So there goes Mars
They're not
pictures.
AI
That's out.
generated.
Yep.
Something's messed up with
Mars
them.
pictures are out now.
What in the world are you talking about?
We can't use Mars pictures. They could be AI generated now.
No, that's absurd. What are you talking about?
That's
What do you mean
absurd.
that's absurd?
That is absurd.
Why is it absurd?
Dude,
Because we
We've been
literally
able to
have
doctor
photos from
pictures for a
before.
long time.
no, we don't
Yeah,
have
but that's
photos
not the
from
same
before
claim.
and after. You're such
We
a
have
silly
photos
good
from
dude.
before AI was developed. Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
You
they're
do
from.
realise they've been able to doctor photos since like a week
That's
after
a different
photography
claim.
was invented.
That's a different claim.
No, it's not.
So
the
anyway,
ability to
the
manipulate
pictures are
images is
taken.
not a
The
different claim.
pictures of your
LLMs
Mars
are not the same
The
thing as
pictures
the
of your
ability to
Mars are
modify
taken
film.
on
These are
taken
different
on
things.
Devon Island. Why don't you look up Devon Island and then put NASA and see what you get?
What? What are you talking about?
Type in Devon Island and then space NASA and see what you get.
Why?
You're gonna find Mars. You're gonna find your Mars pictures.
What are you talking about?
That's where they take the pictures.
Literally untrue. What are you talking about?
How do you know you
Literally
haven't looked
true,
yet?
dude. It's just literally true. There's like, I think you can actually go in Google Earth and zoom in and see the trucks that say NASA on them.
What exactly is your point?
That your Mars is on Devon Island up in Canada.
What are you talking about? It's been observed from telescopes for hundreds of years.
No. Lights
Yes,
don't.
yes.
No, I have one. You don't
Yes,
see
yes.
that shit. Nope, you don't
Yeah, you
see
do.
that.
Yeah, you do.
Stop coping, dude.
Dude, we have literal pre-photographic observances of Mars.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. We have the records. They yet exist.
You are in super cope, dude.
What are you on about?
I'm just telling you where your amazing pictures come from, Devon Island. And we have pictures of a
Well,
juice box
again,
in one of them. There's a juice box.
that's not how that works.
I saw one with an iron gate. We
Yeah, I don't know
saw
what your
we
fake
saw
pictures have to do with
we
anything.
saw on Devon Island, let's see, or on Mars, we saw the Mars lemming. They got animals there. Did you know that? Mars has animals on it?
Prove it.
NASA proved it already.
There was the woman on over in the distance on the left-hand side on the rock. There was the lemming in there. The juice.
I don't know
juice
why
box.
do you think this is
There's a
supposed to
whole heap.
demonstrate? It's completely unrelated to what I said.
Oh, you
Well,
were talking
you're
about
claiming
Mars, and I was
photographs
telling
are
you Mars
real.
is fake. Mars pictures are fake, and you were like,
Yeah, but they're
"Dude,
not.
you're hysterical."
gave
And
their
I'm like,
critical.
"No, dude, I'm not
I
hysterical.
didn't
You're
say you were
actually
hysterical. You're just
hyperventilating
inventing
after
things
I
now.
told you that. You started
Stop lying.
hyperventilating, and I'm trying to
Stop
calm you
lying.
down. Like I'm
Stop
trying to
lying.
smack you in the face, like, "Hey, stop
Stop
that! Calm down."
lying, you liar. Stop being a cowardly little liar.
So how do you know he's lying? So you're just going to sit there and go, liar, liar, pants on fire?
Yeah, did you
Well,
not
we can
notice? Did you
check it out.
forget
Check it out. Give me a
everything that
minute.
happened in the
Check it out.
conversation?
We can turn around and point it back to you, liar. Now produce the
What did I
real
lie
thing.
about?
Your photographs being real and not being doctored.
What evidence do you have that they're not real or doctored?
Because we have the
Because we
images
go to
from
Devon
Island that match up.
That is not evidence for it. Or rather, if
No,
you
no,
want to say
listen
match up,
carefully.
then
Listen
present the
carefully.
evidence for that.
You listen, hey, humanity, listen carefully. You've got photos allegedly from Mars. Okay, you've got a
No, I've
data
got
set.
photos of
Now, when we, I haven't finished. When we go to
just
Devon
lying already.
Island, we can take photographs which match the same data set that you've allegedly got from Mars.
You cannot.
Well, it's been done. Don't cry to
No,
me.
it hasn't been. Prove it. Prove
Yes,
that.
yes, it has. Such denial. This is
Show
funny
the
shit.
evidence
We
that
got the
it's been
bots in
done.
here. We got one
You're
bot. We got
inserting
two in
this is
here.
the
All right.
case to demonstrate your assertion is true.
Actually, you can Google it. He told you how to do it.
No, he just started saying random things without explaining himself.
No, prior to that, NASA,
Yeah, he
space,
just said random
Devon
things without
Island.
explaining himself.
That's not
Exactly. He
random.
said random
That is
things
giving
without
you a
explaining.
direction on how to Google it. Stop
Yeah,
coping.
without explaining why, which is why I said it was just random. If you don't explain why I should
Oh,
do something,
so
why in the
this
fuck
is
would
so
I do
your
it?
coping mechanism is to have a little cry. You do realize you're
What do you
fueling
want
me.
about?
Did you? Hey,
You
listen,
having a source.
listen.
What is
I want to
wrong
point
with you?
something out to everybody on YouTube. This guy was looking up every single thing we were talking about before. I told him look up 3 words, and he refuses.
What are you talking about? I didn't do that. You're again just lying. Are you
Devon
confusing me with someone else?
Island, NASA.
Again, what is this supposed to demonstrate?
Why don't you look it up and find out? Do some
Well,
research
I
on
don't
your
think
own.
that it will demonstrate anything if I look it up.
You're afraid to look it up, dude.
You're afraid to actually make your point. You're just
So if you go to this webpage
without any explanation.
Humanity, stop being a whiny bitch. If you
I'm
go to
on
this
my
webpage
phone and I'm
it's
not
got
gonna
Mars
post
shit on it,
anything
what are you
for
gonna do?
you. Stop. I'm
What
on
do you
my
mean by it's got
phone
Mars
and
shit
I'm
on
not going to post anything for you. If these guys want to post stuff, go ahead. But I'm not at my computer.
It's not a matter of posting things, it's a matter of justifying why I should do something. What is this supposed to show?
Because you might learn something. That's the whole purpose of this
That's
episode.
not anything.
Yes, it is.
Hey man,
You're afraid
are
to.
you guys lying?
No. Regardless of what you look up, you might learn something. That's saying nothing. That's saying, well, I have a worthless
Then look the
source.
fucking
I
thing
can't
up.
demonstrate anything about it. There's nothing redeeming
Then
about
go
it
and look it
whatsoever.
up.
I can't
Remember earlier
argue
when you
for why you
stop
should
having a
look at it.
meltdown.
Just stop having
are
a
you
meltdown.
finished?
You're the one screeching.
You are having a
I
fucking
was in the middle
meltdown,
of
dude.
speaking. I was
You're
in the
having a
middle of speaking. You're
meltdown.
the one
You
freaking
are
out.
in full cope mode, having a little
You're the
spiral.
one casting about, projecting your failure onto me.
I haven't projected anything.
You
We're just
are.
listening
You're
to
doing
you
it
have
right
a
now.
meltdown.
No, you're the one
And
saying
I'm full.
that
There
I'm
we go.
melting down
I've got all
because you're
my cope.
projecting.
I haven't projected anything. All
You
you
have
were asked to
done
do
nothing
was
but
something
projecting.
ever so simple. You're still spinning out, dude. All you were asked
Yeah,
to
and you
do
still
was
can't
something so
justify
simple
why you should do
was
it.
go to the website and have a look for yourself.
And what is that supposed to show?
That your claims are not necessarily true.
How is it going to show that?
Because photographs from Earth are the same photographs we've been told are from Mars.
Okay. Which photograph are we talking about? Is it one of the ones
Go
I
to the
used as
website and have a
for the
look.
base?
All
Is
of
it one
them.
of the ones that I used for
All
the
of
base of my belief?
them.
I
You asked which
see.
one? You see asked
So
which one? All
that
of
now your
them.
claim has become impossible. You're talking about having a website here with terabytes of data.
So
That's
go
absurd.
to it. Prove us wrong.
And when it doesn't have terabytes of data, I'm correct?
What has this
Hello?
terabytes of data got to do with anything?
So there are
Go to the
terabytes of
website.
Mars
No,
photos.
go to
I'm
the
now going to
website.
ask you,
Look at
since
the
there are
images.
terabytes of
Yeah,
Mars
since you
photos,
like
and these are
talking through
all
people,
Mars
yeah, we're
photos.
just going to go whack. Stop being a clown. You are just anti-FE fuckwittery. That's all you are. If I tell you milk crates are fucking cubes, you'll come in and say some random other shit just because whatever flat earthers say are wrong. Go to the website, have a look for yourself. If Professor Triangle is incorrect, you can come back and rub it in his face. So simple.
Stop crashing out.
I'm not crashing out. I told you
You
to go to the
literally just crashed
website,
out.
bring it back,
You were just
and rub it
switching.
in his face if he's incorrect. It's that simple.
Sure. So taking a look at
Excellent.
Devon Island,
Go
it
do
doesn't
it.
look like Mars.
Do you know what Mars looks like, dude?
It doesn't look like the photos we have of Mars. It doesn't look like the.
How can you prove those
I don't-
photos of Mars, man? How far away is Mars?
That's a different question.
How far away is Mars?
I don't know.
So you just
Hey
believe it all. It's
man,
like a blind belief with you, right? I
What are you
believe.
talking about? No, you can just
You
go grab a
know
telescope
exactly
and
what
look
I'm
at
talking
Mars.
about. You want to play stupid? Go ahead.
Can you get a telescope and point it at Mars and see it?
And what? You're gonna see these pictures that you got here
Well, in like lower definition, but yes.
in
Olympus
lower
Mars has been
definition?
recorded for
How much
hundreds of
lower
years.
definition are we talking about here?
I mean, people have been able to make out Olympus Mons for hundreds of years, so modern telescopes, you could certainly
Make
make
out
it out,
what?
yes. I didn't hear what you said.
What do they make out on Mars?
Olympus Mons.
So what? There's like a mountain range or something?
Yeah, that was my entire claim was that. Yes. Welcome to the conversation.
But like, are you sure that it's a mountain range? Like through your telescope?
Yeah, it looks like a mountain range.
So,
Well, it's
so it
not a
has
mountain
to
range, it's a big volcano, but it's certainly a mountain.
Okay. So it has to be.
What else are you suggesting it could be?
I don't know, dude. But I'm sure there's a bunch of suggestions that could be put forward.
No, there's not. It's pretty much just volcano. It's the only thing consistent with how it looks. There are volcanoes on the Earth that look pretty much like it. They're just like smaller.
So your imagination only works one way. Like if somebody tells you this,
What are you
can't
talking
think
about?
for yourself.
I can certainly think for myself. What do you want about?
About how you know these are fucking mountains or a volcano or whatever you want to say it is.
Because it's consistent with being a volcano.
What is? What you see through your
Our
telescope?
observations of it. Yeah.
Come on, dude. How far away is Mars?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No. Why would that matter?
Because you wouldn't be able to see the fucking thing due to angular size.
That's ridiculous. Prove that.
All it would look like is a little dot.
Prove it.
Come on, dude. How far?
Where's your evidence that its angular size would be too small to make out? Prove
Where's
it.
your evidence you can see it? You've not produced anything inside
I've
chat yet.
told you
I've got
there
no
have been
I've got no
observations for
reason.
hundreds of years.
I've got yep, you've told us. That's great. My dad told me Santa Claus was real too. Guess what? He
Sure.
fucking lied.
Okay, I don't know why you got to bring your dad into this. It's like you're just projecting again. But if you do
Yeah, no,
want a
your
source for
projection
that,
onto
if
us.
you do
Your
want
projection
a
onto us.
source for that,
Your
stop
hey,
crashing out.
hey,
Stop
dumbass.
crashing out.
You're
Stop
yep, that's
crashing
you
out.
crashing out.
Stop
You
crashing
sitting
out.
there
Stop
repeating that.
crashing out.
Yep. Bzzzt. Now, first of all, Maz, can you mute yourself? We're sick of getting the feedback. Maz. You fixed it? Good. Now, humanity. Alright, Maz is still going. I have to fix him. Alright, done. You sitting there repeating, stop crashing out, stop crashing out, stop crashing out, is a pretty solid indication that you're having some kind of mental breakdown. All we want you to do is post in the side chat something to back up your little claims. Until you do so, it's just verbal diarrhea. It's that simple, bro.
Here, I helped you out, man. I put a video in there what Mars looks like through a telescope. Show me where the volcano is, bro.
Look like that through all telescopes? Anyway, you interrupted what I was saying with a crash out. Obviously, I'm going to tell you to stop doing that and stop crashing out.
Oh, pro tip, we're not really interested in your sophistry meta bullshit. Just produce the data. We've even got guys trying to help you out now because you're that much of a failure. Post what you're talking about in the side chat so we're all on the same page. You giving us a description doesn't mean anything. Because someone told me doesn't mean anything.
So that's literally the opposite of sophistry. Like, I think you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You just need to stop freaking out.
It's not me freaking out. I'm very patiently waiting for you to provide your evidence in the side chat. Spliff, I think it was Spliff, yes, posted up a video for you and asked you, is that correct? And all you want to do is talk about being butthurt. We know, if you ask Yoda very nicely, he'll supply some of his butthurt cream.
I told you we weren't trying to hurt your feelings, and yet your feelings are still getting hurt.
So I already replied to the video. Hello? Did you forget that entirely? Are you just not paying any attention? Very silly. Anyway, if you want a source for my claim, simply look up Giovanni Giaparelli.
You post your source. You refused to look up our source, so unless you post yours, fuck you. It's that simple.
You're being very
Post
silly.
it.
The thing I said.
No,
is that
you're being silly.
I did look up
All you've got to do, it's
You're
simple.
stupid.
It's very
You're
simple.
stupid.
Instead of yapping, post your source
Stop
in
freaking
the
out.
side chat. That's it.
Stop
Get your
crashing
source that you're going to say, whatever the channel is, whatever the web page is, post it in the side chat so we can all click on it.
So I did look up your source. Did you forget that? Are you not paying any
No,
attention
you
at
didn't.
all? I did. Yes,
So-
you're just not paying attention. You should stop
No,
engaging in
no,
the
you
conversation
claimed you
until
did.
can actually...
You claimed
Yeah,
you did.
I did.
How do we know
I
you
did.
did it? How do we know
How in
you
the world
did
would
it?
I demonstrate that? What are you talking about?
You haven't demonstrated anything. All you
Exactly.
did was made
No way to
vague
demonstrate
claims.
that.
All you did was made
asked me for the
exceptionally
impossible.
vague claims of that's
made
not it.
specific claims.
Well, that could mean anything. You said, how do these pictures match up?
you
You
said,
complained
"Look,
about
it's
how do they
not
match up.
convincing visually, it's
Anyone
not
could anyone could have said that about anything. You are being exceptionally vague as to
That's not what vague means.
sidestep yourself from the argument.
You don't know what vague means.
So how do I know you even clicked on the page in the first place? I don't.
So if you notice, you didn't.
This is
point to the
why.
page,
Now listen
you just
carefully.
said
Listen
to type
carefully.
something
No,
into
listen
Google, which I
carefully.
did,
Stop
and when
yapping.
I grabbed
Hello.
One of the results. Stop crashing
Yeah,
out.
we're just
Stop freaking
gonna
out.
shut up. Fucking idiot. I think I'm pretty sure I've come across you before and I kicked you out last time because you're a spastic and all you do is stop crashing out, stop crashing out, stop crashing out like a broken ass record. The reason we get people to post their websites in the side chat is so we know they're clicking on the right thing. You're making claims, post it in the side chat so we can all click on the right thing. Please.
Until such time as you do that, I don't know why you're expecting me to. Moreover,
Does anyone else want to converse with this fuckwit? They're more than
Yeah,
welcome to.
just ask him if what I've posted in the chat is what he's talking about.
Well, there you go. He can hear you. I'm pretty sure.
what do you mean if it's what I'm talking about? That does look like a picture of Olympus Mons, if that's your question.
Is that the photo you're referencing?
There's many photos. It's not that photo specifically.
Oh my god. Well, can you get the one you're talking about so we can talk about the
talking
one
about a
you're
specific photo.
talking about? So
I'm
can
not
you
talking
put
about a
one?
specific photo.
Can you put one in there so we can talk about
Why?
the one?
What's the point?
What's the point? He just wants to be vague.
No, ignoring it like 99.9999999% of the evidence is not a reasonable way to engage with things.
He's a brain in a jar. I fucking knew
What
it.
what evidence?
All the different
Oh,
photos.
what did
all the
I just
observations.
ignore?
Again, we have from literally pre-photograph observations of Mars.
So post it in the
Okay,
side
can
chat.
I already
show
told
it.
you how to find it.
Oh my
And
god.
again, you guys didn't post your source in the side chat. I don't know why you're expecting me to.
Back to the mental institute. I think your computer break is over.
It would be good if Doctor could control himself, or be medicated to achieve accomplish the same thing.
I mean, you're literally on a server that people are asking you for your evidence, right? And then you say, "Go
Yeah,
get
I
it
told
yourself."
you how to get it.
And then we're like,
I gave you
"Okay,
specific instructions.
all right, that's great, good job."
Morning, Jedi. Just so you know, we've got a complete fuckwit in the channel. Humanity, you've probably met him before. It's the one that just has a breakdown and just goes, stop crashing out, stop crashing out, stop crashing out. Just warning you.
I barely remember these people now.
When you hear the voice, you'll know.
Yeah,
The
that's what I
humanity,
figured.
humanity, the
Notice
one
the
I
part where I
posted
only
in
did
there.
that to you because you're the only one who
Hello?
crashed out.
Humanity,
What's up?
the one I posted in the chat. Can we talk about that one or no? That's not one you want to talk about.
I don't see how it's relevant.
Okay, so you're saying that we can get photos of mountains on Mars. Can you just pick one that you want to reference so we can talk about it or no?
Sure. Well, I don't know if I'd really point to photos. Let's go with Giovanni Schiaparelli's observations.
Okay, can you put that in the chat, please, so we can reference it?
I can give you his Wikipedia article. Will that suffice?
No, just
Post it in the side chat.
yeah,
That'll do.
yeah, and then pick something
I
from
don't know
it
why you can't
so we
like
can
look
talk
up the
about it.
Wikipedia article.
Oh. Okay, so you're giving us what? His history or what?
He did a bunch of Mars observations.
Okay, so can you pick something from this that we can reference?
He observed Olympus Mons.
Okay, so can you pick something from this that we can reference?
I don't know what you mean by that. That's what I'm picking from it.
His Wikipedia page. All right, so point me to, in this Wikipedia article, what we can reference.
Looks like the source is Moore 1977 Guide to Mars, page 120.
Okay, where's that? What do I click on? Mars, that section?
No idea.
So you don't know. You're just using your vagaries as proof.
That's not a vagary. That's a specific page in a specific book.
Excellent.
Really
Then
don't
tell
know
us
what
where to
vagary
click on the
is.
fucking thing.
Stop crashing out. You don't need to scream.
Sorry, excuse me. Have you read the specific page in a specific book before?
What?
Have you read this before?
No, this is a secondary source. Do you know what that means?
Okay, so it's interesting.
Oh my
You
God.
haven't read this before, but you're
You know
giving
what
it
a
to us.
secondary source
If
is?
we were to start questioning you about it, would you be able to answer the questions?
I would be able to point you to where I got it from.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know this, do you?
I do know this.
Okay,
It's a
so tell us
secondary
all about
source.
it then. Tell us all
It's a
about it.
secondary source. Yeah, so he made
Okay,
observations
but can you?
back in
Sorry,
the 1800s.
excuse me. You do this when you don't want to answer questions. Can you tell
I
us with
literally
your
just
own
answered the
words all
question.
about it?
Yeah,
Oh,
so he
for
made
fuck's sake.
observations back in the 1800s.
Okay, with what device? Did he just optical? Was it a telescope? What?
Telescope.
Okay, what type?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. Did he draw? What did he do?
He did make some drawings, but this really
Okay.
doesn't matter.
Have you seen the
If you wrote
drawings
things down, that would
before?
also suffice.
So, excuse me. Have you seen the drawings before?
It doesn't seem relevant.
No, well, it would be. The drawings that
No.
he made of Olympus Mons and the things that he's supposed to have seen. Have you seen these drawings before?
Whether or not I see them doesn't seem relevant. Why is that
Well,
relevant?
it really does, because they're just drawings.
No, why would that be relevant?
Dude, you don't
I think
even
you just
seem
laid
to
out
understand.
exactly why it's not relevant.
Well, you don't even seem to understand the history of your own argument, dude. It feels
What?
like to me that you've just reached into the internet and pulled this out, and you don't know anything about it apart from what you can read on the thumbnail.
What are you suggesting? That I somehow
That
like
you don't know what
things
you're
I don't
talking
know?
about.
I do know
Yeah,
what I'm
I
talking
don't
about.
think
He
you know
made
what you're talking about.
observations
You
of Olympus
can,
Mons.
dude. Can you stop talking through me? You can prove me wrong. I don't mind.
I don't know what you're on about. Are you
You
suggesting he didn't make observations of Olympus Mons?
How many pictures did he draw?
I don't see the relevance. Can you answer my question?
Fuck me. You wouldn't even see. This is what I mean. You don't know how many pictures he drew. I don't think
That's
it's
completely irrelevant. I also don't
Dude,
know how
I
many
don't
hairs
think
were on his
anybody's
head.
going to disagree with you that the
the
guy
exact
drew
beard length he
pictures.
had. What
For
relevance are
fuck's
these
sake, this is
facts?
what you don't understand. Stop fucking talking. No one's disagreeing with you that some guy from a long time ago drew pictures of what he thought the surface of Mars looked like. I just want to see the pictures, and you've never seen them before.
I don't know why you want to see the pictures or why that's my
But
problem.
you've never seen them before either, have you?
Again,
Because
I
it
don't know
validates
what
your claim,
relevance it
dumbass.
has. It doesn't. Are you stupid?
Yes, it does. Because
No.
you claimed
No, it
earlier,
doesn't.
listen carefully,
Profoundly
before you have a
stupid.
little spiral out. Why are you still
Stop
fucking
crashing out.
talking? You're such a rude cunt. Shut the fuck up. God, I have to go QE on his ass. You were claiming before pictures on the internet, which you wouldn't give us a fucking link to go and see. Now you're claiming this guy has witnessed the so-called Mars And you can validate your pictures from this guy. That's the whole purpose of you leading us to this. Or basically, are you just having a breakdown because you've got no fucking idea and you just thought you'd throw some random guy at us hoping that shit would stick to the wall? I don't care which way you go, but you have illustrated quite clearly you've got no fucking idea what you're talking about. Jedi's been in here for, what, less than 5 minutes and he's already broken you. Like, holy shit.
All that's happened is that you've illustrated that you've no self-control, and Jedi's illustrated...
Shut up. What we've illustrated is when you say pictures, you haven't even seen the pictures that you're going to throw at us. Weird behaviour. You can unmute him if you want.
Unmute it, really? Ew.
Well, I'll give him a chance to respond. I mean, I've
Jedi,
just
do you know
pointed
what a
out the flaw
secondary
in his
source
argument.
is? There's no flaw.
Sorry.
What, you know what a secondary source is?
Yeah, but you've never seen the secondary source. You've just thrown it at us.
What do you mean I've never seen the secondary source?
You've already pointed out that you haven't read it. You've also pointed out that you haven't seen the
I have read it.
pictures. So this secondary source, you don't know anything
no,
about.
that's
Have you?
up.
I ask you again for the third time. Let's see if you're going to change your answer. Have you seen the pictures that he drew?
So, Jedi, the secondary source
No,
is
I need an
Wikipedia.
answer for the question. Have you seen the pictures that
I
he drew?
haven't seen the pictures. The pictures are a
Okay, so this
primary
secondary
source.
source
The
you
secondary
don't
source
know
is
about.
Wikipedia. I do know the secondary source. The secondary source is Wikipedia.
Okay, but you haven't read it or studied it, have you?
I have read it. I have read
Okay,
the
so
article.
you've seen. Okay, so I'll ask you again for the fourth time. So you've seen the pictures then?
No, I've read
Okay,
the
then
article.
fuck off.
The secondary source is Wikipedia.
Yeah, but you don't even. Oh my god, dude! I can go and get like.
Actually,
type
that's
into
the
fucking
primary
Google.
source.
Here you go. It is fucking Newton. Now I don't have to read the Principia. Your answer will be in there, Sir Sunshine. I'm sure it will be. Or I could give you fucking Einstein and Edison, the observations of what the solar eclipse and light bending around the sun. There's 9 frames there. I haven't seen them, but I'm sure if you studied them, you could look at them and figure it all out. Do you understand how bad this argument is? You've not seen this, so how can you throw it as evidence?
Because it's a secondary source.
That
We
you
know what
haven't
sources
studied
are.
or seen. You've not even seen the
have
pictures.
seen
Okay,
the
give me the
secondary
pictures.
source.
Give me the
So I'm
pictures.
not claiming
Give me the
to have access
pictures.
to the pictures. I'm
Give me the
claiming to
pictures,
have
wanker.
access to the Wikipedia article. Are you
But you've
stupid?
not seen the pictures, and your argument is pictures,
Again,
pictures,
I don't
pictures.
need to
And
see
now
any
there are
pictures.
pictures that you've not seen.
My argument isn't pictures, pictures,
Your pictures
You're
was
not
the proof,
listening.
remember?
No, it wasn't. This was never the case.
Yes,
You're
it
just lying
was.
now. No, it
Dumbass.
wasn't.
Yeah, I bet we just fuck off. Who votes we nuke it and just kick it out? Like, seriously. He's just here for airtime. Just say hi to your
But-
mum and be on your way. Like, seriously. Sorry, Jedi.
No, it's fine. It's like whenever we ask for, they say pictures from space. Okay, which one? And then I'll Google something and I'll go, this one. One that they've never seen before, but it's the first one that'll come up on a fucking Google search. The reason why I jumped in is because Timbo's questions were fucking right. Right, well, show me one. What one then? Show me something that you've seen before. See, the thing is, when we question people about things they've never seen before, they can't answer the questions. And they say, well, just Google it. Fuck off, just Google it.
He knows what a secondary source is, you dubbo. Your claim of Wikipedia was your primary source of information. The secondary source was a link off of that primary source which you posted for us, which was quite clearly demonstrated you had not read.
I don't care if it's primary, secondary, or fucking tertiary. At least know what it is.
I think he was just using, he's a little bit of a wordsmith. It is a primary source, not the primary source that he was using. He's just one of these smart-ass little clowns that uses vagaries so he can weasel his way out of shit rather than answering questions directly. What's this? You still haven't pointed to a single vague thing. Your primary source, which you were getting images out of to validate that the Mars images that you originally showed us were true and correct and not from Devon Island. So, where's these images you're posting up, humanity? Maybe we might have to do this through text. Might be cleaner.
Nah, waste your time. Maybe we should go to Galileo's pictures of the canals on Mars.
Well, that was quite entertaining.
Yeah, he's been in before. He's a special one, that one.
What amazed me so much is how he seemed to speak so confidently and illogically at the same time.
Speaking bullshit with confidence.
It almost reminds me of how someone would like gaslight someone, you know, make you think something's a certain way when it's the opposite.
It's like he brings up his little piece of evidence. You ask one question about it, and he goes, "Oh, I don't think that's relevant." And it's like, dude, we just asked a direct question on what you just brought up as evidence. How is that not relevant?
Yeah, your girlfriend's like, I saw you with her, and you're like, I don't see how that's relevant, babe.
But yet, right at the start, he was asked to provide web pages and things. Oh no, you can Google it yourself. That was one of the very first things when he first come in.
Yeah, and then we posted in Chinese. Like, oh, not that one. Oh, not that one. It's like, okay, well, can you post it? No, just do it. It's like, dude, we were trying to. We keep denying all the ones we're putting up. So maybe we can save some time, have you do it. He's just a clown at the end of the day.
Yeah, he's like it all the time. Last time he come in there, it was all he could do was stop crashing out, and he said it probably about 20 times in a row. Stop crashing out, stop crashing out. It's like, bro, you're having a nervous breakdown. Like, seriously. And he just kept saying it. Ended up just muting him and he just ran away. So yeah, so keep an eye out for that one in the future, guys. Clown show. Who is Wygon Jin? Welcome. I haven't seen that name before.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm new here. I'm just listening.
All right, I've got all of 5.5 minutes. Are you a flat earther or you're a
So-
ball believer?
So I'm actually in another Discord server with a bunch of globies, and
Hello.
yeah, but
Bring me up.
they're my friends. Well, I don't know. I might need some help. Like, so I'm just over here kind of trying to listen to you guys for now to see if there's anything I can gather to bring back to them, and then if they still fight me on it, I figure maybe I could bring one or two of you guys over there to try to whip them into shape.
Why don't you just bring them in here one at a time, and they can get chucked at the bottom of the murder pit, and you can just sit back and just watch them wriggle out.
Well, I don't want to do that because like I don't want them to hate me, and also they don't. Some of them are broke and they don't have a phone, so they can't get into the room. Yeah. So
That's fair enough.
yeah, one of them just like I don't know, like he comes through sometime, but he's like got so much like he robots so much and shit too. But like and then I don't know,
Just a
like,
shitty connection.
But
Yeah.
I mean like yeah, there's just sometimes there's a lot of static on his end, but
Yeah, they can just be
difficult.
chucked in the broken mic crew. That's all right. We got a few of them.
Well, I mean that's only one guy, but like the other bigger problem is like the people that don't even have phone numbers really like they have a computer or something, but like they don't have a phone number, so they can't get into the voice chat.
Oh, you got to verify to get in here. That's all right. Forgot about that.
Wait. Oh, wait, how do you verify? Like, do you need a phone number to verify?
Your phone number, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, when you
yeah,
jump
so,
in,
yeah,
it'll
that's
ask you to verify your account and ask for a phone number.
That's the problem too. Like some of these guys don't even believe in cell phones.
Yeah. Like me, when I originally signed up to Discord years ago, it wasn't on the phone; it was done on the PC. And all of a sudden, they switched over their policy to linking it to the phone, and I had to recreate my account on the phone without knowing my password. So technically, this is my second account, and yeah, it was a bit of a pain in the ass actually.
Man, the struggle is real.
So yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's a bit of a hassle, but if you got to do it, you got to do it. You sort of, yeah.
Yeah. I just figured I'd like hang out here to see what you guys had to say and everything, and listen in, and then just wanted to introduce myself. But I'll chime in from time to time. It's
Well, what I'll do, I'll send you a link to our main server, and if you think those guys are worthy, maybe you can pass the link on to them, or once you're in there to have a look. So just stand by for a second. Invite to server. That one. Where'd you go? Down, down, down.
Would you
There.
say you send me a link?
I'll send you a link. Hold on, I'm just about to.
Okay.
And paste. All right, cool. That's the link to our main server. Yeah, if you jump in there.
Hang on, wait. So wait, you have a main server? You said?
Well, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord main server. Where we are now is just a channel in the politics server. So we actually have our own dedicated server where we store information, lots of information that might be helpful to you.
Okay, that's excellent.
So if you have a look there and scroll way down, there's a section called additional information.
Where did you post it?
Well, I
did you
you
post
DM,
the link or? Oh.
DM.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's my
request.
time.
Is
so,
this Matrix? Oh, that's a clever name.
But anyways, that's the link to our main server.
Yeah,
if you go
that
there
sounds good.
and check some shit out, you will be somewhat surprised, maybe impressed. I don't know yet. With all the goings on there. So check that out. Scroll down. There's an additional information section, and yeah, that'll keep you entertained for hours.
don't have any
So
like
next,
extra like verification process or anything I have to worry about.
when you first log in there, sometimes we're at home base. If you want to jump in there and talk, you'll have to be VC verified. That's the only thing. So if you go up the top, go to the welcome channel, follow the rules on that. It will tell you what to do, and you can get verified, quick smart, and yeah, when we're in our home channel having discussions, you can jump in, and we could probably might be able to drag some of your mates in, so we can watch them kick and scream and carry on. But anyways, bro, I gotta go.
Alright.
I told you I only had 5.5
Yeah.
minutes.
Hey, right. Well, thanks, mate, and thank you for sending the invite. And hope to hear from
No,
you
cool.
later on.
You enjoy yourself, and yeah, check that server out. You will appreciate it afterwards, and you'll know why when you're in there. So yeah, suss that out. All good. Anyway, everyone, have yourselves a mad day. Peace.
Cheers.
Mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you. Hey Yoder, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on?
Do you remember when you posted that that map or whatever it was of Great Britain?
Yeah.
Is that easily accessible for you to post and check? 'Cause I want to look at that and save that. 'Cause that was a really good argument you made the one day with it. never got to save it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Hold on. Let me post it.
Appreciate that. Do you mind briefly explaining the background of how they came to that? Like, I remember you explained it pretty quickly last time. If I could just hear that again, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so it's it's a coordinate reference system that's not based off of latitude and longitude. Anytime flat and long is invoked for anything, they're invoking a curving surface, which is topologically incompatible with a flat Cartesian surface. So one of the advantages of doing it this way is, well, they've got kind of their own system that they can use, and they've got a system that doesn't require spherical geometry. Kind of takes a lot of the difficulty out of using what is normally standard lat and long. Now, if you notice, there's like one section that the meridian is lined north and south. Just like one of the meridians is in the middle, I think is lined up to the north and to the south. But then as you look further and away from that meridian, which is aligned to Greenwich meridian, you notice that there's a distortion the further out you go relative to the surface that it's glued onto. And as you can see, both latitude and longitude on the curving surface is no longer aligned with like take the A section in the upper left-hand corner. So the British National Grid System is a square about 2,500 by 2,500 kilometers. So when people ask for like a flat map, oh, there you go. I mean, there's a flat one.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, man.
Yep, you're welcome. You know, and this brings up another point is for a long time we've heard fellow flat earthers talk about the 69-to-1 rule and trying to reconcile lat and long with a flat surface, and it is a foolish endeavor. It really is. Maybe not so much foolish, but a very ignorant one. The surface is wholly incompatible. If you try to do a triangulation on a curving surface, you're going to have spherical excess. And if you try to translate a spherical triangle to a flat surface, two things happen. Like, first off, the sides are not going to be straight. They're going to be curving on a flat surface. You may also find difficulty actually enclosing the shape altogether. So it's impossible to do.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm not big. All I know when it comes to the maps is like obviously there's no like true one-to-one map, right? It's always gonna be like shit, especially when you compare, like, you know, what the world might actually look like. But this is like it's just such a nice thing to bring up because people do is like I hear it all the time, like show me the map, show me the map. It's like, well, you know, I can show you this at least. Like this is mapped out, like without, you know. So, yeah, very cool.
Yep. Now you can you know, have like a 69-to-1 rule on a flat surface if you're only using Polaris. And you only go out towards the equatorial distance. But that's about it. That's all you can use it for. You can't invoke any other 69-to-1 rule, great circle route, whatever, in any other direction. It only works along the meridians to Polaris and only works out to the equator. So, if the sky geometry is going to be utilized as a conceptual celestial sphere for, globe navigation or any kind of navigation, you have to develop the right mindset really to start to gain an intuitive understanding of it. So let's say that you are facing north. Polaris is like 45 degrees high in the sky, so you're at 45 degrees north latitude. And you turn towards the west and you see a star that's also about maybe 45 degrees high. And it's going to be setting out towards the west. If you follow that star, you're actually going to be heading southwest eventually. Even if in your starting position, the star is 45 degrees up in elevation from a western heading, that star is actually more due south of you. Same if you turn east towards a star that's rising. And the star to the east that's about a 45-degree elevation is also going to be actually southeast of you. Again, that's if you're using the stars to navigate as if they're a celestial sphere. So, if you could freeze where those stars are in time, to make it more simply put, so you don't have the sidereal rotation involved, and you decide to head towards the star that's to the west, if you were to plot this out, it's going to be a curving path on a flat surface. It's because you're doing a projection from a curve to a straight, flat horizontal line. So the projection is going to curve on a flat surface because you're starting off on a curved surface. And this is why great circle routes are considered a myth, because to actually coordinate the continuous updating of your Latin long headings, your headings with respect to Latin long, it's a very difficult process because at every continuous moment, you're going to have to update because you're using a curving reference system in order to do it, not a straight one, not a straight linear path. It's why if you were to try to head to the ground position of that star that's 45 degrees west, your coordinates are going to form a curving pattern. It's going to form a great circle. It's curving. If you're on a flat surface, then you're going to have to curve it on that flat surface. And you're not going to make a straight triangle. If you decide to do like a triangulation from your current position to the ground position to the star and then up to Polaris and back where you started again. Those are going to be wonky donkey curves. And you'll be damn lucky if in the real world you could actually form an enclosed shape of curving sides.
Okay, yeah, kind of saying. I'm super good with all the maps. Like sometimes I mix up longitude and latitude if I don't think about it for a second. So it is something I really want to expand my knowledge on when talking about maps and stuff. And I thought that was a really good spot for me to start to analyze that whole British thing. I do appreciate that explanation as well. I want to get a little bit more knowledge under my belt when it comes to the maps and shit. I think it's a helpful thing to know.
Right. Well, thanks for the feedback. Whenever I'm around, if I can chat, I'll chat. I like talking about this stuff.
Yeah. Good flow. I forget when it was like a day or two. And I break this all down to this one dude down here. and yeah, I forgot to save all that stuff you were posting with the what I just asked you to grab. So appreciate you backtracking a little bit for me.
Great. Well, yeah. Again, thanks for the feedback. If there's anything else you missed that I post, just reach out. I'll do my best to track it down when I can.
Appreciate that.
So why is nobody talking? Like, why are your mics all muted?
Because we schooled all the Globers today, taking a break. Job well done.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Well, there's got to be some Globers on here. I mean, it's not like I can just get one or something, plug them in here.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just found this whole political channel. I was just looking through all the channels. Is this like a pro or anti flat earther channel? What is this?
Mostly flat earthers here. And
Oh, okay, cool. So, what is this, like a debate channel? Like people who believe in it and people who don't, or is it mostly people who believe, not a lot of people who don't?
we usually take the belief out of it, and so people have questions about flat Earth, and we tell them what we know about it, not what we.
Yeah, we're here as an information advisory. That's what we do here. Of course, we have discussions. Sometimes it goes into a debate, sometimes, but we're generally informing you as to how this oblate spheroid doesn't exist. unless you have proof of it yourself, then you'd be able to help us in that regard.
Right.
Yeah, it's a big one. If you have globe proof, oh man, we're all ready for it, waiting for most of us anyway.
I mean, I don't know much. I don't know much about the topic on flat versus. What was it that you said about? It wasn't globe. What'd you say, sir? The other guy. What'd you call it?
Oh, I said the flat Earth truth, basically.
I
If
think
it's
he's
me,
oblate
yeah.
spheroid. I think that's what he was asking.
Oh yeah, oblate spheroid. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Well, that's what it's called, isn't it? Oblate spheroid. And the question to you is, how do you know that you are living on such a thing? Have you checked into it? What did you do to validate it? Or are you just believing and trusting your education?
I don't know. I never really thought deeply about it.
Yeah, well, give it some thought now. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? The question is, how do you know that you are living on a spinning ball Earth hurtling through the universe?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I can think of a couple of reasons, but I guess
Yeah, go ahead.
you seem to know that, or feel that that we're not. Obviously, it sounds like you're coming from that side, right?
Yeah, that's why we're here, the flat earthers. That's our position because we've had a look. We've tried to confirm it.
Yeah.
Like, right. So that's why I'm asking you. What's your position on that?
I mean, I would say my position is probably just pretty mainstream. Instead of going into great detail, we can certainly get into that. But I'd be more curious, instead of regurgitating the mainstream point of view, like what is. I mean, without like I don't want to take up 4 hours of your time. I don't know how much stuff you have, but like, was there like a top one or two things that is kind of like the nail in the coffin against the globe that we're in a flat Earth? Like, what's your top one or two?
Well,
I hope I'm not restricting
I
you.
did ask. The thing is, I did ask you first, right? So I would prefer that you answer my question, and it was, what is your best proof that you know that you're on a ball spinning through the universe? Straight question to you.
Sure. There's so many. I could just just when you look up at the night sky, you can see the constellations, the stars, the Milky Way. Depending where you are, if you're in a place with low light pollution, you can literally see the star systems around us, our own Milky Way. As we rotate. So that would lead me to believe it's a sphere.
Oh, that's a very poor answer because you cannot look up and then say you're on a sphere. There's no connection there at all. No connection. You understand? Remember, they gave us a size. I know. I won't ask. I'll just tell you. The circumference is supposed to be 24,901 miles, and then the
All right.
radius of that would be 3,959 mile radius. Now, those two numbers have to be verified. You don't verify those numbers by looking up at the stars. That's not how you do it.
So I guess my
Okay.
question, I guess what I'm confused about. So like if I just do a thought experiment, I'm standing, in a field, very low light pollution, right? I look up
Yeah.
at the night sky and I see a constellation come over the supposed horizon in front of me.
Right.
And I watch that same constellation go over my head and behind me and down below the other horizon.
Yeah.
And then at some point, I see that, the next day, that same constellation comes back up
Yeah.
24 hours later from that same horizon.
Yeah.
Where did it go when it went behind me? And how
That
did it
doesn't prove.
reappear in
Yeah.
front of me?
That
No, I'm not
doesn't.
saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it proves. I'm just asking where did it go in a flat
Yeah.
Earth model?
Well, okay. It's still not proving your globe though. That's the thing.
No,
You
no,
see,
no. I got you. But it's
right?
not proving that the Earth is flat either. So I guess since I answered your question, I would now ask you to answer mine respectfully, right? I think that's fair. Where does it go in a flat Earth world?
Well,
Where
it
did that
just goes to
constellation
another.
go?
It just goes to another country, doesn't it? Obviously, it's going to
Goes to
some
another
other parts.
country? Is that what you said?
Of course, because of course it does. Because where you are, you're in a country. You've
Sure.
just seen the stars go past you and the sun and everything. So obviously, it's going to the other parts of the country, other countries to see it, other parts of the world. So they have their
Right, but
turn.
how did it end up back in front of me? So after
Oh,
it went
it's
behind me
because
to go visit other countries,
it's
how did
because
it
it's
reappear
rotating. Isn't it?
to?
It's on a fixed rotation, isn't it? That's
Well,
why.
in order to
Yeah,
have rotation, in order to have
Yeah.
that type of rotation, like if you're on a
Mhm.
flat disc, like a flat
Yeah.
disc, right?
Yeah,
I
we're
would
not a
get it
flat
if it
disc.
was.
Yeah, we're not a
Yeah,
flat
yeah,
disc.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So that's not what flat Earth is. I apologize. Maybe
No,
I
because
misunderstood.
we don't know the shape of this thing. We're saying to you that the reason we're saying the Earth is flat is because we're not able to measure and verify those two numbers that I gave you just now, the circumference and the radius. We cannot confirm the radius of this Earth. Therefore, we cannot confirm the circumference. Okay.
Oh, so you're not saying the Earth is flat. You're just saying the
No,
Earth's.
I'm saying the Earth is flat because we're not able to confirm the radius and curvature of this Earth anywhere.
I gotcha, but forget about confirming the radius and all that. Just back to the constellation. So the
Well, that's
constellation, you were
important.
saying.
Hang on. That's important because you're
Sure.
looking up, and in order to
Yep.
determine the shape of the Earth, which was part of that question, you don't look up. Looking up is the wrong direction, incorrect, not precise, completely wrong. You measure the surface. Now, the surface is meant to be curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared to form that radius of 3,959 miles. Okay? Now, we're not able
Yeah.
to confirm that. We're not able to do that.
Gotcha.
The drop over distance isn't happening. We're finding extended horizontality. The further we
Gotcha.
look, the more horizontal the Earth is. Okay? Right. We don't
Gotcha.
look
It's
up.
good. Yeah, I
Looking up
gotcha.
is incorrect. Yeah, thank you.
So back to the country thing, because we moved on from that, but I
Go
want to
ahead.
go back to the country
Yeah,
thing.
go ahead. Go ahead.
So I see a constellation come up over the horizon, and I guess it's not above me, wherever it is, but it goes, over my head and goes to another country. You were saying where? How does it? I guess what I'm asking is, if it went to that country, wouldn't it bounce? If I wanted to see it again, wouldn't it have to bounce back from that country
I
instead
don't
of
know
just
what
reappear?
I don't know why it would
How
have to
does it
bounce.
reappear?
Let's take the sun and the moon for example. Let's just keep it
Well,
that
no.
simple.
Back to the constellation though for a second, because we keep moving on from that. How did it reappear in front of me the next day?
Look, as I stated earlier on, it is on a predicted circular circuit. Okay,
Well, you
that's
said
how that is.
yeah, you said
Okay,
rotation, which made me think of
yeah,
a ball,
circuit is the
because
same thing, isn't
the
it?
sphere, a
Circuit
sphere would
rotation.
rotate. But the
No,
reason,
no,
and I
no,
wasn't trying to insult anybody. The reason when you said
no.
rotation, and I know you aren't thinking of it as a sphere, I thought of it like a flat disc rotating.
No,
What
we're
you
not
meant?
rotating at all. We don't know. You see, you're not listening to us. I said to you, we don't know the shape, first and foremost. When we say the earth is flat, it's because we're not able to measure any degree of the sun and the moon is never going to prove the shape. And that's what I'm trying to say to you, that when the sun and the moon go across the sky,
Right,
at 12 o'clock noon, it's above your head, yeah? So the distance
right.
between you, top of your head to that sun doesn't change. It moves on and carries on. It's not dropping down. The reason why you think it's dropping down is because the distance between you and the sun is increasing. So it's angular resolution and perspective. Okay, so when you think it's gone down, it's actually still at the same height it was at noon at your location. So it doesn't drop down. It's not losing altitude. It's
So if
keeping
we
the
could
same
just,
altitude
because I
and
do want to
moving away.
understand. I do want to understand, but you're throwing a lot of words at me. Can you explain to me and break down in simple terms for somebody like me who's not as knowledgeable as you? Can you explain to me in layman's terms what angular resolution is?
Oh yeah, the angle at which your eye can, and the way the light's going to get to your eye to see the object. That's all it is. The angle at which you can see the object as it moves across the sky. Okay?
Right.
So resolution means to resolve and see and focus in and through the angle. So because the object is moving away from you and it's creating an angle, and that angle is continuously changing, and then this object is moving away from you as well. Okay? So, and you're not going to be able to see it at the end of the day. It's going to go beyond your eyes' capability of seeing the object. That's what we mean. Okay? Angles of observation, basically resolution, the way the eye
Isn't
works.
an
Does that?
angular resolution? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Isn't an angular resolution basically like when you can't distinguish between two objects based on
No.
the angle because they're too close
It's
together?
relevant to it. That's part of that's when you go below the minimal angular resolution.
Right. So So like when the sun is like over here and then a couple hours later it's over here, you wouldn't say that that's an angular resolution because it's moved quite a large distance in angles. An angular resolution is just the smallest possible angular separation between two objects, correct?
Again, that's a minimal angular resolution. But you would say if it's just moved that the sun's
Well, what
angular
was
size has gotten smaller.
Yeah.
Or
So you and I are
whatever,
on the same
whatever's
page.
moving
I was
far
just
away.
curious
So just
why the
angular
gentleman was
size.
using it. The gentleman who was saying angular resolution, why was he using that word? I just didn't understand.
Well, because the sun is moving away from you, and it appears to be going down, like you said, going down, and it's not going down. Actually, that's an optical illusion.
Oh, I got you now. So not the classic model where we're rotating around the Earth every 360, or the sun rather 365. You're saying that the sun is moving away from us.
Yes, that's it.
Which is
In the
why
morning.
it sets. Okay, so here's a question. So when the sun sets over the horizon, is it setting over the horizon?
Well, this is an expression we use, right?
Okay, so
like
in
sunrise and sunset.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like,
So when the
I've
sun,
explained, hang on, hold on, because you're jumping and jumping. I will get my words out. The sun is not actually rising. That's an optical illusion. What it is the sun is coming from a distance further than your location. And the idea that the sun is going up is just an optical illusion. Because like I said, at 12 noon, when the sun is at its zenith, that distance from your head to the sun is kept. It's never lost. Okay, so when it
I
moves
gotcha.
away from you and it seems to be going down, it's still at that altitude. The distance from you and the object is being increased, much the same as a car that is down the road. It's tiny. It's got 4 people in there, and that car's getting larger and larger and larger and larger. It gets to you, it's full size. It goes past and starts to optical illusion. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So
Right,
what
thank
you're saying is just so I just want to make sure I understand. I think I do. You're saying that in the for lack of better terms here, because we just got to be on the same page, the sun, quote unquote, rising in the east is because it's far away, and then say around noon or whatever, it's like over my head, and then when it's sun setting, it's gone farther away.
Yeah, but it's not
Okay.
really setting as such.
My question is, when it went farther away to the west, how does it reappear in the east in the morning?
It's on a circuit. That's why it comes back round. It's moving. And listen, it's moving in such a way. Let me explain, because you can hear me talking. It's moving in such a fashion that it's giving every country a good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Because everybody sees the sun in the morning, everybody sees the sun in the afternoon. And
No, I got you. I got you. And I don't mean to
Right.
interject. I don't mean to interject because I'm trying to understand the visuals. So when it went from east over my head to the west, the way you're saying it got back to the east is it's kind of going in a circle?
Yes, it's
but
going
not
in a
necessarily around over the flat, right? It's going in a circle.
It's going in a circle.
There's two possible options. Either it goes
So
in a
at what
circle
point,
around the north.
if it's going in a circle, like say we have, for lack of a better word, flat Earth, and forgive me because that was the name of the channel, so that's why I got
Static, I
confused.
think I know. Sorry, I think I know where you're kind of not visualizing it right. Maybe if I could explain this just for a second.
Please.
So imagine, again, we're not claiming a shape or a size, but we do have a decent idea of, like, obviously the known land, right? America, fucking Japan, blah, blah, blah. So imagine the North Pole is in the center of the flat Earth, okay? And all of these luminaries around us are kind of rotating around that. Does that help you? So then, like, say if these...
When you say luminaries, you're talking about stars?
Yeah, the stars, sun, moon, all that, everything. So they're all rotating around the North Pole. Does that help kind of visualize it
But
better?
why? So I'm visual. Yes, it does. So I'm visualizing the north and is a dead center in the middle of, like, for lack of a better word, this kind of flat thing, and
flat surface. Just call it for that for now.
flat surface. And the stars and the constellations are all rotating, for lack of a better analogy. I'm just trying to get my brain almost like a record player, like around the center. Is that what you're saying?
Sure.
Okay, so I guess what I would ask is, why is it, if they're all moving in this consistent kind of flowing circle, why is it that down in the southern hemisphere, people see entirely different constellations than they do in the northern hemisphere? Because if we were all experiencing the same on this flat area, we were all experiencing the same record, if you will, of constellations rotating above us upon the center point of the North Pole. When do I get to see the southern stars that can only be seen down in the southern hemisphere? When do they appear up here in the around me?
You would have to move your location because wherever you are on the flat Earth determines what constellations you are going to see when you look up. Okay, your geographical location determines that. So if you're living in the Tropic of Capricorn, okay, that would be where Australia and New Zealand and South Africa, you're going to be seeing a slightly different constellation to me, who's living in the Tropic of Cancer, where Russia, Japan, Indonesia, England, okay, it's geographical location. That's all.
I see.
Yeah.
How do
And remember,
satellites
we're
work?
talking about the
Not to
shape of the
change the
Earth.
subject, but how do
Remember,
satellites
hang
work
on,
then?
I'm still talking. Looking
Oh,
up,
sorry.
yeah, looking up doesn't prove a shape here. Remember, in order to confirm the Earth to be an oblate spheroid, you would have to measure the surface of the Earth. And when we try to measure that surface, we're not finding a single degree of curvature. Remember that. Don't forget
Oh,
that.
we
That's
definitely found curvature. We found that in
Oh,
200
please
BCE.
explain to us how you've done that. You go ahead now. Go ahead. Explain, please.
Explain what?
How we found the curvature. You've said that. You've made a claim. Can you now please present your evidence of this claim that you're making?
Oh yeah, on a flat surface. So I think it was what 200 or something BCE. The shadow experiment. They went. Yeah, Archimedes. They went distances apart. They recorded.
Aristophanes.
They
Hold on.
recorded.
Hold up. Yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about that? Can you provide some data to substantiate that claim?
Oh, I mean, I'm not a
It
shadow
wasn't
expert. I'm.
Archimedes either.
Oh, who
But
was it?
well, the claim is it's Aristophanes, but well,
Okay. Well, anyway, I mean,
there's no
my
evidence to
understanding.
support that claim, right?
Well, I mean, that's fine, but my understanding is you can get on, in modern day 2026, we could do this experiment right now,
Okay,
probably
so
live, where
well, you
one
know
of
what?
us.
Yeah, we can absolutely set up two sticks and measure
Yep.
diverging shadows from those two sticks. However, that's not evidence of a curving surface.
Why wouldn't it be?
Because you can do the same thing on a flat plane with a you can get if you have a sun that is more local, not 93 million miles away, you can have the exact same effect. It's like if you take a table and you put two cans on the table and you have a distant light source above, or you have a smaller light source closer and it's offset from it.
No, I mean, if you put two cans on a table and you put a
Okay,
light, I don't know, 3
no,
feet
I'll just
above it,
post
and
a
you move
picture.
the.
Can someone post that picture for me?
Yeah, that'd be
Just like
cool.
the beer cans on a table. Yeah, basically, it's not proof for or against a curving
I mean, I can
surface.
do this. I don't need a picture. I have beer cans and the ability to put
Yeah,
light
yeah,
on
you
my
could do it
table. I can do
yourself.
it right now.
The point is just that it's not evidence for or against a curving surface, right? You can because the claim is that this person who no one can validate assumed that the Earth was a globe and therefore made this conclusion after seeing diverging shadows. But at the same time,
Right.
there was somebody in China who assumed the Earth was flat, performed the same observation, and concluded that the Earth was flat. So we can rightfully discard that because measuring diverging shadows is not measuring surface curvature. Do you understand how that's different? I mean, we're in
I did.
2026. We shouldn't
Right.
be relying on somebody that may or may not have existed measuring some shadows from 2,000 years ago. Why can't
Well,
we
no, I
just
don't.
use
I don't.
lasers
Yeah,
and
I don't
measure
think we're
deviation
relying
over
on.
distance, right?
Yeah, I think any, and this is not meant to be insulting, but I'm sure somewhere in the world, some fifth grade class got together with another fifth grade class from another hemisphere or whatever, or down the block, and did this experiment, probably on a
What
Zoom call
experiment?
in
What
a science
experiment?
class,
What
where you
experiment did
measure
they do?
the two stick experiment, the different
Okay,
shadow
but I
angles at
just
the same
explained to
time.
you how that is not proof for or against a globe, so I don't know why you're still on this.
Well, I know you just explained to me, and
Well, your
that's
failure
great,
to
but
understand doesn't validate it, right? But I'm asking in 2026, where's the laser
no,
test that shows surface curvature?
I don't know. Is there a laser test that shows flatness?
Oh, yeah, hundreds. Yeah.
What is the test that shows
Oh,
flatness?
okay. Well, let's start from the beginning. How much curvature should we expect? What is the rate of curvature? On a
No, no, no,
sphere?
no, no, no.
No, we're starting so that you understand, right?
No, ma'am.
Because
Listen,
otherwise
ma'am.
this
I'm not,
doesn't mean
ma'am. Not trying to fight with you. Trying to have a cordial conversation. You asked me what I could do to back up experiments,
I'm
scientifically or
trying to explain
otherwise,
it to you so you
a-
understand what we're showing you.
and you said we could do that today with lasers. And so
Yeah, you
instead of me
could, but there
bringing
isn't any.
lasers, instead of
That's
me
my
bringing
point.
experiments, instead, I get it. I'm trying to make mine. Instead of me bringing some laser study to prove that the Earth was a sphere, can you provide me some laser test that was taking place and maybe give me a link I could read about it that shows
Yes, I
that the Earth
can. I'm
is
trying to
flat?
explain it to you first,
Perfect. Well,
okay?
no, can you just link it to me?
No, I'm gonna explain it to you because it doesn't sound like you really understand, because you have to understand the globe claims before you can understand how we're disproving them.
Okay.
Because I don't think you understand the globe claims. So, for example, what is the claimed radius of the Earth?
I don't know. What is the
Okay,
actual number?
right. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Like, you don't even know what the globe claims are supposed to be. So, therefore, showing you evidence against it will be meaningless if you don't understand what we're supposed to be seeing.
Well, yeah. I mean, to have cogent arguments, you don't always need to have the exact numbers of everything out of your
That's not what I'm
pocket.
saying. Please
Yeah, yeah.
don't straw
So,
man me.
so,
You
so, what is the
the
radius?
default, the axiom is that the Earth presents itself to us as flat. Right? That is all we see and experience. So honestly, like the claim is upon you to prove that the earth is curving when we can't see or experience that anyway. But I'll go ahead and entertain this because
Well, hold on a second
that's
before
where
you
we are.
just keep going and
Okay,
you know,
so the
and
radius of the
putting
earth is
words,
claimed to be
ma'am,
39
realistically, ma'am, you're coming in hot. This isn't really a
let's
conversation. The
just
other
you
three
can handle
gentlemen
it,
I was
right?
talking to, they're like,
You
well,
can
you're
handle
not
it.
really getting me a word out.
Yeah.
Can I
Well,
say
do you
something?
want the information or not?
I will in due course, but
Well, you
is
asked for a
this?
laser test. You said you don't know anything, so I'm presenting it to you and you don't want it, right?
Well, you asked me a question a second ago. Do you recall the question in the middle of that
Which
sentence?
one? I've asked you several questions.
The one is about, do I have any evidence to support the idea that that a visual evidence that I've seen that supports the idea that there is curvature?
No, I
You
said,
asked
why
me
don't
that.
we have a laser test in 2026 to prove that there's surface curvature?
Okay, and then you asked me about the other thing. But go ahead. So tell me about the lasers.
Well, if you've got a laser test of surface curvature, I want to see that instead of a claim about
I
somebody who
didn't
may
say
or may
I
not
had a
have
laser
existed.
test about surface curvature. I was going to bring up the example of that when I look at things off the horizon, boats, for example. They buildings, depending on where you're standing.
Okay, so not
Um,
not what I'm
they
asking for.
appear they appear at great distances from the top down. I would think that's evidence that there's curvature. No.
Things at great distances appear as top down. I
Yeah,
posted in the side chat a
like a
picture.
cruise
Let's see.
ship, like a do you want me to clarify
No,
so you have a
if
greater
you'll just take
understanding,
a
or you
look.
have zero
Let's.
interest in what I'm saying? You only want to tell me
Yeah,
about
no,
what you
you have to
understand.
understand. We've been doing this a long time, so we've heard all the arguments. But if you look at 21 minutes past the hour, do you
Okay.
understand how a vanishing point in your perspective works?
I think
That's
I do.
not proof. Do you see that at 21 minutes past the hour?
Oh, I didn't even know where you're posting this. Is it
In
in the
the
bubble
text
thing
chat?
or in
Yeah.
general or?
In the text chat for this room. Yep.
Okay. Not seeing a picture. Last test is what? Brown Recluse. Nice name.
21
Am I in the wrong
minutes
spot?
past the hour.
21 minutes past the hour.
What I posted.
Well, give me a second. This stuff goes by quick in here. Still scrolling back. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. So do you understand how our vision works, right?
I
So
understand what a
yes, at a
vanishing point
distance
is.
things are
Sure.
going
Yep.
to yeah, right. So that's not proof of a curving surface, right?
No, it's not proof of course not. It's proof of
Okay.
distance.
Right. So I asked you for a laser test and now you're talking about buildings appearing like lower, you know. So
No, no,
that's
no.
why
I
I'm
said
referring
I
to
don't.
that.
I'm not knowledgeable of laser tests in terms of proving curvature or disproving curvature. And then you
Okay.
asked me like you came to me. Do you have any examples of why it's on you to prove that the curvature? And so I said,
No,
well, just
it's
a great
not because
example
if
would
it's
be
not
how
something you
a cruise ship at distance, for example, or a
Okay,
tanker
how does a
ship
cruise ship at distance prove the
appears
surface
over the
of the earth is
horizon
curving?
from the
I
top
just
down.
showed you how
Well,
things
unfortunately, I
converge.
didn't hear what you were saying, ma'am, because I was in the middle of my sentence and you interrupted me, and it's really difficult for me to
No,
speak
because you're
while
presenting
and listen
evidence
at
that
the same
isn't what
time.
I'm asking for, and you're avoiding the topic. You're avoiding the question that I'm directly asking you.
Is the ship
You are
thing something you
defaulting
don't
to
want to
all sorts of
discuss? Like,
things that are just your opinion. Like, you don't
Right.
understand how converging lines work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anybody who could address my ship thing in like a
No,
nice
we're not
way
gonna
without
address your ship
getting?
thing because I asked you for a laser test, which you aren't providing.
I feel like I just landed on an island and figured out you're the leader. I'm assuming because I'm not allowed to talk to anybody else.
No, you're just avoiding the topic, and I don't see why you need to continue to avoid it.
I don't know why you can't answer my ship question. So I guess we're kind of feeling the same way. It's becoming
Well,
very
really,
contested
your
here. I
stupid
was
ship
just trying to get
question
some.
came up your stupid ship question came up after I was talking about laser tests, which I'm about to provide to you, and which you
Right.
cannot provide to me.
It's
So I would
stupid.
like it
Okay.
if
Is
you
she
would
always
stay on
like
the
this,
topic
guys?
that I
Like,
brought up rather than deflecting because you don't have any evidence. Can we do that?
well, I just gave you evidence. The ship
No, you
thing.
didn't. You gave me an opinion.
It's an opinion that ships appear over the horizon from top to
Oh,
bottom.
a horizon. Okay, so the claim is a horizon now, right? A geometric horizon, is that it?
The claim is that when I look far out with binoculars or a telescope, I can see a ship coming from the ocean, and the first thing to appear is the tower, the mast, and then you see, the
That's not
cargo, and
correct.
then
That is not what you
and
see
the,
every time. That's not true. And that would depend on surface
that's not true.
conditions. No, it is not true that that is consistent. No, it's not.
Okay, why is that not true?
Because you need unique conditions for that to happen. That does not happen every time. Also, that would
What
predicate a
conditions do
geometric
you need?
horizon. That would predicate a geometric horizon of which you have stated
Well,
that you
no,
don't know
no,
where that
that's
should be
fine. Let's just
located.
take it
So
one at
tell
a
me,
time.
where's the geometric
I'm not even
horizon that the
listening
boat
to
is
what you
coming
just
over?
said. I'm asking the first part that you just
Where
said.
where's the geometric horizon located that the boat is coming over as you claim?
I have no idea what those words even mean. Say that again.
Okay,
Where's the
alright.
what?
Where's the geometric horizon that you're claiming the boat is coming over?
Where's the geometric horizon? Can you break that down in simpler terms for me? Because those two words aren't jiving in my head. I know
Well,
what a
if your
horizon
claim
is.
is
I
that a
know what
boat is
geometry,
coming
but
up
what is
over the curvature
geometric
of the
horizon?
well, if you want me to explain, you'll have to stop
It
talking.
yeah.
Okay.
It
So, if
reminds
your
me of
claim
angular resolution from a few minutes ago, which we discussed didn't seem to
Alright, are you
mean what
gonna
it
stop
meant.
talking or do I need to mute you so I can answer the questions you're asking me?
I don't think that would be very productive
You know what?
to mute
Talking to
me.
you isn't very productive, so I'd be happy to move on to somebody else. If you wanna ask me a question and you don't want me to answer, we can move along to someone who can.
Yeah, I think that's good. I could go back to talking to the other two gentlemen. We were having a
No, I
nice
think you can go
conversation.
on mute, or you can be intellectually honest
Oof.
here.
Gentlemen, help me out here. I just came to the group. This is the welcome I
Okay.
got.
See ya, buddy.
Is this the way it always is?
Yep.
Put
Why
yourself
is it
on
like
mute.
this?
Because you just won't answer a questioning.
I answered the question. I said
Yeah,
No, you
I don't
didn't.
know.
You
I
asked
don't
me
know
what a
about a laser
geometric
thing.
horizon was, which I'm about to explain to you, and you won't shut up.
Okay, go ahead. Explain it to me.
Okay. So,
'Cause
if you're claiming that you are seeing boats come up over a curve from the top first, and you're claiming that that's evidence of surface curvature. So I asked you, where is the geometric horizon? Because in order for that to happen, that means there has to be a physical location from which the boat is coming behind and towards you. So I'm asking you, where is it?
where's the boat coming from? Is that the question?
Where's
It's a
the
term.
geometric horizon that the boat is appearing from behind?
Okay.
You're claiming
So
that Earth curvature is blocking the boat. So I'm asking you, where is that located?
I don't know. You tell me.
It's a
Why
formula.
would I tell you it's your claim?
Oh my god, this is like kind of going in circles here, no pun intended, but you I I go to ask questions, I'm not allowed to ask questions. Then when you go to do your thing and I ask you, well, can you explain it to me? You go, no, you explain it to me.
No,
Like I'm
your
not
claim is
sure
that boats are
how
going over
this
a
is a
geometric horizon.
conversation.
I'm asking for the evidence of that.
My claim is that when I look at for lack of a better word, a horizon, I see a boat appear top first, blah blah blah. You're saying geometric horizon. I'm saying okay. I'm not quite sure what that means, but can you explain it to me? And that's where we're at.
I did explain that to you.
Okay,
Okay, so where is the geometric horizon located that you're seeing the boats go over in your claim?
right. For the fourth time, I don't know. Would you like
Okay,
to
so it's
tell
not
me, or
it's not a claim that you have
Put
any
his
the
evidence.
inside on
answer?
It's a
side
feeling
chat
you
for you,
have,
champ.
right? Without any actual data to support your claim, is what we're saying.
Right.
Okay.
So
All right. Well,
can I
I'm going
ask
to
a
move along to
question?
the laser tests and try to get back on topic because if you don't really know anything about these things, then we can't really discuss them. But I'm happy to present some laser tests to you. Um, my
Yeah, I mean,
question
I could do some
initially was,
studying
why
and come
in
back. I
2026
guess.
do we
I don't
not
know.
have any laser tests, right, to show curvature?
How would a laser test I mean, if you could help me out, how would a laser test disprove, I guess, curvature?
because it would
How would it
show
show
no
flat?
deviation, right? Because we know how large the sphere is claimed to be, so
Right.
therefore we can test for that, right? We can
Right. So
test
I
for
guess
the
shoot a
curvature rate.
laser, shoot a laser X amount of miles or whatever at a mirror, have it bounce back, and see if there's any deviations.
Yep, shoot it at a target. Yep, see if it hits the target at a certain distance in which we know Earth curvature should be obstructing it. So
Right. But the problem with that is, so the laser is going to go straight regardless, because that's what lasers do, regardless of the curvature of the Earth.
They claim it
As
does
long
not
as
follows
you
a
hit
can
a
see,
target.
geodesic, dude.
hold on. As long as you can see the mirror. So if I can see the mirror,
Wait,
whether
you're
it's
I
flat
didn't say
or
anything about a
curved,
mirror. What? We're talking
Nobody
about
brought
laser
up a
test.
mirror, dude. Try to
well, how does
focus.
the
No one
You got lost
brought
in
up
it,
a
bro.
mirror.
All right,
okay? So explain to me how the laser test would work in this
it's
experiment.
quite simple.
She
I
already
already
did.
yeah, I already did.
She's explained to multiple things to you multiple times. It's almost as if you're, I don't know, retarded or something.
Purposely
Yeah,
being an asshole.
totally.
Yeah.
These people have corporate jobs. Keep
I mean, can we go back to the boat for a second? You guys jumped to lasers. I'm just talking about a boat.
No, you're not going to
Like,
do this. I can, it's incredibly
Can I
transparent
try?
what you're doing. You don't know anything about your claims, and you're
Can I
just
try?
wasting time. You know.
I haven't really made any claims. I was just
Okay.
Can you?
asking
All right. Well,
questions.
is there anybody else we can talk to? Hey, Says, is there anybody else in the room we could talk to besides this guy?
I was just asking, how does the sun work?
No.
How do the stars work? How does the
no
boat
Google
work?
can help you
he's
with
not
that.
equipped to be here.
We've got Tristan. There's a Rick.
I really got answers
He's
to
around.
the
So,
sun thing or the star thing.
Yeah,
oh, did
somebody else.
anybody make a claim about the stars or the sun?
Yeah.
Let's stay out of this one.
I mean, it's pretty transparent what's happening here. I know that we can get some people in here who are willing to engage in better faith. And, it's cool if you don't know something. Like, we don't expect everybody to know everything. We didn't know all this before either. We used to believe all the same things you all believed. But we just expect you to be honest that if you don't know, you don't know, and not try to make claims that without any evidence to back it up, without any even knowledge of the evidence. I don't think that's a tall ask, honestly. So if somebody wants to engage with him, oh, he may have run away, but I could see what he was doing. It's it's more of a tactic. So
Typical dishonest baller.
yeah, it was obvious what he was doing. So
Do you guys ever address why you're down here in this fake thing in the first place?
Fake
hey,
what? Sorry.
Newt, you need to unban me.
Ooh, all right,
Fake what?
immediate. I'll do that.
You need to unban me right now, Newt.
Okay, unblock. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
unblock me, sorry, or I will ban you.
done.
Okay.
So do you guys ever try to answer the question how you got down here?
What do you mean by got down here?
Like you're on something. You're claiming it's flat.
Yeah.
Why? What's going? Why are you not up there? What's
What?
Up where?
What are you talking about?
So you're supposed to go down.
Did you forget to take your pills again, Newt?
Nah, I'm
Did you
entertaining your
reset?
ideas. You don't hear any change
What?
in my
What?
voice because I'm trying to get you to
What?
address something, bro.
What ideas are we proffering?
Yeah,
That you're
simple. How did this
challenging?
form? How did this stuff we're standing on
Did
form?
what form?
The ground you're standing on, the water and the earth, bro. The stuff that's in the ground.
It would
that you
depend
dig
on who
into
you
to get
ask.
value from, the oil, the minerals. Like, how did all that get in? packed in?
Ultimately, this was created by an
And
intelligence.
and I'm assuming you never want to address the creation process and then where's the creator? And he just left you here.
The how and the why that actually occurred? No. Why would I need to?
Well, there's a book called Apocrypha of
If it,
John that even like some people
if
have
it
tried
wasn't
to
me
use.
that did it, Newt, if it wasn't me that did it, Newt, how would I tell you exactly how it happened?
And then all prior men who wrote about it, you just threw that in the burner box, huh?
All right.
I think we should
Newt's
just go away, Ghost Rider.
moving on from Newt. Yeah, go take your pills, bro. Oh, we have Ghost Rider.
Why did I get muted?
I don't know. Are you muted now?
No.
Okay, so maybe it was a mistake, and now you're unmuted. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. You know the Earth's flat, right?
I'm like 50-50 on it, man.
Well, I don't know if this is something you can be half pregnant on. I mean, flat is flat and round is round.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen your guys' evidences, and it makes sense. But I just keep questioning why is NASA putting in all this money and effort into doing what they're doing? You guys are saying it's just for propaganda, but I don't know, man.
Well, NASA's been given the money from the Americans' taxpayers' pockets. Don't forget that, yeah. The Americans don't have a say in this at the moment. The government's taking the money and giving it to NASA, and NASA's lying to everybody as part of a control mechanism on this earth. You know what that is? There, control of your mind. So NASA's doing it because that's their job. Okay, getting
Yeah,
free money from the taxpayer.
I see.
That really doesn't have anything to do with it, though. I mean, what would it matter if you knew why they did it? It doesn't change the fact that the Earth is measurably flat, does it?
Well, if I knew why they did, if their images weren't fake of Earth, then it's round then, because that's
Hold
what
on a
their
second.
images show.
No, 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 no. If the Earth is measurably flat and stationary, what does it matter what other people's motivations are? And by the way, if we measure it flat, that debunks any images that you've seen.
Yeah, I guess then their image is Photoshop or something. If it's measured flat, yeah.
Yeah. So the motivation as to why they do it doesn't matter. The pictures don't matter. All that stuff doesn't matter. It is flat. Whether we like the fact that, possibly large institutions and agencies and governments are lying on a massive scale still doesn't matter. It is flat.
I'm just curious. Why don't we do something like take them to court or like sue them for fraud or something, like start a petition or something.
There has been stuff like that done, but it's a drop in the bucket. We're dealing with large corporations and agencies that essentially are the governing authority, so they protect themselves, right? Like I don't know if you've noticed in the real world out here, or at least what we've been told through the media, but when the government investigates itself, it never finds anything wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
So us suing them for suing the people that do that are the place where you're going to get the suing done. What difference does it make? Why isn't it better just to point out to people that their entire life's experience is of a flat and stationary enclosed Earth, and then they don't have to listen to them anymore? Like, if people would just stop listening to the fraud would go
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, yeah. But I guess I think the average person, average household is not gonna listen to you guys,
Correct.
right?
Correct. Because they already have their biases and their essentially with the things that they'll compromise on, and so they live in their lives as they choose to. They choose not to believe things or engage with things that are true, whether or not it benefits them, because they've already kind of made their choice. I mean, I've learned that a lot just discussing this topic with people. People believe what they want to believe. At the end of the day, even if they know it's not true, they're still going to believe the thing that's false.
Yeah.
Now, Ghost Rider, I can strongly say that your mind is currently being controlled because you can't think for yourself to know whether or not this earth is either flat, as we're telling you, or if it's an oblate spiral, because you're not making your own personal efforts to try and find out. So you're being controlled as we speak. You see what I mean?
Hey man, I've been busy with work and stuff. I don't I don't know, man. I don't know how to start measuring myself, the Earth. I don't know.
All
It's,
right. So you have to do a little bit more listening, because I thought you said you'd listen to our. You said earlier you've seen some of our evidences, and it
yeah.
makes sense. You said, what would those evidence
It
be
does,
that
yeah,
makes
it
sense?
does make sense. But then I talk to people like Talon, and I see what NASA uploads, and I don't know, man.
Right. And then my colleague said to you that the Earth is, when you find that the Earth is measurably flat, it totally disproves the images NASA are giving you. So as I
Okay,
said,
hold on.
go ahead.
What's one thing that Talent said that you've latched onto?
The aluminum thing,
And okay, explain.
and some other things.
Sure, explain the aluminum thing to us and how that, like, in your mind, proves a globe.
Well, he said that we can use aluminum, and nothing's gonna happen, nothing bad's gonna happen. There's no radiation that's gonna leak through. So the rocket ships that's been going through space, it's possible.
Jin, sounds like your bag, dude.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, well, I've got a document that says the total opposite of that, and it actually states that aluminium is the worst material to take to space. Why? Because when the radiation passes through the aluminium, it gets an intensive boost on the inside. So if you're an astronaut on the inside, you would be better off out of that craft. So no, 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 no. That's not true what you're saying. And I will post that document in the next 2 minutes in this side chat, okay? Because you've got to read it for yourself.
Okay, can you send me the measurements for flat Earth again?
Now, I didn't make any claims to having any dimensions of the flat Earth. Did I make that claim? Or did any flat earther make that claim?
Whoever said they measured flat Earth to be flat?
That'd be a long distance observations. You can do that for yourself. Once you know how much curvature there should be from a point A to a point B, then you can go and confirm that. That's what you have to do. It doesn't matter how much we show you. In order for you to know, you must make that effort. You've got to go and check.
How do I do that?
Oh, well, okay. So what you need to do is find yourself an open expanse somewhere, preferably leveled area, of course, and then go and no buildings and everything, and go out and make a measurement. Take your friends and see how much curvature you can measure over a given distance. Okay. Find yourself a lake. Find yourself a lake, and see what you can see from the lake. For
But I
example.
thought, but I thought one of you guys just said to me that the Earth is already measured to be flat.
Oh, that's because the individuals themselves have measured it. And then if you look at people in the industry of land surveying, okay, and geodetic surveying and that, when they use their instruments, they are measuring the Earth flat. Okay? This is something that you've got to do, though. They might be measuring it flat. That's good for them. Can I measure it flat to make sure? Let me go and do that. So I know. Okay? You've got to do this.
So go like on the street and
Well,
walk as far as we can to. I'm confused.
Well, you've been listening to us for a long time, you said, and I'm surprised you don't know this. Listening to such a
Well,
long.
I like come in and out of
Ghost
this
Rider.
chat.
Ghost Rider, I've known you to be here, and you've heard us talk about curvature and long distance observations, and we've posted images.
No, but I didn't, bro. Like I dip in this chat like once or twice a week, and I don't remember everything.
Yeah, but you've been here looking. Don't you collect any of the images so you can review?
Yeah, I downloaded some images. I downloaded some
I think
videos
it's
and
very
images.
odd. I think it's very odd that you pop in and out,
Uh-huh.
but you're not collecting anything.
No, I do collect some images and videos,
Right,
but
then you
bro,
would.
like I don't
Hang
latch
on a
onto them.
minute.
I delete them. I delete them like a few hours later.
That's a mistake. That's a mistake already. Because if you want to know the truth, especially the measuring part, you would have seen the curve calculator charts that we've been giving out. Didn't you collect that? No?
I might have, but I think I deleted it.
Okay, I'm going to put it in the server again for you. Please don't delete it because that's the tool you're going to need to know to measure.
Why don't you guys pin these things so it's not like it's there?
Look, you're here. Make an effort. If you can't be bothered to bookmark and save things that are going to help you, I mean, come on, what's going on here? That's what we all did this.
All right, man.
Oh, man. All right, come on, man. You've got to play the game properly here. Can't be popping in and out, and not collecting anything, and then saying I'm too busy. And you want to know the truth.
Wait, hold on. Did you see what brown rectal use is showing?
I'm not searching for a piece of information I want to give you, so I'm not looking in the side chat at the moment.
Hey, Ghost Rider, you need us to wipe your bum for you too?
Yeah, can you do that?
There you are. I mean, they've dropped something like that. It should make you think, yeah, perhaps I should have saved some material. If you're serious. Don't answer.
Can you guys debunk what brown rectal is showing in the chat?
Is that necessary?
I think so.
Okay, what's he showing?
He's showing. Does he have a mic? Can he talk to himself?
No, you can talk. You said no. You can talk.
He's showing.
Okay.
This is the single best evidence flat earthers have, and it still proves the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, so you just saw that headline. And you were like, debunk this headline.
Yeah.
You see.
I mean,
That seems smart.
even if it's a headline. All right, I'll just read it.
Right.
Yeah, what if it's a bunch of crap and like you have no idea what it is? Like, bro, come on.
Debunk this headline.
Okay. So on a serious note, Ghost Rider, can you now please bookmark that image I gave you? Because that's going to give you the numbers you will require in order to measure the surface of the Earth to find out if the curvature is there. Can you do that now? Can you now save that image? Yeah? Save that. That is a tool you're going to need. Okay? Yeah?
Okay.
So don't tell me you lost it somehow and the dog ate it the other day. Okay, good. Right. Now you have a tool that you're going to use to try and measure the curvature of the Earth. Whenever you are ready, with your friends, whatever, please try. Yeah?
All right.
Yeah. Popping in and out is all very well because I thought when you were popping in and out, you were collecting information, listening to what we're saying, taking this stuff is valuable. What's going on in the side chat? Valuable. Surprised you took it and then you deleted it. Okay.
Jen, I'm sure he never kept it in the first place.
Yeah. Well, we have to give them.
It's pretty obvious.
For a week.
That
I
this
did
is
keep it for a week max. All right, don't.
Yeah, okay,
hold on.
cool.
I kept
But-
it for. Then I deleted it.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm
Yeah,
looking
so
at
what
this.
did it
I'm looking
say?
at this. Well, how do I use this? Like.
Well, hasn't he been over it with you before?
Dude,
so I just
Jen, you've been over it with him, right?
Like once or twice a week. I don't remember everything. Even if
It's the
when he
most
sold this to me
basic
last
thing you would
time, I
learn.
don't remember. Huh?
It's the absolute most basic thing you would learn.
Like what?
I just
How much
explained it to
curvature
you
should be
5 minutes ago.
expected on a sphere?
I
That
explained it to
the
you
size
5
we're
minutes ago.
told.
Right, but like how do I measure this?
How do you
I
measure
expre-
what?
with this tool. How do I use this tool? You're
What
not
tool?
elaborating. This
What?
image. What do you mean? What tool?
How do you? I'm sorry, but when you say how do I use this tool, I don't know
Uh-huh.
what you mean. A tool is usually something physical, unless you're
Jin
referring to a
said
graph.
this is the image showed in the side chat, right? He said
Okay,
it's
so
a
that's a
tool. So how do
graph.
I use it?
Yeah, it's a graph. Well, it just show. Can you read
Yeah. So
the?
how I use this tool? Called it a
Look at
tool.
it and read it, and tell us what you see. Why don't you tell Jin
Well,
what it says?
It's cut off on the left side.
Oh, here, I'll post another one. That's not a Jin. That's you need to have one that's unobstructed. Yeah, I'll post a different one, or someone might get to it before I do, probably. Oh, yep, there we go. We got a few of them. Thanks,
Yeah, I
y'all.
don't know how to measure
Okay,
zero
so take a
point
look.
zero 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 12629 drop miles. I don't know how to measure that, dude.
It's just based on the trigonometry of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. You've got the formula down there on the right. This isn't based on anything we've done. This is just based on the claim of the size of the Earth, right?
On my hat, I never did trigonometry.
Well, it's fine. I mean, you can Google this anywhere. This isn't something we made up.
Yeah, this is a better picture. Fences, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so it's giving the definition of a sphere and it's giving the definition in geometry. So then I still don't understand. How do you guys want me to measure this? When I
Okay,
step
well,
outside my house, what do I do?
Well, hold up. Yeah, so you see the chart there? It shows you how much drop over distance should be expected at different distances, right? You can understand what that's being portrayed
Drop
there?
miles, drop feet, drop inches, right? That's what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
exactly. So like let's pick a number here. Let's pick 10 miles, all right? So it tells you
I'm
how
not
much
measuring.
drop.
How am I gonna measure 10 miles?
Well, hold up. We'll get to it. I'm just going to walk you through it first, all right? So at 10 miles, it tells you how much drop over distance should be expected, and it gives it to you in different units. So it gives you the units in miles, feet, inches, etc. So at 10 miles, we should expect over 66 feet of drop.
Okay,
Okay.
66.68.
Yeah, correct. So that's how much drop there should be over like a 10-mile body of water, right?
Okay.
And do you understand why we measure over water?
No, why?
Because water is flat at rest, right? It gives us a baseline. So what you can do, and
Why
what
not?
some
Why
of
not
us,
cement? Why not the cement on the street?
well, because that's not necessarily level, right? And that has to, we have topography on the ground, right? I mean, if you could measure 10 miles of concrete as level, then sure, you could use that. I mean, we can use salt flats, but
That would
generally
be
water is the
man-made, though.
easiest and most accessible thing, right?
That would be man-made, the concrete road. We're trying to deal with nature.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's nothing in nature that's not water that's flat.
Well, I mean, yeah, you have topography, right? I mean, I did reference the salt flats.
Seabed.
Okay.
Yeah, seabeds,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so we're gonna measure 10 miles of water. You're saying?
Yeah, if you can, do you have like a body of water near you, like a lake or something that's 10 miles long? Or it
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
have to be
I have a
exactly
few
10,
lakes.
right? It could be a little less or a little more. You've got these, you're not going to want to do 1 mile because the drop in feet is going to be pretty minimal, you know?
Okay, let's say I go to a lake near me. Then what?
Okay, so how long is your lake, right?
I don't know. I don't know how to measure
Okay,
that.
well, let's just say it's 10 miles. I mean, you can just look it up, you know. But if it's 10 miles long, you can stand at one end, you can put a friend at the other end with a large mirror, and if they reflect the sunlight back to you and you can see it, then that falsifies the globe claim.
Okay, so have my friend stand on the other side of the lake and have them hold a mirror up.
Yeah, like a like a bigger mirror, like one of those door mirrors that you can get like fairly cheaply.
And you
So
said if the
basically,
sun reflects, it's
right,
flat.
because this is easier and cheaper than
Hold,
using a laser, right?
hold on,
Most people
let
don't
me
have a
write this
$20,000,
down.
$40,000 laser, right?
If the sun reflects,
If you
Earth
can see
is
it.
flat.
Well, if you can see it, it falsifies the globe claim because you shouldn't be able to see him because he should be hidden by over 66 feet of Earth in the way, right?
Wait, if I see him or if the sun's
If you
reflection?
see, well, he's holding the mirror and he's reflecting the light back to you. If you can see that light, because you're not going to be able to see him at 10 miles, right? But you could see the flash of the
Mm-hmm.
sunlight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you can see the sunlight, you know it's not being blocked by over 66 feet of curvature, right?
Okay.
Does
Well,
that make sense
I
to
don't
you?
know. Well, I don't know how long the lake, how many miles the lake is. So I
That's
have to
fine.
see.
You can just use one of those Earth curvature calculators and type in whatever distance you're going over, right? And you can use a map to find out how the size of the lake, right?
Yeah, like Google Maps.
Like anything that has a anything that'll show you the distances and such. You might want something more local than Google Maps for something like this. But do you understand the basic premise?
Mm-hmm.
So like with flat Earth, we're not trying to I mean, we have proven that the Earth is flat, but it's more of just like falsifying the globe claims, right? So the globe claims we should see these things, and we don't. We don't see any of this curvature over distance.
Okay. I'll get an accurate map for the lake I'll go to with my friend
Yeah.
and a mirror.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do. But it has to be a distance at which he would be completely obstructed by curvature, right? If it's just like a mile and it's, you've got like a half a foot of curvature, he's obviously not gonna be hidden by that, right?
Okay.
So it has to be a far enough distance that he would be completely obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
All right. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you.
No, that,
Did he leave? I would say in the meantime, did he want to see any laser tests? Did you give him some laser tests, Jen?
not yet. No, I hadn't got to the laser test yet. I was just getting him to actually make an effort to actually do some checking because he kept saying he'd been popping in and out, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, and I thought that was a bit weird that you're popping in and out and you're not collecting information, and then he doesn't know either way. And I was trying to get him to understand the reason why he doesn't know either way is because he's not making the effort, and says who had given him such a lot of information.
Okay,
But
so
it
he
just
does he
gives you
does
this
have the information.
yeah,
Yeah, it's not
he's
hard
been
to get the
very sure.
information. You can always ask in text as well. It's
Yeah,
not like
he's
we don't
been.
post it 50, 60, 70 times a day. So
Well, that's what I said. I said if you look in the side chat, that stuff's valuable. What? And he said, well, I picked up some stuff, and then he said to you, he deleted it within a week. He said, well, okay,
yeah.
but what did you learn from it before you deleted it? Silly. I was just trying to highlight the point that it's all upon him. The reason he doesn't know is because he's not checking. That's when he made the excuse about being at work. I'm busy working. Okay, that's fine. You have to work. I get it. But at the end of the day, you're not going to know until you actually go and check it. It doesn't matter how much information we give you at the end of the day, you've still got to make the effort to confirm. Otherwise, you're not going to know. And then you will stop looking at the NASA images. Yes. Because once you've measured it and you actually see it and you know it, NASA cannot be giving you a globe image and tell you that's where you live. Because you know that's not true. Right. Just got to
Is
do
there a
that.
chance one of you can get me an Uber to work? I'm literally fucking stuck.
Now, what are you stuck on?
My cock. No, I'm just kidding. I'm stuck home, man.
Yeah, what are you stuck on? Be more specific, please.
I need an Uber to work. I can't get a ride to work.
This guy comes in here once a week and does this. By the way.
Yeah, it probably is about once a week. He's right.
Thank you.
All right, I have a question for all the flat earthers.
Okay.
Okay. So how come the sun is round? How come the moon is round, but we expect the earth to be flat?
The Earth doesn't fit into the category of sun, moon, and other things that are in the sky. I appreciate that, the sun is round and the moon is round, and why on earth is the Earth not round? It's not in the same category as the things in the sky, dude. It's like
Okay, so
asking me
but
why.
hold on,
It's
hold on.
like
But
asking me why
so
bananas aren't.
then if
It's
we're
no.
looking at so does the sun have mass and does the moon have mass? Or is it
What's
just
mass?
a piece of paper where once you get past it, it's just flat as well?
I don't know.
Okay. So
How
when the
come?
astronauts went to the moon and they videotaped it on from the sky or whatever down, when they crossed the horizon of the light, how come there was still something there?
When they crossed the horizon of the light, how comes there was still something there? Can you start trying to make sense, please, mate?
Because when the light is on that part, like if you went past it and it was flat, there would just be nothing beyond it, but there's still something there.
Well, you're talking about the horizon, dude.
Right? Yeah, the horizon of the light.
The horizon of the light. That's not even a fucking thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what words you're trying to string together, but you haven't made any sense.
Gotcha.
But I'll
Okay.
try and piece it together
Gotcha.
for you.
So yeah, I guess so. So that hasn't been taken into consideration, but okay.
Okay, no, we just measure the surface of the Earth to be flat, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, you know what water is, right? Water.
Yes.
Okay, you know it's horizontal when contained and at rest on the surface, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, the Earth's flat because the water surface is horizontal. The Earth can't be a sphere because that water would curve. Like in the pretty pictures we get from astronauts that go to space of the blue and green marble where the blue bit's the water, that water should curve,
Yeah.
shouldn't it? When we go and measure it with tools, we don't measure the curvature on the water where we should do. So the Earth is measurably flat.
Okay. So when astronauts go into space and they let water fall out of a container, what shape does it take?
Sorry, when you put water into a vacuum, it turns to gas. Are you talking about in the International Space Station where there's still gas?
Yeah. Obviously, inside a contained like space. Yeah. So an astronaut's here. They take a bottle of water. They shoot it out. They let it settle. What shape does it take?
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let's say it takes the shape of a sphere.
Yes.
And what does that
And
mean?
what?
Yeah, what does that
Well,
mean?
so here's it is. So yes, water is a little bit of a malleable thing where on a short time horizon it will take the shape of a sphere.
A short
But so
time horizon.
hold on.
What?
Yes, a short
Dude,
time horizon. Hold on. A short time horizon means within a short period of time, within about 5 minutes, it'll settle and it'll be round. If you take
okay.
dirt, throw it
Yeah.
into the vacuum of space, which is Earth, and it settles, is it going to be into a sphere or is it going to be in a flat plane?
You've got lots of dirt. You've probably just thrown it into a vacuum. You're going to try and tell me it's going to come together and form a sphere. You'd have to show me that. But
Yes,
even with
because that's
like,
what
dude,
happens
please,
to
I'm still
water.
trying to talk to my American friend. Please. I appreciate that you do like talking to yourself, but try listening to me. Whatever stories you're going to tell me about what happens up in the sky, you're still going to have measured curvature on the surface of the Earth, something you don't have. So I don't know why you keep telling me stories.
Measured curvature of the Earth. Okay, so I don't really know. Like, let's say you're right. Let's say theoretically we can't measure that. But like I said, we can take observation of water in space,
No,
let it
no,
settle and becomes a ball.
he's not listening. He's
If
not listening.
if we throw
He's not listening.
Earth's mass into
Typical American.
space and let it settle, it will be flat or will it be a ball?
All right, dude. I don't know what fucking Marvel films you've been watching, but can you show me an experiment that demonstrates the thing that you're talking about?
Yes. Okay. So go on YouTube, look
No,
that
not go
astronaut
on
puts
YouTube.
water
No,
in
no, no,
space
no,
station.
no, no, no,
Well,
no,
oh, hold
no,
on. So okay.
no,
Yeah. Okay.
no.
Okay.
I'm not going to go and
Okay.
get your
Okay.
evidence for you. You're going to provide me with the thing
Okay.
that backs up what you're saying. I'm not going to go rummaging around
Okay.
fucking YouTube and the internet to
Got you.
fucking find a needle in a haystack. Why would I do that?
Okay.
Go and get me
So
what
your
you're
evidence.
claiming.
Hold on.
No,
No.
stop telling me
So
to
your
hold on, my
evidence.
very
Hold on.
talkative American friend. Can you calm down and just stop talking and go and get what you're referencing,
Yeah.
please? Don't say another
Yes.
word.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So because
No,
I
no,
can't
that's another
make you
word.
conduct. Hold on.
Those are more words. I need you to go
Hold on.
and
So
get
you're
what you're
saying that
referencing.
because I can't force you to conduct an experiment on your own is the proof that doesn't happen. Is that your proof? The Earth is flat because you can't.
No, maybe you should try listening and understand that you're now muted because it's hard to get a word with you, dude. I'm just asking you to go and get the evidence of your claim. You told me to go and find it on YouTube. I'm not going to go and do that. You provide your own evidence, please. Thank you.
Okay. So
Are you going to go and
here's
do
what we
that?
have to do. Well, what you have to do is then I guess you have to build a rocket. Then you have to get.
No, you just need to provide me with the video. I don't need to break a fucking rocket. Can you do that?
Well, I guess I
Let's
can't.
put it like
I
this,
guess
my
like I
American
said.
friend, before you start talking again. Have you seen this before? Okay. Can you go and get what you've seen before and show us?
Okay. Yes. Let me 2
Good.
seconds to
Thank
do
you.
something that
It's
you
so
could do
fucking hard
yourself.
to communicate with you people. It's fucking beggars
Okay.
belief.
Jedi, can I interject? Can I interject something
Yes. Oh,
here?
yes.
Just
Yes,
real
kind
quick.
sir. Yes, kind sir.
What about lunar eclipses?
Which ones?
When
Lunar eclipses.
all
What
of
about
them?
them? What about them?
Oh, this
Let
is a
me
good
let
one.
me
This is
finish.
a good one.
Let me
Chili,
finish
calm
my
down.
Jedi. Let me finish a sentence, okay? Just
Yeah,
real
we'll
quick.
do.
When we have a lunar eclipse, the Earth's
Mm,
shadow is projected on the moon, and that
okay.
shadow has a curve on it.
Okay.
Okay, would you
So
agree
we
or
know the
disagree?
true
I mean, that
shape
is
of the Earth because of the shadow on the moon.
right.
Okay. Is the moon flat?
No, it's round.
Okay, but then you wouldn't have a true shadow on a curved surface. You can
You
only
can
have
have it.
true shadows and silhouettes on flat surfaces, can't you?
No, you can have them on a ball. Let's
No,
take
no,
a beach ball.
dude, please listen.
Okay, go ahead. Go
Listen,
ahead, please.
please.
Go ahead.
Please, thank you. On a curved surface like a sphere, if you've got a horizontal object casting a shadow, will that horizontal shadow still remain on the curved surface?
Yes.
No,
Okay,
it'll be curved, dude.
My
It'll be
answer,
curved.
yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, it'll be
It'll be
curved.
curved, won't it? Because of the distortion of the surface?
No, not because of
Get
that.
a ruler, get a light, get a ball.
Okay. Wait. Let me put in my just 2 or 3 sentences. The
Just
light
weird.
source
You guys
is the
don't
sun.
fucking listen.
I'm trying to make a sentence. Okay, just let me throw this 2 sentences in. The light source is the sun. It hits the earth, then impacts the moon. That shadow of the earth, which is between the sun and the moon, is a curve.
Dude, it's like I know your
Okay.
model. I'm just pointing out to you that you can't have a true shadow or silhouette of an object casting it on a curved or distorted surface. Have you, for example, when you were a child maybe, or even with your children or grandchildren, played shadow puppets?
I did this in an observatory.
No, I'm talking about shadow puppets, dude.
No,
Where you get a light
okay, go ahead.
source, let's say a
Yeah.
flashlight, that will represent the sun. Let's say that
Okay.
your hand, that can represent anything that you want to
Right.
create a shadow with,
Mhm.
and then you've got a wall. Now, you
Okay.
understand that a nice
Go ahead.
flat surface is going to give you nice, crisp shadows. For example, if you've got a ball in between the light source and the wall, you're going to see the true shadow of that curved circle on the wall.
Right.
If you try to do that on a curved surface, just because of the nature of the curved surface, the shadow will also be distorted. So when you turn around to me and say, we know the shape of the earth because there's the shadow of it on the moon, I must ask you the question, sir. If the moon is flat, because that would be the only surface that would show a true
No, that's not true.
representation of the object cast in the shadow. Please stop mumbling through me. You know I'm right.
Okay. If I have a ball and
Go and do it.
another
Go and do it.
let me finish.
Just go and do it.
I've done it in an observatory, sir.
Dude, I've done it with several balls right now. Would you like to see the fucking pictures?
A physical telescope in an U.S.
I'm not talking
observatory
about
on Mount Palomar.
observing the eclipse.
Yes, I've done
I'm
it
talking
at
about
Mount
trying to
Palomar.
represent the geometry that you're saying.
Yes, I've done it.
For example, you cannot, and I repeat, you cannot have a true representation of an object casting a shadow on a curved or distorted surface because
don't
of the
have
curve.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
He's not listening. Go and get a flashlight and a couple of balls, dude. And when you've done that, come back.
Okay.
It's like a 5-year-old can do this. I've done it with my children.
It's almost like he needed it explained in 5-year-old terms.
But hold
Well,
on. But let's just say.
Unfortunately, I'm 80 years old, so I'm not going to go find some 5-year-olds.
But he's also kind of right. Like, if we were flat, don't you think the shadow would be in a straight line?
We're not claiming that the Earth is causing any obstruction between the light and the moon. You are. That's the problem.
Well, no, we're actually providing evidence, and you're trying. Okay, sorry. I'll listen.
Your evidence is falsified by demonstration. Get a flashlight and get a few balls, a tennis ball and a football, and try to show the true nature of the object casting that shadow on that curved surface. In actual fact, do it over time where you move the ball from one side to the other between the light source representing the earth, passing between the earth and between the sun and the moon. You'll notice what happens is the shadow that's cast is called a sinusoid. That's an S. It's distorted as the path of the shadow moves across the curved surface. Obviously, it's a fucking curved surface. So you can't have a true representation of an object casting a shadow on a curved surface. For this example to be true, the moon must be flat.
Well, you're assuming that everything is super close together. When everything's spaced, like is spaced out super far, the perspective of the things do become flat.
I don't know what shit you just pulled out your ass, dude. Seriously, think about what you just said.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
well,
doesn't
no,
make any sense
I
what you
just
just said there.
no, it does because if you take a
Winning an
flashlight,
argument, winning an
if you take
argument
a
doesn't mean
flashlight, yeah,
winning an argument doesn't mean insulting the other person.
yeah, we're not trying to win an argument. We're just trying to say that these are weird coincidences to happen.
Did you understand him saying that a spherical
We
object
do it.
will not cast the shadow on another spherical object that you're claiming?
It will, and it does.
Wrong.
I could, if
No,
I could
that is
get, if I
incorrect.
could,
I would like you
wait,
to
go ahead.
Google sinusoidal shadow and look it up yourself and test it
I,
yourself because you're just
I
wrong.
have,
No,
I
you
have a
haven't. You
degree
said
in this.
something about telescopes.
I did.
Now,
I
a
have a degree
telescope
in
has
this.
nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're saying
Yeah,
a spherical object does not cast the shadow, as you're claiming, on another spherical object. But regardless,
certainly,
it's
certainly
irrelevant.
does.
It's
Okay,
If you
irrelevant
give
because
me,
you cannot test that claim.
rather, okay,
okay. So let's
You
let
can't
them
okay,
test
have this
that
one.
claim.
and that's
You can
kind of,
make the claim, but you can't test it. If the surface of the
of
Earth
course
is
you
not
can.
measuring curved, if
Look
the
at the
surface of, let
sky.
me try it again. I'll try to do it
Go ahead.
slower so it's easier
Hold
for
on, let
y'all
her
to
talk.
understand.
Let her
Give
talk.
you one chance.
Again, insulting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Listen. So, if the surface of the Earth is not measuring curved, then it cannot be a ball casting a shadow on another ball. Do you understand that?
Okay. If you give me the
Do you?
coordinates,
It's a yes or
you'll
no question. Do you
again.
understand it?
I understand what
And
you're
no,
Okay,
saying.
it
cool.
doesn't
I
really
So
make
understand what
sense, actually.
you're saying.
until you can prove that the surface
I
of the Earth
can
is
prove it.
curving, all of this is moot, and we don't need to discuss it.
Okay, so
Yes.
let's say that she wins this point. Let's go to something we can prove.
Okay.
Astronauts in space. Astronauts in space. Water.
No. I'm asking
Hold
for
on.
a
No, no,
surface
no, no, no,
curvature
no, no,
measurement. I'm
no.
not
What?
asking for more
Okay,
claims that
hold on.
can't be proven.
Okay, so
Astronauts in
hold on.
space is something you can't prove. So I'm asking again, where
Actually, you
is a
can, because
measurement of
there's
the
video
surface
evidence.
curving at the rate we're told, so that we know
So
that the
hold
Earth
on.
is a ball, and then we can talk about all the rest of it, right?
But you're trying to say, in the context of a verbal conversation, you're saying conduct a massive experiment. But because we can't do that, how is that supposed to be
No,
proof?
you can
The
cite
thing
it.
First
that
of all,
you're
it's not an
saying that we can't
experiment,
No,
prove.
it's a
sorry.
measurement. Second of all, who took the measurement in order to determine that the Earth is a sphere of the size we're told in the first place? Because if you're saying it can't be done, well, then that just blows everything apart, doesn't it?
Okay, so you're now making us argue things that we can't actually get to a conclusion of, and then
Okay, so you're
therefore
saying
saying that
nobody
that's
proved this.
you winning the argument.
So you're
No,
saying
no. So
nobody proved the Earth has
let's.
curvature.
Hold on.
Is that correct? Am I understanding correctly?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're making us try to solve some riddle that we're like trying
I'm
to
sorry, a
verbalize a
measurement of
conversation.
the curvature is a riddle? I'm just
It sounds
asking for a
like it to me.
measurement
If you know what a
that
riddle
proves the
is,
Earth
and
is
then you're
curving.
trying to
It's
get
not
me to give you
complicated. It's not complicated.
okay, look it.
I mean,
So
if you
look
have
it.
a
That's where
table
I'm saying
and you
like
want to claim the table is flat or curving, you just take a measurement.
okay.
It's
So
really not
look it.
difficult here.
Okay. So let's say theoretically you're right. Okay. Let's take a glob of water. Let's take it to the
Why
International
are you
Space
running from
Station.
this?
Let's
Why did you
well,
want to talk
actually,
about it?
I'm actually running right towards it
No,
because
you're
you're
not.
actually running
You're
away
talking about
by
surface
you
tension or
by,
something stupid.
by you interrupting me. You're actually
Okay.
running away from the conversation. Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
right. Because me
So,
asking for a measurement of surface curvature has something to do with a blob of water. Okay, continue. I'm
oh
going to hear
no.
this out.
What you're trying to do is have me go back and argue a point that I can't prove when I
Okay,
could
well,
give you
I'm
an
just making
example
that
of something I
exactly. And
could
since you
prove.
cannot prove that
I'm
point,
giving you something.
anything else you may claim is irrelevant, right?
Well, I mean, according to your statement of it, yeah, okay, I guess so. But so if we take water and we take it into the vacuum of space at the International Space Station and we let it settle, it will, and then you can go around it. Does it turn into a flat disc like a quarter, or does
We
it turn
can't
into a
do that, though,
ball?
can
Why
we?
would I
Sir,
We
hold
entertain
on.
with
cannot
this
What do
do
you
idea
mean?
of a thing you can't prove?
Hold on. You haven't seen the videos of
Why do
people
I
taking
care
things in
about your claim
space?
about space stations and globs of water in a
Okay,
zero-G environment when you can't
so
even prove the surface is curving? Why do I
okay,
care? That's just more
I'll
that's
tell
just
you.
more stories about something you can't
No, no.
prove, right?
Well, okay. Well,
You
no,
want me to
actually,
you
I
want me
can
to
because
entertain details about the line in Narnia when you can't even prove Narnia exists?
well, so what I'm saying is since when we do observe water settling into a ball
No,
and
we
then we
don't
take
observe
Earth,
that. We don't observe that. No, we don't.
oh, you
And you
haven't seen
haven't
that?
proved that the Earth is a
Let him
sphere
try and
yet.
make the logical conclusion. All right.
Yes,
So we're in
because
the international, my
once
friend. I'm going to try and help
yes.
you with your logical syllogism. So we
Well, no, no,
observe
no.
water.
Actually,
My friend,
what
fuck
you
me.
guys are saying to me, what you guys are saying to me is that you actually are not
I'm trying to
informed
stillman
on
your
the
fucking position,
information.
mate. I'm
Yeah,
trying
yeah,
to
no,
help
no,
you
no.
and stillman
Yeah,
your
no,
position.
100%. Well, what I'm
So we
confused
go.
about is you guys are so knowledgeable in this. You guys are so knowledgeable, but you've never seen water in an international space station and what it takes
Yes.
forming. So
If you were to
theoretically,
listen, I'm
you
agreeing
guys are
with
the
you.
ones that are uninformed.
All right. It's like I've been trying to agree with you for the past minute, and you're not even letting me fucking agree with you. I've been saying yes, 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 yes.
So then let's take dirt, right?
So
And
stop. Thank you. I muted you not to talk. I just hoped you were going to be reasonable.
yeah,
So
gotcha.
we go to the International Space Station, release
Yes,
some water, and the water turns into a sphere.
yes.
Lovely. Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay, so now we take dirt and we throw it into space called Earth. So when it settles, is it just going to be a flat pancake or is it going to settle into a large sphere?
are
And
we
then
still
how
in the
come?
International Space Station?
Well, technically, yes, because we're
Well, I don't
out in
know
space together.
because hold on, stop. Because in a vacuum, like I told you earlier, but you forgot, water turns to gas, and you had to be in the International Space Station where there was water pressure. Now, that's
Oh,
why
okay,
I
yeah.
asked you, was there still gas around, or
Oh,
were we
so
in the
yes. So,
vacuum, my friend?
okay,
Please
yes.
don't talk through me.
Oh,
Please
no, I was
don't.
just letting you know that I understand what you're saying. But yes, okay,
Good. Well,
sorry.
you can let me know when I fucking finish talking then, can't you? You
Okay,
can
gotcha.
wait. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Good. No is the answer to your question.
Okay, so that is actually a representation of gravity by air pressure. But so
Gravity
the
by air
gravity,
pressure.
that same thing would be that would be by the force from the sun holding all the mass together and then being equalized by the
Okay.
rotation of the mass around the sun.
Okay.
So yes,
Thank you.
technically it's the same thing.
Okay, thank you. Because of your
Yes. Okay.
demonstration of water and dirt in the International Space Station, you are claiming that the Earth is a
Yes.
sphere. Will I measure the curvature on the surface of the Earth then?
So you guys are trying to get me to argue a point that doesn't matter, which
No,
then
dude, we're
proves
talking
that you
about
guys don't have
geometry.
a point.
Dude, we're talking about geometry. The Earth being a sphere.
But
You've claimed that
yeah,
things turn into spheres. You're trying to conclude that the Earth also turns into a sphere. To conclude
yes,
your hypothesis, you require
yeah.
measurements to conclude that your
Okay.
hypothesis is correct.
Okay.
Right?
So to your point, let's
Hold
do
on,
this.
stop.
If you look,
Stop.
okay.
Right? That's a question. I'm correct,
Well,
aren't
no,
I?
you're trying to
Need
force
measurements
me
to
to answer a question.
verify
Yeah.
your claim of how geometry is created.
Okay. So I can't really answer that question because it's like you're trying to get me to answer a question that doesn't have an answer. So I mean,
No,
so
there's an
here's the next.
answer. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
The answer is
Holy
yes.
crap. Hold on a second. Did I just hear
If
that
you're, oh, for
that
sake, I don't
that
need other
there's
people.
no answer? Did I just hear there's no answer
Well,
to whether the Earth is curved or not on the surface, dude? Is that
No,
what you just
the
said?
well,
answer's
no,
the answer's yes.
it's obviously curved. I mean, it's
No,
obviously curved.
the answer's yes. If you're claiming because
Yes, it's
water
curved.
turns into a sphere and dirt and mud turns into a sphere, then the Earth
Yeah.
turns into a sphere, then I would measure curvature on the surface, wouldn't I? Yes.
I don't really know you guys. Okay, so let's
God.
just move on to some other thing. So let's say we look at the moon and it's
Chili?
round.
Chili?
Hold on. We
No,
look. Hold on. I
I think you
got
have a
one
problem
very
here, don't
good
you,
point.
Chili?
I've
You
got
seem to
one
have
very
a
good
real
point.
issue with dealing with the most. This is the absolute easiest way to prove your claim, but you are just absolutely refusing to discuss it, and it just makes you so transparent.
It's worse than that because I
Yeah,
just joined and I just heard him say that the surface of the Earth being measured to be curved is irrelevant to the conversation.
he said that to me a
I
few
was
minutes
scratching.
ago.
I was scratching my head. I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, he told me it can't be measured, or there's no way to measure it or something, and then he got onto globs of water on the ISS.
Okay, so I guess
Yeah,
in
no,
theory,
we're gonna keep you
hold on.
on the ground, Chili. We're gonna keep you here until you can prove your claim. So we're not gonna go into all
Okay,
these peripheral
listen.
arguments. We're just gonna keep you on the simple, basic geometry of the Earth. And if you continue to
Okay,
deflect
so
from that, it just makes you look weaker and weaker and weaker. So it's your
well,
choice
no,
if you
you
want to deal with the
actually.
surface measurement or if you want to continue to obfuscate and show how ridiculous your
Well,
claims are.
no. Well,
What do
okay,
you want to
you might
do?
be able to think that's what you're doing. I'm telling you, you might be
No,
able
I
to
don't want you to
think
tell
that
me
you're getting
anything.
me.
I want you to show me. I want you to show me a measurement of surface curvature.
You're making me argue a point that doesn't matter, then saying "ha
I'm
ha,"
sorry,
and
how
then
is the
saying that's the
curvature of the
proof.
Earth irrelevant to the topic of whether the Earth is a ball or a flat plane?
You're like I said, you're making me answer a question that has nothing to do with it.
Oh my God, you're
So
so
let,
right. You are so right. The actual measurement of surface curvature has nothing to do with whether the surface is curving.
so you're
Okay.
denying that. So you're denying that if I go from
I'm
where I'm
denying
at.
absolute every crap statement you are pulling out of your butt right now to avoid dealing with a
Okay.
simple topic.
So then
So
here's
let's try and
another
break this down
question.
and make it really
If
simple.
if the
Chili,
Earth is flat,
Chili,
if the Earth is
Chili.
flat,
You got to
is there
stop.
another organism in the? Is there another
Dude, stop.
organism in the
Stop.
universe? Sure.
Stop. You're
Well,
embarrassing
no,
yourself.
actually, this is what you guys are doing. You're trying to make me argue one minuscule point, and then you guys are disregarding every other fact of the universe, and
Chili,
then trying to say,
listen,
"Oh,
dude.
because you
Chili,
didn't argue this little geometry
Chili.
triangle that you guys are trying to get me to do, that it doesn't matter." So, like, I don't know.
Chili. Is the Earth a shape?
Yes, a circle.
Okay. Is that geometry?
Okay.
No, that's a question.
I'll
Is
let
a
you answer
shape
the questions for me.
does a shape fall into the category of geometry?
You tell me.
Yes.
Okay.
How do we prove geometric forms?
I have no idea.
Observation and measurement. So the question of the Earth being a shape would be proven by observation and measurement, wouldn't it? That's
So
what we're
then,
trying to point out to
you
you.
guys, so you guys can't see the sun and the moon then?
Dude, that's observation of not the Earth.
So technically, what you guys are right. So then, where is
Yeah.
the other thing in the whole entire universe that is flat only? Like, oh, we only see it from the side, and then we saw it from another side, and then we're like, oh, it's flat.
Oh, Chili,
So
Chili,
everything
bro,
else that we
I
see,
got it. Holy fuck.
yeah.
Holy fuck, dude. You just said technically you guys are right, but how are things that aren't the Earth not what the Earth is? That's your logic, bro. Holy crap, dude. I almost crashed my car listening to that.
Is he muted? Oh, okay.
They got them. They're fucking speechless.
Yeah, we're trying to follow your logic, dude.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, because you think the Earth is the only thing flat, but everything else in the universe is round.
Yes. Like the sun, moon, and stars don't fall into the
Whoa.
category of the
Okay.
Earth because,
Okay.
dude,
Okay.
do you want answers, or do you just want to be
Yes.
confused for the rest of your life?
Enlighten me.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
So the Earth
No.
is like
Yeah.
you
Okay. Yeah.
experience, and it confuses me that you don't experience the same thing that we do. Like the floor that you stand on every single day being underneath the sky that you look up to every single day. Right? These things, the sun, moon, and stars, are different from the Earth. The Earth is flat and stationary, where the things in the sky move, and the spheres, apparently. Now, I understand why you say that the Earth must fit into the category of everything else because we are also in the solar system. It doesn't quite work like that, dude, but I understand why you say it. If
Yes, for
the
sure.
Earth...
So then,
Yeah,
okay. Sorry.
dude,
Yes.
dude. if the Earth was like those things, spheres that move, then we would measure curvature on the surface and motion of the Earth. We do not measure curvature on the surface or motion of the Earth, so the Earth doesn't fit into the category of, let's say, planets.
Yeah. Okay, so when you look up into the night sky, there's probably like maybe 1 billion or 1 trillion things, and then they're all round. But
Okay,
then,
do you get confused when you go to
hold on,
clubs?
no.
No,
Hold
do
on.
you
I'm
get
saying one thing.
confused when you go
Hold
to
on.
clubs or discos and there's lights on
No. Look,
and they're
no.
flashing?
Oh, look.
And you
We
think
look up
that
in the
you must
sky. Hold on.
also be a light on the ceiling flashing. You understand that things can be different. For example, we've got the category
Okay.
of
I think
fruit,
you're
but there
missing.
are different types of fucking
You're
fruit.
getting a. Yeah. I understand, but you're missing the. I think you're
So,
thinking I'm making.
please,
No.
please,
You're
please.
thinking I'm
You
making a
keep
point that
trying
I'm
to
not.
come to
But
this
yeah.
statistical argument.
Oh
Everything
yes.
else in the universe appears to be spherical, so we must
Yeah.
be and can only be spherical. Doesn't logically follow.
Well, no. I mean, theoretically, mathematically, it's very improbable, but it could be, right?
That's because you've got a creation story.
No,
Okay, let's
I'm
agree.
just saying, like,
Hold on, Chili Bro. Hold on, Chili Bro. Let's all agree. It could be. So how would you figure that out? How about just measure the thing to find out? How about that? Would that be fair?
yeah, no, sounds good. And you can use
Oh, really?
geometry to do it.
We finally made progress.
Volumetric,
Wow. Finally made progress, bro.
Well, yes, volumetric geometry. We're going to have to figure out what's the diameter and radius of the Earth.
Oh, we're going to have to beg the question that it's already a ball to figure out the radius and diameter.
But yeah, it is a ball, though, right?
Right. So if you already established it's a ball, then it's a ball. So why do anything more than that than just claim it is and walk away, dude? Listen, listen. Every Sunday we have Speculation Sunday where people are allowed to talk about their religious beliefs. But we'll let you do it today. So go ahead, tell us more about your religion.
Okay, so here's the next one. If we dig into the dirt, and since we're flat, if we dig into the dirt, how far do we got to go till we get to the other side where we can like poke our head out and then see like the other people on the other side?
Hey, bro, your religion is awesome, dude. It's very curious. I love it. Just tell me more.
Yeah, no, so I guess back to the statistical thing. If you look up, there's 1 trillion things in the sky. They're all round, but then we have to make the conclusion that we're flat. That makes sense.
Because of measurements of the surface. For example, the water on the surface of the Earth is the primary descriptive attribute of the surface of a sphere is curvature. That's a rate of change of slope. Horizontal is 0.
This is your curvature. Is your guys' favorite word.
We're dealing with freaking geometry, dude. A sphere is equidistant from its radius.
But you can't use geometry if the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you can.
What the hell did I just hear? Chili.
You
Holy crap.
need a third dimension. You need a third dimension. If everything's 2D, there's no volumetric.
Jedi. I think I realized Chili's problem. He doesn't understand that we live in a 3-dimensional world, and we're not talking about 2-dimensional flatness in an ideal sense on a piece of paper. Holy crap, bro.
Hold on, so now you guys are breaking your own rules.
No, we live in the 3-dimensional world. We're talking about it should be curved if we're on a sphere in the 3-dimensional reality in which we live in. But in the 3-dimensional, water's horizontal. It's like, fuck me, dude.
But so hold on, how much farther through the atmosphere, like the dirt, do we have to dig to see through the other side, though?
Unknown. The deepest hole ever dug is 8 miles. And guess what? The predictions.
So technically,
hold on, friend. Hold on, brother. Hey, did you notice? Yeah, exactly, bro. So
my bad.
The predictions that they made of what to expect for that 8 miles, they didn't even get that right. So the correct answer is nobody knows what's inside the Earth, dude, or what's below us. Nobody knows that answer.
So we're at least 8 miles thick.
It's not like we're a disc in space, dude.
We are or we aren't.
We're not a disc in space. We're not, for example, the third disc from the sun. That's not the cosmology that we're talking about. The Earth is
So
like
yeah,
the floor that we stand on, and the sky is up. I don't know how thick the floor is or the shape of the floor, but the floor is horizontal, not curved.
yeah, for sure. So okay, so, side quest. I respect you guys. You guys keep arguing and keep saying the stuff. The girl, she just came in here, got destroyed on her argument, and then just retreated like a coward.
What?
She
You mean
retreated
your
like a
fellow
coward.
Glover? You mean the
She
Glover
wouldn't
that was
let.
here with you?
No. The girl.
Oh no, there's no girls here, dude.
Not the
You mean the
island.
women?
You guys didn't hear. You didn't hear the girl talking.
There was a woman talking, and you don't know the difference between a girl and a woman?
I mean, what female?
Okay, good. Because a lot of
Yeah.
Globers come in here and they're males, but they act like little girls and then they run away. So I was confused who you're talking about.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, we're not getting that confused. We're talking about the girl that tried to make me argue some geometry, then retreated as soon as her point got obliterated.
She didn't retreat, dude. She had to go take a Xanax because she's never encountered someone so dumb in her life, and she was dumbfounded.
Or my facts were so logical that her whole entire perspective on life is
Fred. Chili, bro.
straight
Chili, bro.
upside down.
Chili, bro.
She
Chili,
saw
bro.
the experiment of the water in
Chili.
space. She was
It's
freaking mind
irrelevant.
blown.
Chili.
Or extremely relevant.
Here's the problem, bro. If somebody asks you, is there direct measurements of surface curvature of the Earth? And you say, if I take water away from the Earth and then it turns into a glob, I can measure the curvature of that glob. You haven't answered the question whether there's curvature on the Earth, dude.
Well, I would say theoretically there is curvature, but I can't conduct the experiment to prove it to you guys
I
here
would
in my
agree with you. I would agree
house.
with you, except I'd take it one step further. I'd remove the word theoretically, and I'd put the word religiously. There could be curvature on the Earth.
AI Lord, can I ask just one question? Can I,
All right,
AI
I'm
Lord?
bowing out. Thank you guys. I appreciate your time. I'm bowing.
Yeah, and I appreciate you sharing your religion with us.
Yes, Clive. How can we help you?
Just a quick. Can I make a request, please?
Of course you can.
Okay. A friend of mine. The reason that I'm here and Chili was here, we had heard about your a friend of ours helped discover your channel, and we were very interested in what you had to say. And that friend was Static. Unfortunately, he got server muted. Could you re-invite him back to the channel, if that is possible, please? Over.
I'll see what I can do about it, my friend, of course. Static,
Thank
you
you,
say his name
thank
was,
you
right?
kindly. Thank you kindly. That's all I
No worries.
request. Okay.
That's okay.
Hey, do us all a favor and post his username so we don't have to go searching.
Okay. I got you. I will at that. And by the way, I'm a fellow limey, so Sheringham, Nottingham. Okay. Over.
Oh, okay. You're originally from England. Sheringham
What's a
being the
limey?
surname, Nottingham being the city that you're from.
What's a limey mean? Is that like just where you came from?
It's an American term for
I grew up
English.
in Sheringham.
All right. So this is
Norfolk. Oh, okay. I think you got him back. Hold on. Over. Static, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Hello. How are you?
Mission accomplished. Thank you, gentlemen. You have a very pleasant evening, and I will listen in. Over.
No
Thank you,
problem at all.
Clive.
Thank you, my friend.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Very well. How are you?
What is your name? My name's Static. Who's talking? I apologize.
I am Jedi.
Hello, Jedi. How are you?
Yeah, very well.
So yeah, I was in here earlier. I'm the one who kind of found this, which is why Chili and Clive came in, because I got server muted in 10 minutes. Not quite sure what happened. I don't think I told anybody to F off or anything crazy like that. I was just trying to have a conversation, and I was listening to you. I was listening to you go at it with Chili and Clive.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up. I've
Hold on a
been
minute.
banned from every chat I've tried to go into, and you guys are my last hope.
All right.
And I think you're all retarded.
Okay, so we're your last hope, yet you think that we're all retarded.
You call it flat Earth, yes.
Okay. Okay, well, we're going to continue to talk into Static. Time Traveller, if you just want to remain muted or quiet, that would be awesome.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think. Do you want to deal with him and put him in the murder pit first, and then deal with me after, or what do you
No,
want to
dude,
do, Jedi?
we ain't got time. We ain't got time to waste time on people who are inebriated, bro.
Yeah, he's
If you're
pretty
not going
drunk.
to come here with a sober mind, you don't deserve to talk to us. That's simple.
Yeah, I hear you. You know, if you talk to my friends, I might usually be the drunk one, but tonight I'm very sober. So Jedi, my name is Static. Nice to meet you, sir. How are you? Um, yeah, I really want to
Striker.
have like an intelligent debate, and I got to be honest with you. My understanding of Earth curve, Earth flat. I haven't done a deep dive into this like you guys have. I like to think I'm pretty up to par on understandings of physics. I've researched double slit experiments, all sorts of crazy stuff. I got to be honest with you. I've spent a lot of time deep, listening to the physics and the cool shit and the black holes. Really haven't spent a lot of time thinking about flat or curved Earth. And I don't say this to like I'm not insulting, but like, we are given information when we're like K through 12, and you just assume, right? And then you move on to other stuff. So I haven't really thought about this. So when I was in here earlier, and there was a young lady talking to me, measuring curvature of the earth with lasers and things like that. I haven't taken the time to do a very deep dive research into kind of the evidence that you guys bring to the table to support everything. Um, and I was only in here for like 10 minutes and I got muted. But listening to you talking to Chili and Clive, you seem very reasonable. You're very passionate about your point of view, but you don't seem like the type of person who mutes anybody. So the only thing I would ask, if we have this debate, if you're willing to have that debate with me, just please don't mute me. It's the only thing I ask.
Yeah, no, I've got no intention of muting. The only reason
Okay.
why I sound passionate, I feel like, but as long as we can speak freely to each other, you let me speak and I speak, no problem at all, my friend.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I prefer kind of like give that person 45 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, whatever they need to get their point across without interrupting or interjecting. And then the next person goes. And I think that's the best way to have a free flow of information, or at least points of view. Agreed?
Okay. Yeah, no problem at all. Do you want to
Okay.
start? What do you want to
I
ask
will.
for?
And one of the things I found very interesting is the young lady who muted me, she was right. I did come in here with slightly nefarious purposes, and I'm going to disclose that. I am someone who, considers myself to think the flat earthers are like, and this isn't a disrespect, right? Like what? Come on, guys, right? And I might have come in here playing a little dumber than I actually am. And the first couple of guys maybe didn't sniff that out, but I think that young lady definitely sniffed that out, and she wasn't having any of it. And I think that's part of the reason she muted me. So I don't credit her for muting me, but I credit her for sniffing that out.
Just
Right.
hang on a
That
second.
being
Just before,
said, that
hold
being
on.
said,
Just before you say something. My name's Din CBR1. I was onto your game. I just wanted you to roll with it at the moment, at that time. Okay, I knew what you were doing, but I often let you have as much rope as you need to hang yourself. That's what I tried to do. But carry on anyway.
okay,
All right.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Last thing I would say, one of the things I found very interesting about when I got in here and just played dumb, I'll admit it, I played dumb. Hey guys, I don't know anything about this, but I do. Is when I asked your group, yeah, gee, Gollers, I don't know. Can you explain to me why the earth is flat? The very first response I got from three people in here was no. You tell us why you think the earth is round. And the only thing I would push back on is this. Carl Sagan said, great claims require extraordinary evidence. Paraphrasing, but you get my point.
Yeah.
You've heard that quote
Yeah.
before.
My question. Hang on.
And
Just
so
before you
I
answer
would,
that, hold on a
well,
second. Hold on a
sir,
second,
Jim,
please.
respectfully,
please.
Yeah,
yeah,
because he's saying I was
respectfully,
there. He was
I've
talking to
let
the.
you interject me 3 times now. Thank you. I appreciate
Order,
that, Jedi.
order. You're yapping about nothing.
Yeah. So Jedi, and I'll land the plane. I know I'm my intro to this debate is going on, so I'll land the plane. The only thing I found interesting about the three gentlemen I originally engaged before I ran into the lady, um, when I asked them to explain to me, playing dumb, I admit it, why is the Earth flat? Everybody was like, no, 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 you explain to me why the Earth is round. And going back to that Carl Sagan quote, I think even you, Jedi, would agree the vast majority of the globe, sorry to throw that jab in there, I hope you get my sense of humor. The vast majority of the globe is majority rules, right? Majority is you're not. It's not like you're not used to this. The majority thinks it's a globe. Obviously, the minority thinks it's a flat Earth. So, wouldn't under Carl Sagan's rule, and here it comes, final sentence, wouldn't it be onus placed on the flat Earth community to prove to the globe community in an opening salvo of a debate why they believe the
Oh,
Earth is flat? Thank you,
it's
sir.
okay.
And just last thing, thank you so much for letting me go through that 5-minute speech. I appreciate you.
And I was one
No
of the
worries,
guys,
buddy.
Gary.
I appreciate that.
If I could say
Holy
something real quick
fuck, dude.
before.
Hey, no, get muted. Thanks. All right,
Thanks,
go
AI.
ahead, Jedi.
Appreciate that, man. Really do appreciate that. You said a lot. There's
Oh, hold
quite a
on. You
lot to
guys
unpick.
muted him?
Yeah.
Hey, who just spoke? Who just spoke? Yeah,
Oh,
get
hold
banned.
on. No, it was Chili. Chili was the guy from my community who thought you
Hey,
muted
listen,
him. So
listen,
don't worry
listen.
about
We're
it. We're good. We're
continuing this
good.
conversation. Hey, calm down.
Jedi, you're
Okay.
up.
Hey,
Jedi.
listen, listen.
Jedi.
No, friend. I'm the boss. Go ahead, Jedi. Next person to interrupts Jedi is getting banned. It's that simple. Go ahead, Jedi.
Cool. Thank you. See, this is what happens when people speak for a long time, then everybody else speaks. Though, right? I appreciate you coming into the conversation and being a little bit nefarious, maybe looking down on flat earthers a bit. I get that. Primarily everybody in this room, all flat earthers that I know, especially from 24/7, AI included and so on, all believe the same thing that you did. I'm going to be 50 years old soon, dude, and it was only 10, 11 years ago in 2015 that I came across the flat earth. Up until that, for the first 39 years of my life, believed the same thing that you did. Very much so. I was very fascinated with space and blah blah blah. I could probably be on a par with repeating the globe knowledge that I've got with you or anybody else. But it's only coming up to that point in 10, 11 years ago of that first instance of coming across flat earth information and taking it on board, like I would presume that you are doing today. I would agree to a point that when you come into a conversation and people ask you, no, why do you believe the earth is a sphere? When you're asking us, why do you say the earth is flat? I don't think it's the right way to go, because I know why you think the earth's a sphere. It's the same reason that I believe the earth was a sphere, because we were educated to believe so. It's in all the comic books you turn on, TVs, it's in films, it's part of our fiction, our backdrop, our background for the stories that we tell about outer space, all of these things. So I know why you believe it's a sphere, because we're all taught this thing. Why do we say the earth is flat? Well, it's quite simple, really. You should know this as soon as you come into a room about, why flat earthers say the earth is flat. It's because 70% of the surface of the earth is water, and water is observed and measured and practically used as a horizontal reference datum. To keep it simple, water's horizontal on the surface. So if 70% of the surface of the earth is water and it's horizontal, there is no way, no how that the earth can be a sphere, which is a three-dimensional shape that is equidistant from its radius, which means the surface would be curved. This is why we talk about measurements, because we're primarily talking about geometry, the shape of the earth. The way that we prove geometry and shapes is by looking at it and measuring it. So that's why we talk about observations and measurements. And that's how we know that the earth is flat. It looks that way and it measures that way. Thank you.
Okay. All right. May I go, Jedi?
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
And can I ask for one more request? Not a demand, a request for this debate. Oftentimes when even in the crypto, just so you know, most of my clan comes from a crypto group, right? Trading TA guys. There is a tendency when there is a contrary opinion to the group, it turns into a 20 versus 1 battle. And the only thing I would ask, and it's an ask, not a demand, can we keep this between you and me for at least a little while, just one-on-one, instead of, because there's a lot of people in your group, right? So I don't want to be getting punches from all sides. Can we just do you and me for a
I
brief
can
minute?
only request. Yeah, I can only request that. Everyone else
Yeah, okay,
here is
I got you, and I'm not.
generally cool. I know AI is on the button. If anybody jumps in and is new to the conversation, but
Yeah, I respect that.
and
I'm not.
also, if there is a question that I can't answer and it might not be satisfactory to you, it might be a good idea to ask somebody else.
Okay. So, for anybody listening from this community, the only thing I ask is, yeah, I guess just give me and Jedi a try. If it's your community, not mine. So, and I don't know who's in charge. So, forgive me. Um, your point about water. Water is horizontal. Fundamentally, that is what you said. So that was, like a presidential debate. I wrote notes on what you said to make sure I didn't interrupt you, and now it's my turn. And it's not a long winded response. Water is horizontal. Got it. But it's also vertical, quite vertical. 3,000, I mean, meters, whatever. I mean, the ocean is very deep. Just because the surface of this vertical, vertical and horizontal and, three-dimensional area is, appearing to be flat. And I get where you're going, the cup on the glass, not to put words in your mouth, but yeah, if you observe in a local situation how water reacts, it appears to respond in a horizontal way. I would argue, as someone who enjoys physics quite vehemently, I took physics in 12th grade, just like a lot of people did. And then when I graduated high school from physics, I did not major in it. I'm not like pretending to be an astrophysicist, but I continued for the next 20, 30 years of my life to be very interested in physics. Neil deGrasse Tyson and listening to, Mr. Green and particle physics and quantum physics and whatever. It was just something that always entertained me. So the only counterpoint I have to your comment about how water is horizontal, I would just point out to you it's also quite vertical. And and so the old analogy, I would assume in this flat Earth community, you guys are familiar with Professor Dave. Professor Dave explains recently got in debate with somebody on a radio show who brought up an analogy of a tennis ball soaked in water, and if that tennis ball was to spin, all the water goes off of the tennis ball. And my counterpoint to that would be, well, yeah, 1,000 miles an hour, and somebody in this community is about to, like, again, not putting words in your gentlemen and ladies' voices. I don't know the exact numbers, like you guys may know that science claims, but whether it be 1,000 miles an hour or 1,200 miles an hour, whatever, however many miles an hour, this Earth is spinning. But based on the size of that Earth compared to a tennis ball doing the same centrifugal forces, shooting water in all directions, the Earth's gravity and mass, because mass is gravity, is so immense. That's why the water, from my point of view, doesn't fly off of the atmosphere.
Okay, but we understand that embedded within that claim of gravity and everything central, the Earth is like within the pictures from space of the blue marble, that blue and green dot, the blue bit being water, understanding that water would curve over distance. We understand you sound like quite a smart guy, and I appreciate that. This is quite simple geometry, right? If we've got a sphere with a radius, it's quite a simple mathematical formula to figure out the rate of change of slope upon that surface. The rate of change of slope upon the surface of the Earth is approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So you understand, right? After 1 mile, that's going to be 8 inches of descent from point A's tangential horizontal. If you imagine putting a ruler on top of a ball. So the amount of separation between the tangent and the curved surface beneath, it's exponential over distance. So that's the curvature that we're talking about. And that's the curvature that we should measure over that body of water. I appreciate you mentioning the cup and the bath and so on. We should start measuring this curvature eventually over, let's say, a lake. Let's say it's 5, 10, 15, 20 miles across, 30 miles across, maybe a sea or an ocean, 30, 40, 50 miles. We would measure a rate of change of slope with surveying tools, for example, the lasers that we heard spoken about earlier. So when we survey the Earth over a body of water, we measure that water to be horizontal. It reflects light like a perfectly horizontal mirror. When we measure across it, it measures to be horizontal. In actual fact, when you started measuring the sea depth, that comes from the horizontal reference datum of mean sea level, right? 50 meters down, 500 meters down, or the height of Everest 5 miles up, for example, all comes from that horizontal reference datum. That's why I said earlier, it's observed, measured, and practically used. You started erring on the practically used bit just a moment ago when you started describing the sea depth. So the water's horizontal. You understand that we should be able to measure it because we've got the geometry, the radius of the Earth, which would give us the curvature, right?
I'm here. Sorry, was trying to unhit the unmute button. What was the question? I heard 8 miles, the whole thing. What was the last question?
It was about measuring the curvature of the Earth. And why I say that we should be able to measure it because we have the geometry that would apply to the Earth being its
But
radius,
we
for
do.
example.
Okay, so I wrote that down. 8 miles. Yeah, 8 inches rather per mile, which I've heard before.
Squared. Yeah.
Yeah. So one thing, can I ask you a question, Jedi? Earth is flat. That's your position. Do you have other like? Do you believe? And this is not an insult. I'm just curious what level of science you do believe in. For example, because there are plenty of deep-seated Christians, for example, who are like, well, the geologists say that the Earth is billions of years old and the solar system is whatever, and but the Bible says 5,000 years old. Are you someone who subscribes to that? I'm not trying to pin you to that narrative. Um,
No, I'll try and help you out. I try to use science and natural science when and where it's appropriate. Science and the scientific method doesn't answer questions. I understand what you're talking about. There's lots of scientists, geologists, and
well,
lots of studies into the Earth. But if somebody's going to make a claim of science to me, then as long as it follows the scientific method and there's a
okay.
hypothesis that's been verified through experimentation, then I'm fine with that.
So that was where my question was leading. I think we're on common ground on one issue. It's not a disagreement on theology; it's a disagreement on science.
At the
Meaning,
moment, okay, let me
meaning.
point this out.
Okay.
When we follow the scientific method, which is the observation of a phenomena, our prediction
Yep.
of cause, the
12 steps,
testing
the
of
whole
the
thing. Yep.
hypothesis through an experiment, is the conclusion geometry?
Not always.
No, not at all. Not at all. When we're trying to figure out the shape of the Earth, we have to understand that we're not going to use a method that figures out, thank you, that figures out causes of phenomena in the physical and natural world, which is what science does. Science deals with what makes things happen. Geometry deals with concrete nouns and shapes.
Well,
So we're not going to apply the scientific method to figure out the shape of the Earth.
so the one thing about science, and I think I'm going to go on a tangent, which is not about you guys, is about just kind of the world we find ourselves in right now. Is science is misunderstood, and I think even you guys will appreciate this. And the reason I asked that religion question is because I don't think you guys are. I think you would agree that there are a percentage of the population that is like, fuck science. Pardon my French. You guys don't appear to be F science type of people. You just disagree about the science. And just a mic check. Am I still coming through? Because I'm not sure if my AirPod
Yeah,
died.
you're still coming through.
Okay.
There's lots
Okay.
of people
So
that we can generalize about with regards to
yeah,
science, but
yeah,
specifically in
yeah.
here, what I'm trying to point out to you at the moment, I hope you understand that we're not doing scientific investigation when we're dealing with the shape of the Earth.
You're not? What do you mean? Or are you
Okay.
saying we're not over on our
No.
side?
Okay. So when we try to figure out the shape of an object, we're not going to imply the totality of the scientific method.
How so?
Okay, because the first step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomenon. That is
Correct.
something happening in the physical and natural world.
I agree.
Okay, you're going to have to try and help me, dude, from this point onwards. How are we going to conclude the Earth being a geometric form? Being as the scientific
We don't have
method
to.
tries to figure out what causes other things to happen in nature.
Okay. So you know what? Scratch that. Scratch that whole theological thing. Go back to the 8 inches per square mile, right? Or not
Okay.
square. 8 inches drop over a mile. Are you saying that we have not directly scientifically observed that every mile of distance we are estimating a drop of 8 inches in curvature? Are you saying that's not scientifically accurate? And I don't, it's not a challenge. I'm just making sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, you keep saying scientifically, no, measured. No, there is no rate of change of slope on the surface of the Earth, like over. So
Okay.
you understand what I mean by rate of change of slope, right? You know
Yeah.
the
So
equation of a line, the slope-intercept formula.
okay, so this is where I think a lot of flat earthers and what do you call us over here? Globalists or globies or whatever. Um, I think this is where the disconnect comes in.
I'm just talking about geometry.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you.
You talk about the 8 inches per mile squared, and you're asking, is it impossible, or do we measure it? Blah blah blah. What I'm telling you is what we measure is zero rate of change of slope. That's horizontal. We measure the surface of water to be horizontal. That's it.
If I was to ask you to answer 5 questions, and just
Okay.
trust me on this, honestly, just answer 5 questions that are not necessarily directed towards this topic, and then just trust me when I get to the bottom of these five, I will have a point that I'm trying to make. Would you participate in that experiment?
All right. I don't want to waste anybody's time. As long as those 5 questions
Yeah. Okay.
like over in 10, 15 seconds.
Yes, rapid fire. Do you
Yeah.
believe in global warming?
No.
Okay. Do you believe in the vaccine from COVID?
Do I believe in the vaccine from COVID?
Yeah. Do you think the COVID was a good vaccine? Do you think we should have taken it?
I'd rather not answer that question on YouTube,
Just
to be
trust
fair.
me. Just trust me.
Yeah, I'd
It's
rather
fine.
not answer that question on
Okay.
YouTube, to
So
be fair.
so no answer on that. I'll accept it.
Yeah.
That's fine. Do you believe in Newton and his laws of motion?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, fair. So maybe you said not necessarily. Can I put you down for a maybe?
Yeah, you can put me down for a maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe in Einstein and his theory of relativity? I only got 2 more. Just bear with me, brother. I appreciate you.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay. No to Einstein. And do you believe in Hawking radiation?
I can't remember what that is, to be fair.
Okay.
Could you remind me?
So here's the part. Hawking radiation. So Stephen Hawking, the guy in the wheelchair.
Yeah, yeah.
Stephen Hawking out of, oh God, I hope nobody fact checks me. I think it was Cambridge.
Yeah.
Stephen Hawking postulated that black holes, as we know, absorb all matter. Once you cross that event horizon, whoop, you're done. You ain't coming back.
Oh,
And that was
okay.
everybody's theory, Einstein's theory. But then
No.
Stephen Hawking came around and came up with this whole mathematical formula on a fucking chalkboard, and he's a very intelligent guy. And he determined that yes, black holes do over time. We can't see it because we're only alive for our entire civilization has only been here for 5,000 years. You and I are going to live, maybe if we're lucky, 70, 80 years old. Maybe if AI kicks in, we get to go in a robot body a couple hundred years, knocking on wood, right? Jedi?
Yeah, the answer is no. No.
He came up with the idea of Hawking radiation, even
Yeah, the
though.
answer is no, dude. What's the crescendo to these 5 questions?
Oh, what's the crescendo? So the point is that I don't claim to be as intelligent as Stephen Hawking and understand Hawking radiation. I do not claim to be as intelligent as Einstein or Newton or the virologist who figured out what the proper vaccine was for COVID. And I certainly am not, any of those guys. So at the end of the day, if the astronauts are going to the moon and the astrophysicists are studying the space and the virologists are doing this and the doctors are figuring out if you have colon cancer, and none of us could possibly have a PhD in all of the 173,000 possible disciplines from drilling oil to going to space or whatever, the idea of what goes on in the human race is that we just got to kind of trust each other. That the guys drilling core samples in
Right.
Antarctica
Oh,
to try and
hold on.
figure out
Before you,
whether or not
dude,
just
dude, dude,
I'm
dude.
landing the plane. I'm landing
It's
the
not that
plane.
you land in the plane. I just don't want you to build this like weird straw man. It's weird.
Well, it's not necessarily a straw
It's
man.
like let's go back to Newton, and you then spoke about Einstein, and you
Yep.
understand that Newtonian physics and Einsteinian physics are non-compatible with each other.
Oh,
One
I do. I
violates.
understand. I understand.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah, yeah,
understand.
yeah. Good. Yeah, good.
Yes, I
So we
vastly
understand.
understand.
So
Yep.
we understand from an
And I'm
Einsteinian point of view when
jotting
we
that
look at Newton.
down. I'd like to talk about that. Go
Right,
on.
I'm still trying to talk.
I'm sorry, sir.
All right. So when you ask me these slightly loaded questions, Newtonian like laws of motion, understanding that really Einstein came along and removed those laws, didn't he?
Well, he didn't remove it.
Yeah, well, he can't supersede them, right?
Well, when
Like
it's
threw
my
them
turn
out
to
the
talk,
water,
I'll explain it, but
kind of
go on.
replaced them, because let's be fair, right? And now you're going to be talking about Einstein, understanding that you even invoke mathematical equations. Right? Now, do I believe in the mathematical equations? Well, they're mathematical equations, and you reach an answer because of the mathematical equations. Am I going to reify this conceptual space time physics into reality? Probably not. What was the other thing? Hawking? Well, that's just, dialing up the amount of mass that can be withheld within a black hole and whether shit can fucking escape it. That's due to the mathematical equations. Now, I'm not going to say that Hawking isn't smart. He just did the fucking calculations that Einstein did. But this is just mathematics and reification of not actual physics, right? I appreciate the loaded questions, mate, but where are you
No,
going?
it's not a load. Well, and I when I
It
go
was, because how the fuck are we going to survive? We've just got to trust each other. Dude,
just so we're clear, when I say may I speak, I'm not doing that in any
yeah,
dig
you
or
just be
whatever.
careful of the words
I'm
that you
just
use now.
yeah. I'm just making sure I'm not interrupting you. So can I retort? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sounded bad. Yeah, I'm not trying to do that. All right, I'm just going to speak. Um, So Newton, Einstein, you brought that up. Newton was the big, if you will. Newton came up with the basic structure of how the planets are rotating around the sun, and he basically invented calculus. I mean, 23, 27 years old. They all challenged him, much like this group right now, and he said,
So
"You
he can
know,
never be
you're
wrong.
no. This is
Okay,
pretty
so he
impressive."
invented calculus, he's a smart guy, and I apologise. He invented calculus, he's a smart
I thought we
guy,
were.
so his idea about gravity was true then?
Well, I was answering that, and Jedi, not a dig, but I really think we're flowing really good back and forth, giving each other space, and I would like to keep that going.
Yeah, I
So
know,
new,
but I'm giving you a lot of time. I'm trying to hurry because you pissed me off a little bit. I hope you're not trying to build straw man. What I'm trying to do is
I'm
elucidate
not.
something to you, right?
No, I
Your belief
promise
about
you.
Newton, your belief
I
about Newton, right? Now, he
yes.
invented calculus. Okay, nice, smart lad. Good boy. Now, does mass attract mass now?
Wait, hold on. Before we jump to a new topic, can I finish my point about Newton and Einstein? Because I took the time to write down your comment about Newton and Einstein. I like to address it, and then we can go to the mass. Is that fair?
Yeah, man, come on.
Okay. So Newton, you got to remember, I mean, practically 1,000 years after the toga and half naked men, Newton very impressively uh, charted mathematically the orbit of the planets, but he had one couple of exceptions, particularly Pluto, the elliptical orbit. And his contrarians, much like in this Discord, were like, well, what about that? And he's like, I don't know, because he didn't know. He didn't know. But he said, I'll be back. And he comes back 6 months later and invented a new form of calculus. Genius. And he goes, I figured it out. This is why it's doing this whole thing. And it was great. But then Einstein comes along to answer your question directly. And Einstein's like, well, hold on a second. Newton's calculations of elliptical orbits, they really start to break down when you get out of our solar system. And so Einstein comes along with the theory of relativity and comes up with an entirely new concept of gravity and space time and the way space time, they are not separate words, they are unified space time. The way that gravity is impacting both space and time. And to this day, it was proved a couple of times. I won't go back to the eclipse in the 1920s where he finally proved that yes, light is literally bending around a solar eclipse because we couldn't actually see that because we don't have anything in our solar system that's gravitationally powerful enough to bend light and curve gravity until we have a solar eclipse and we can observe it. Anyway, you can look that up. That was in the 1920s. But
Do we
then,
observe it every single eclipse afterwards as well?
oh no, that experiment was to prove that gravitational lensing is a
Yeah,
possibility,
but we
which
have
we
lots of
see,
solar eclipses, so
which
do
we
we observe
see,
it with every
which
solar
we,
eclipse?
which we see all the time. Most of the
Do we?
stars, most of this, yes, I'll
Can
tell
you,
you,
can you
most.
show it?
Yeah, no, I will tell, I will encourage anybody listening to go out in their backyard tonight and look up in the sky, and I will let you know that a majority of the, what was the gentleman said the other day, or earlier today? He said, luminaries. Most of the luminaries you are looking at are actually not stars. They are star systems being bent around black holes and galaxies and focused and projected onto your eyeball from Earth. Um, Gravitational lensing is a real thing. And the proof in the pudding, and I'll wrap it up. Here comes the plane. Ready? I'm landing it. And then your turn, Jedi. And I respect you. The proof in the pudding was GPS because the military in the 60s threw up satellites in the air. And if it was not for Einstein's equations of relativity, computers in the upper atmosphere, the outer bounds of the orbit of the Earth, would not be able to communicate with my desktop that I just double tapped here on the thing that tells me our weather reports and what's going on with tomorrow. Um, they wouldn't be able to communicate with each other if it was not for a very intelligent group of mathematicians taking Einstein's equations and inputting the data into this computer here on Earth and that computer up in the satellite and negating for Einstein's relativity issues, which says that the faster an object is going, traveling through space and time versus the gravity, there is a time dilation there. And if those computers are not atomically synced to different levels, they can't talk to each other. And the proof in the pudding was everybody's 1999 scare Y2K. Oh my God, computers might have a glitch because if computers are not talking to each other on the exact same time signature, everything crashes. And so the
But how does that
military in the
prove?
1960s realized, oh my God, Einstein was right because they threw satellites up there in the 60s. They weren't talking to each other. Why were they not talking to each other? Because literally the time that satellites, and I don't mean time like your watch is off, I mean literally space and time is different, just 52 miles above the Earth versus time down here at surface level versus a black hole, vastly different. And I land the
Okay,
plane. Thank you for
okay,
listening to me, sir.
okay. So that's fascinating and all. But with all of these gravitational ideas, the Earth is a sphere embedded within this space-time fabric, and because of the displacement of the Earth's mass within this space-time fabric, the Moon goes round and round the Earth, for example.
That's your position, or you're saying that's the
No, that's your
model, the
position
the
in in
mainstream
in,
model?
in
Yeah,
the story that you
gotcha,
just told me. The
gotcha.
Earth is a
Yes,
sphere.
sir. Got it.
Okay, so this is why we always come back to what the Earth is. Doesn't
Yep.
matter about your stories about Einstein and time dilation and what happens in the sky. And you know what? I'll grant you it. I'll grant you that time might be different up in the sky, but that doesn't mean and necessitates the Earth is a sphere. If it was a sphere, then we would measure that curvature over a distance of the Earth that would be dependent upon the radius of that sphere.
Can you?
We
No,
don't
I'm
measure
not.
that curvature.
Sir. I'm not interrupting you. Can you repeat that? Because I didn't get that. You broke up.
That's okay. Within all of these stories, the Earth is a sphere,
Yep.
which means that we would measure the curvature on the surface, which would be determined by that radius.
Yep.
which is within all the mathematics, right? The radius of the Earth, the mass of the from the moon, the distance from the sun, all of these things are dedicated to the radius of the Earth. To prove the radius of the Earth, we would measure its curvature, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we have.
Okay, so can you provide me the measurements of that curvature then, please?
Sure. I mean, we did it basically pretty close to when the pyramids were built, which another group of people think were built by
I don't
aliens.
really know when the pyramids were built, dude.
About 5,000 years ago. And about 250 BCE, I mean, when they were
I'd like,
half,
dude,
well,
I
no,
don't
no,
want
I'm answering,
historical stories about the pyramids. I just want to know what was done. Let's
I'm
keep it
answering.
simple now.
Okay. Yeah,
What
you're
did they
right.
do?
You're right. You're right. And you are absolutely correct. The pyramid thing was jab. So I'm going to answer your question directly. 245 BCE, half naked, and here comes the jab, half naked, toga wearing gentleman measured the curvature of the earth.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the question still remains, how
Yep.
and what did he do?
So they went, I apologize. I'd have to look it up because, again, I'm not deep in this. But basically, 240 BC, a gentleman, scientist at the time, got in touch with another scientist very far away. And they said, okay, at this very same time of day,
Dude,
why are we
I mean,
laughing?
I'd love to sit